Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Tuesday, the 4th of August. And what a wonderful day it is for us members of the working class. How about Joe in the house? Yo, yo, yo. Time to glaze some Big Daddy Kim. Damn right, bro. Ravy baby in the house. Good to have you. Spandunk doing the check-ins this morning. Everybody doing the roll call. It's good to have you all. And today, what are we going to be having a look at? We're going to be looking at some various things. But we're, I think, going to touch a little bit on the Iranian situation. Apparently, Trump made some crazy calls about there being a peace deal being negotiated, and the Iranians were kind of quick to denounce that. We're going to have a look at the One Nation candidate launch party. That was I think it was held yesterday, and there was some protesters at it. Seems like the same people that I streamed, um, or the similar type of organization that I streamed with. I don't know, like a month ago at that Pauline Hanson fundraiser dinner, at the casino, and like they're out now protesting at the Pauline Hanson One Nation event launch or whatever the hell it was called yesterday. So we're gonna have a look at that. We're also gonna be glazing hard on North Korea today. So it's gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be very interesting. Heard that one before. Voltateur in the house. Hope you're going well. Ravi existing on 2 platforms. She has 2 forms. And yeah, let's kind of get into the day's affairs, shall we? We're going to be going through lots of different things and touching various topics. But I did want to actually have a look at the Iranian situation really quickly first, because, yeah, apparently peace talks are back on the menu, as we know with most of this stuff from now, that like it really is meaningless, barely surviving. So it's not good to hear. Double fisting. Okay, fair enough. It's good to see that you have many talents. Dilemmas has entered the chat. I love your roll call these days, bro. It's my favorite roll call. Yeah, apparently the talks are on at the moment, and yeah, Trump is saying that there's a deal imminent. Now, I have been burned so many times on this one. Not talents. Okay. Um, I have been burned so many times on this one. Normally, I'm the one in the chat who's all positive, and everyone's just like, no, mystery, it's just an illusion. And I've been like, but if they get peace, then innocent people won't die anymore. But I have absolutely no faith in this stuff anymore. And so, yeah, Trump has said that there's peace talks, and Iran has vehemently denied such claims. So we're just going to watch the craziness with this situation, as opposed to having any aspirations or any hopes for some type of peace in the Persian Gulf that would help, bring some normalcy to the world's economy before we all get plunged into further economic chaos. But yeah, it seems funny that Trump is trying to present this image now that there are talks, and the Iranians are just like, I don't know what he's talking about. The man's crazy. The bitch is crazy. You're just so naive and innocent. It's okay. And it's not a sex thing. Don't worry. Thanks for clarifying. Got to put that disclaimer on more things. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 10 times. I don't care anymore. And I feel like that. Now it's just kind of like, oh, what happened today in the crazy episode of Trump v. Iran? It's more like that, as opposed to actually having any hope for anything. However, One Nation doesn't seem too serious about trying to form government in Victoria. It seems like all talk, but they don't actually want Victoria, but seem to be pushing more for getting control of the Senate. That's an interesting theory, isn't it? I wonder what that's about. I think they just have power there, and like they don't have to do anything. They can just knock things back. And they don't actually have to do any real politics, right? They don't have to do legislation and negotiate stuff. They can just appear like they're playing the game but doing nothing. Voltage Chronicles of Dementia Trump. What will he say next? Is part of the deal troops withdrawing from Bahrain and Kuwait? Because that's the only change I've seen. And like, isn't that interesting that like that's the sort of stuff that is going on? I've heard they're taking them out of Iraq as well. And like, isn't that kind of like a strange admission that they're a bit concerned that the situation is beyond any like pretense of control on the US part if they're withdrawing troops because like they don't want it to get worse. They don't want people to actually die en masse or get injured en masse because that would look really bad. And so in order to kind of just ameliorate, let's say, some of the more crazy issues with this whole situation, they're just like slowly, quietly withdrawing people because they just have no way of knowing what Iran will do next, like what actual capabilities Iran has and what damage they really could inflict. Like that's a huge admission, I would think, from the US, that like they have no confidence that they can protect their own personnel in the region. It's a very interesting admission, to say the least. But like, let's just quickly, I want to get up to date with what he has actually said, because I just hear all these snide and smart ass comments from like Iranians or people that are very critical, obviously, of the Trump regime, and they're just like, he's mental. He's lost it. He's completely lost it. He's talking about deals, and no one else is on board with it at all. He's crazy. And like, can I just say, this picture is not doing him any justice. I know we're constantly talking about his health on here, but like, he looks awful in this picture. Like, sorry. He obviously hasn't had his spray tan in a while. He's not glowing. But yeah, it's not looking good these days. All right, let's have a listen, shall we?
Well, Iran says it is not currently holding any talks with the U.S., despite assertions by Donald Trump that negotiations will resume today and an agreement with Tehran is imminent. Uncertainty over peace talks come as Iran has been holding talks with Oman over security.
The skin suit is sagging too much. Oh, man. Savage. That neck, Usi, is hanging low these days, very low. It's going to be too much use. I blame Baba for that. Way too much use back in the day. Nusi out for the boys.
In the Strait of Hormuz. Let's get the latest now with our Middle East correspondent, Matthew Doran. Matt, so Iran's foreign ministry held a press conference just hours ago. So what was Tehran's response to Donald Trump's claims of the peace talks?
Girish, good evening. He is the Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson, I should say, Esmail Baghaei. He is effectively refuting what Donald Trump is saying here about the prospects of further negotiations and indeed this framework of a deal coming into place here in the Middle East. This follows on from Donald Trump's initial post on his Truth Social platform in the early hours of Sunday morning local time here in the Middle East, saying that he had cancelled a series of planned strikes against Iran because Iran had requested it do so. Other Middle East countries had also requested that Donald Trump hold fire, and that there was the framework for this deal to end the fighting and reopen the Strait of Hormuz that was emerging. That's what Donald Trump said on Sunday morning. Fast forward to Sunday evening local time here in the Middle East, and we were hearing from Donald Trump that talks were going to begin in this region later on today, and that is what's prompted this response from Esmail Baghaei, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. It really adds to this great sense of uncertainty and this back and forth that we are seeing between the US and Iran. Donald Trump saying one thing, Iran saying the complete opposite there, and it is sort of fueling that uncertainty across this region as to what...
Fueling what uncertainty, bro? It's already uncertain enough, all right? It's not fueling anything. You crazy. You crazy. The boys being Hegseth and Rubio. That's who he gets the Nussi out for. Lovely. Lovely. I'm sure they have fun in that little regime of theirs. Maybe they hire out the same hotel room that Channel 5 uses for its interviews with Fuentes and Hunter Biden. He has pics too, that smile looking over them in the disposition. We can now be certain that it's uncertain. It's just such rubbish, all this stuff now. Like, I used to look at this situation with some glimmer of, I don't know, there's some journalistic integrity out there that these people are reporting on stuff that they are finding out on the ground. But like, they just have absolutely no idea what's going on. We have no idea what's happening. We are just reporting on it, though. We will continue to report on stuff, even though we have absolutely no clue what the hell is going on. Yeah, handheld cam rented out. When they pardon Turkey this year, it'll be the Turkey this year. It will just be Trump in a turkey suit. It's awful, this stuff, isn't it? So like Trump's basically Trump's just like what's the platform called? Truth Social. He's just truthing that Iran wants to talk. Iran's like, no, we don't. And then he says, yeah, peace deal imminent. No, it's not. It's so childish. Like, this is what is shaping global affairs right now. This is why you are paying more at the pump. Like, you know, when you're trying to go and fill up your car, is because there's a bunch of kids that are affecting the global environment, the global economy. We're talking, no, we're not. We're attacking, no, we're not. This is just awful stuff, man. And the rest of us plebs just continue struggling as always. This Nilla can't handle the Nussi. What's the Nilla thing? I saw you guys writing this yesterday, and I was like, wait, what's going on? I wonder if it's a sex thing. Good day, Sir E. Pen tester. How you going? It's good to have you. But this, yeah, explain it. Yeah, explain it. Swap the I's with E's. Sorry, swap the I's with G's. E. Okay. Okay, right. But it's not hard R, so it's acceptable, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, got it. Swap the L's with G's. Sorry, got it. I'm across it, and it's not a sex thing. Got it. But he posted on Truth Social, so it must be true. It's in the name. It's in the name. It's so fucking outrageous. And then, like, we're supposed to just think that everything's okay. And then they start bombing again when they're restocked. And then continually or slowly withdraw personnel out of the region, abandoning the Gulf and the Gulf states that they've said for decades that they're going to protect if anything happens, and they're going to protect from specifically like Iran and other destabilizing forces in the region. And they're just abandoning their allies. Bullshit. Kalor. Tell me something. Everyone talks about him. Everyone moans about him. Yet no one is actually doing anything about him. Why does it take so long to do anything about him? Nothing is happening. Which him are we talking about here? If we're talking about this one on screen, I think we're talking about potentially Trump here, Kalor. I don't know. Like, what do you want us to do about it? I blame the Americans. Like, they voted him in. They didn't have to. They could have mobilized a little bit more to try and resist that. But then what would you have gotten? Another regime? I blame Joe Biden. Yeah. Sleepy Joe. But like, yeah, what have we got? Another regime that probably would have done something similar, but like just done it under a different pretext. Like, no, they definitely have nuclear weapons. We better just bomb them just in case. But bomb them nicely, as opposed to bombing them hardcore like Trump does. Where are you from, brother? Where are you from? Now, I'm from Australia, and I'm specifically from Sydney. If that's what you mean, where am I located? If that's a cultural question, then you're gonna have to clarify. Trump, he's killing our economy. He's killing the world economy. But so I'm led to believe, and somebody's gonna have to fact check this for me, but I don't care if you do or you don't, because I'm gonna say it anyway. Apparently, oil corporations, or US anyway, oil corporations have made an absolute killing since the start of the war. Record profits, apparently. So when you say something like Trump, he's killing our economy, what do you mean by that? Eh, Kalor? Let me put it back to you, that if the rich get richer, then all the boats rise with a rising tide, and we're all going to be better off for it. So just have faith in the process. As he kills the economy, the rich get richer and apparently drag us all up with them. That's the theory, anyway. What do you mean, your economy? So good. Not cultural, just where you're based out of. My cousin lives in Melbourne. Oh, no way. Oh, whoa. Melbourne, quite the tumultuous place at the moment. Should ask your cousin. Wait, honestly, RK Thoughts 1398. You ask your cousin what they think of One Nation. Actually, can you ask them now? Message your cousin for me, and then tell us what they say on chat. I would like to know. I'm assuming, yeah, okay. Is your cousin from America as well, or like grew up in Australia? Volta, money is always circulating. The government just helps that flow into the direction it wants. But then it will trickle down. It will. That is the promise. It is the glory of the modern age. Question it not, ye plebs. The American oil corporations, or just oil corporations from the West, I'm assuming. Let me ask. Dude, do it. Do it, bro. Ask them about One Nation. I would like to know more. What was the question again I need to ask? If they're from Melbourne, ask them what they think about One Nation. It's a political party who is about to run in state elections there. Just like no context, just be like, what do you think of One Nation? If they are politically kind of tuned in, I guess. Do they support One Nation? It's what, like, in Australian politics they call, oh, well, like, generally, I guess nowadays, this is the done thing. It's a far-right party, because they're, like, you know, tabling migration as their main campaign issue. Potentially even deportation, they've started talking about. So we're going down that path. Prices are skyrocketing. People worldwide are poorer. People are scared. Tell me about it, Carlo. Tell me about it. It's basically all we cover on this stream. The struggles of the working people of the world, and how our establishments and economic overlords just make that so much easier. Hello, vertical chat. Uh-oh. 3 different streams you are now inhabiting. Watch out. And if they don't like One Nation, then tell them to join the stream. Hey, we take all sorts here. Even those who doth loveth the One Nation. All right. So basically, yeah, what is the long and the short of this? Trump says he's doing peace talks. Tehran says no. Trump said he's ceased firing. Iran says, what firing? What are you talking about? She's propagating like those AI agents. She's going to take over. Damn, maybe she is a bot. She is online all the time. Maybe she has transcended her human form. Take that, Peter Thiel. Beat you to it, mofo. You underestimated the limit of my talents. It is not only double fisting, but appearing in multiple places at once. Let it be known. Is our chat English because we write left to right, or is it Japanese because it scrolls down? The real question. I didn't even know to ask that question, dilemmas. Hey, I'm just here trying to get like-minded individuals to join the movement. It's truly a public service, really. Bruh. I'm named after a bot. Technically, it all makes sense. Think about it. 4AS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? Are you going? Here's the response. What? Are you drunk? I don't know about politics, but migration is what I care about. They can be more rational. But immigration is what I care about. They can be more rational. Rational compared to what? Oh my God, I'm so intrigued now. Thanks for the response, by the way. Are you drunk, though? RK thoughts? Like, honestly. I don't know about politics, but immigration is what I care about. They can be more rational. I guess one nation can be more rational. That's really interesting. Thanks for the response. Good on you. Public service. Again. That's why you reference the great ones constantly. You ascended beyond human form. Oh, man. So good. All right. Enough of this. I do want to hear the Jakarta reporter guy do his thing. Janta car reporter guy say like Trump, the deranged occupant of the White House. What's the situation economically for the Australian people? Cost of living crisis, housing crisis, inflation problem, rising interest rates, and because of the situation in the Gulf, we do have rising petrol prices too. Let me translate though. Petrol is also gas. So we have rising gas costs, but we do it per litre here, not by a gallon. So I don't know the conversion for you there, but just know it's going up and it's outrageous. It's an attack on working people, Carlo. I'm telling you, it's an attack on the working class. Rationale equals repeating standard culture war slogans. I can't believe you translated that. I translated it. And I do it again. And our gas is up to $10 a gallon, give or take. Oh, there you go. That answers your question, Carlo. $10 a gallon that we pay for gas in Australia. False avatar in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. What did you say originally? Hello, hello, fellow future commies. Bro, I misread the title so hard. Thought it said Deception Threat. Decepticon Threat. Wow, what does the title actually say? I wonder if Team America knew what they were doing, LOL. Trump is full of gas. Sorry, but I had to throw some humor in there. Well, thank you for lightening it up a little bit. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch. And if you are watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor and activate the like button. Give it a little bit of a tickle, rub it, smooch the like button. Just don't smash it, all right? Be gentle, be nice. So I, for one, would like to welcome our new AI overlords. The algorithm is watching, so be nice. All right, let's listen to this guy's introduction here.
The deranged occupant of the White House.
He said it straight away. So good. One more time. I love when he says it.
The deranged occupant of the White House has used another new word to threaten Iran.
Oh, you're reading this title. Decepticon threat. Ah, it's decapitation threat. Now I know what you guys are talking about. And I thought you were all crazy.
The deranged occupant of the White House has used another new word to threaten Iran after the Islamic Republic called out his lies on the resumption of so-called talks. This Israeli slave has threatened the decapitation of Iran. New videos capture unspeakable barbarity of Israeli terrorists as blood flows through the streets of Gaza, literally.
Yeah.
A new chapter.
Have you heard about the stuff that's going on? Like, I know we always are covering this like constantly, but like they're ramping up the situation in Gaza. Like, they haven't really stopped popping Gazans, but like very recently, over the last like what day or 24 hours or something, they recently struck in another encampment and like took out like 150 people. Like, we're getting back to the numbers from before the board of piss and the piss deal were put together. We're getting back to like regular numbers now. Like, they're getting back into that territory again where they're just literally wiping it out. Before it was kind of just like, oh no, we weren't doing anything. It was just popping just a small number of people. And now it's like pre-October levels. Was it October last year when the Board of Peace came in and they got the peace plan going? End of last year. You know what I'm talking about. They've snuck back to that level of popping people in Gaza. So like, while everyone's kind of just been told to forget about that whole situation, they've just snuck back into the normalcy of what they were doing before. They had some restraint for like, what, 6 months? And now it's just back on again. It's back on again. Speaking of algorithm, did you hear that MySpace is coming back and they're going to have no algorithm? Who wants to be in my top 8? No way. No algorithm. Wild, wild west. The sandbag line moved. Yeah. This Israeli slave. Man, this guy has new disses on Trump every time. It's so good, isn't it? I love the way he talks. I damn didn't hear about that strike. Yeah. It's pretty hardcore, man. Am I on the right stream or am I talking shit to myself once again? Let me check for you, bro. Give me a second. There's a vertical stream and you are not on the vertical stream. Congratulations, you've come to the right one. If you like horizontal, then you're in the right place, I think. Bansal Bandit. Morning, peasants. All right. When political parties create an agenda, it sometimes creates bias in the way they see immigrants, and sometimes racism affects a lot for one who faces it. What do you think about these issues? Is this your cousin who's asking you this, or you're asking me? When political parties create an agenda, it sometimes creates bias in the way they see immigrants, and sometimes racism affects a lot for one who faces it. What do you think about these issues? I'm not sure exactly the question, but I'm just going to take a crack at it anyway. Do people have legitimate concerns about immigration? I think some people actually have legitimate concerns about immigration in the context of the impact that it has on the economy and potentially the impact it has on infrastructure provision and the housing of the domestic population. But like, do some people also just hate foreigners of any type and think that they're an attack on, like, I don't know, the domestic way of life, and then use like immigration policy and immigration banter as like a veiled way of just like not wanting to see people come in because they just don't like foreigners? Yeah, of course that happens. Is there like a Venn diagram that shows a lot of overlap between those two things? I would say there'd be a lot. There'd be people that are just like worried about certain types of people coming into their country that they find deplorable or distasteful, and then they just use we just want to fix immigration as an excuse to have prejudice, or to like to mask their prejudice against like foreigners coming into their country. But like, do some people have legitimate concerns about immigration? I think they do. Like, I've interviewed enough people to figure out that some people have, legitimate concerns. Like, they think that too many immigrants coming in means their kids won't be able to buy a house and they're not going to have the same opportunities that were afforded to them, and they have adequate concerns from an economic standpoint. But like, does it get mixed up together? 100%. But like, can two things be true at once though? Yes. And so like, the proof is in the pudding. If you do something about immigration, like what is happening at the moment, for instance, like our federal government has actually done something about immigration in the sense that they purport to have dropped the numbers to about 130,000 people coming into the country in any given year, which is supposedly fix the immigration problem because people are like worried about mass immigration. And like 130,000 people is well below what anti-mass immigration people think is an issue. And so like, if they're still complaining about immigration, even though it's technically dropped, then they probably just have a problem with foreigners, let's be honest. And they don't actually care about like immigration's effect on the economy at all, because what they've asked for is being delivered. Apparently, I haven't checked it, haven't got out, and like checked people coming through the airport. But like if they're still complaining about it, they've probably got other concerns. I would say. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. You missed the above message to be contextual. Wait. I missed another one. Oh, I did. So basically, we are Indian immigrants. She supports the idea of nation first. When policies are made legal and law-abiding, immigrants should be welcomed as long as they are contributing to the nation. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, look, I get it. Why people think that immigrants should be supportive of the nation or contributing to the nation. Like everybody wants a society where people contribute, because like it makes like everyone more prosperous. So I could understand why people like that sort of stuff. But like, are there people that just don't like foreigners? Like we watched a guy called Rupert Lowe yesterday, who is Restore Britain or the Restore UK, Restore Britain. And like, I don't think he actually cares about like, oh, immigration's destroying the economy, and we'd be all more prosperous if we were able to fix immigration levels. I think he actually just doesn't like foreigners. Let's be honest. Like that's pretty much his platform. And so, like someone like him, you're never going to satisfy with just reducing migration numbers. Like he actually wants to ensure, I think it was like 2063, he said that like white people are going to be wiped off the face of, oh no, they're going to become a minority in the UK. And so like he thinks that's completely unacceptable. And so it doesn't matter if all the migrants come in and they're all like doctors and lawyers and rocket scientists and like, make the UK the best economy in the world and drive them into the new age. Like he just doesn't want to be a minority in his own country. And there are certain people that he would find absolutely deplorable. And so like that's just cultural stuff, let's be honest. Trump always tacos because he loves nachos. Not a chance Hormuz opens. Yeah, I know. It's not happening. Who actually thinks the US is in peace talks with Iran? Like anybody? Nah, we're fully across that. I just thought it would be entertaining to have a look at the discourse because the banter is really funny on this one, Bandsaw Bandit. Like I find that no one, like even the mainstream media, right, who are usually like every time there's like talk of peace, everyone's just like, oh yeah, get in there. Hopefully it holds this time. And like even the mainstream media on this one are just like, Trump's said the peace thing again and no one believes it. And it's like, almost like it's common sense now just to be like, yeah, well, Trump's just talking about peace again. He's just doing another Truth Social post. No one believes it. It's kind of like everyone's completely desensitized by talks of peace on this issue anymore. It's pretty crazy. Chris Hemsworth is my favorite actor, and my cousin likes him too. She boasts about him being from Melbourne too. Interesting. I'm glad you like Chris. Eh? Bit of monocultural Chris there. Instead of focusing on increasing Indigenous English wealth, he'd rather focus on deporting those already let in by mistake. Sorry, dude, mistake made. Move forward because re-immigration is a shit show. But like he is talking about re-immigration though. Re-immigration, like the nice way of saying deportation, isn't it? So what's that thing about your rights at work worth fighting for is about? that poster behind me. This is, if you're wondering the general politics of this stream, it's like whatever goes as long as you support working people. And like we try to talk or relate everything back to the class war. So like cut through the culture wars, analyze the culture wars, identity politics, all that sort of stuff, the left and the right wing take on political issues. But at the end of the day, we try to focus or bring it back to the one war that matters, or the one type of politics that really matters. And everything stems from like a class position. And I'm assuming, unless you're some type of billionaire, RK thoughts, I'm assuming, unless you are a billionaire of some sort or a centimillionaire, you probably don't have any control over the economy, and you're probably just a working person like the rest of us plebs. And so we try and analyze things from a plebeian perspective. And so like that's what that's about. Protecting your rights at work. It's really about what type of protections we have as working people, if we have any, and what makes our life easier in this rat race that we call life. Yeah, he wants mass deportations. And one of the qualifiers was not supporting the country. Like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, I don't like cricket. All right, that's it. Get out of the country. Oh, man. But I've lived here for generations. I have heard plenty of people talking about Trump's lack of commitment and decision making. Yes. So, the chairman of Infosystems suggested people should work 70 to 80 hours a week. You need to look that up. That. Hope they get paid well for it. They get time in lieu. They get extra time. Sorry, not extra time. They get double time. Sorry. And they get extra days off as a result. If not, no deal. 70 to 80 hours a working week. My God, how would you have time for anything but sleeping and working? I have no idea what fat pizza is, but it sounds appropriate. Angela White is probably the greatest Australian actress. She was on Fat Pizza. Okay, peak Aussie TV. Ninja Nurse would agree 100%. Actually, I wonder what Ninja Nurse thinks about Fat Pizza. Definitely would like it, right? No idea what Fat Pizza is? Okay, one sec. Been there, done that, wouldn't survive. Kali Wayote in the house. How you going? Well, you've been there, done that. You've done 70 to 80 hours a week. Oh, that's crazy, man. Crazy. Oh my God. All right. For the Americans and for the internationals, anyone from NZ, have you seen Fat Pizza? I wonder if it made it across the ditch. Have you seen Fat Pizza? Voltaire, I wonder. Yeah, I was a chef for a while, and you work 70 to 80 hour work weeks. Fuck that, bro. I can't believe you did that. You machine. This is something called, this is Fat Pizza. Time to be cultured. Now, this was a show that was made in the early 2000s. What do you reckon? And like it documents life for wogs that are like, were duking it out and living in Sydney. And like this guy is Maltese, but like I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be Lebanese. Like all of the people here. And like, so it was a comedy, and it's just ridiculous and outrageous. All right, so just there's your context. That's all you get. I need to prepare for my citizen exam. Oh man, watch this. It's mental, this show.
Stop hitting me. Shut up, Mike. Stop hitting me. Shut up. Wanker. Man. Hello, Malaka. Look what you did to my macaw. You What are you supposed to be, mate? What, Ronnie McDougall? Mate, what's with the ethnic accent? Everyone knows he's a Scottish-American man. Why do you think I have the most successful franchise in the world, you suck-ass? Oh, tell me, Max Stooge. Because I'm a Greek.
Max Stooge. Dude, that is so good.
And Greeks are the champions of takeaway. Oh, what do you think I'm going to call the business? McSpiros. Oh, stop. Oh, you want to laugh, do you? No, I'm cracking up. Oh, you're giving me a McStitch. You want fries with that? Let's kick his Oh, you're big shaking now, aren't ya? Jesus Christ! Big suck on me. Come on!
Yes.
Oh, you guys are McShit! Give him the two-piece combo! Not in my locker! Sorry, man. Hey, it's cool. I've got full comprehensive insurance. Yeah? That's right in the Mac Nuggets, mate. Big man.
Right in the McNuggets, mate. Oh my god. All right, so like that's it. That's it. So yeah, about like I don't know. That was absurd, and that is a pretty absurd scene. Okay, but it was pretty much about like WOG life in Sydney, I guess, in the late 90s, early 2000s. And so these guys had like worked at a pizza shop for some like crazed lunatic, like psycho, and like they just delivered pizzas and got into mischief basically, and like got targeted by the cops and just like showed the absurdity of racial divisions in Australia. It was really absurd stuff, but like hilarious. Hilarious. Right in the McNuggets. KK Online, how you going? Classic show. Heidi the sausage, me lord. How you going? Hope you're well. But yeah, there's some slice of weird Australian television that you'll never see again, man. I did 70 hours a week for a few weeks in my early 20s. My first night off, I would go to the toilet and collapse. Luckily for me, I narrowly missed the toilet and bath and I fell. Never doing that again. Dude, that is mental, bro. Absolutely mental. Don't forget Housos. Never really watched Housos, but it's pretty much just the same type of shit, right? Swift and Shift was awesome too. Pen Tester, classic show. Yeah, like the stream, join the Discord. Yeah, do that. That's right. Do that. Do it. Here's an invitation for Discord for everybody. I'm curious to know about the kangaroo question above. What's the kangaroo question? Is that something you've asked before that I missed? Kangaroo question. Have you ever had a fight with a kangaroo? I see these reels sometimes and I kind of researched about why only Australia has kangaroos. Well, I don't know why Australia has them, but have I ever fought a kangaroo? No. Have I ever like had to like confront a kangaroo and like push them away? Yes. Yes, I have. But like I wouldn't call that fighting. Like I don't punch them in the face like you might see on some hilarious clips. I've never punched a kangaroo. But I've gotten into an altercation with one? Yes. And like they're pretty sizable animals too, so they can get a bit scary. Yeah, same shit, different setting. Hello. Man, we used to make banger shows. Round the Twist, absolute banger, bro. We try to avoid it, but sometimes roos really sneak up on you. Yeah, hiding in underpasses while you walk to the bus stop. Oh man, it's so good. The Sullivans, yeah, so good. Oh man. All right, we are so far away from where we started. Mr. Squiggle? Dude, what a show. Mr. Squiggle. Johnson and Friends. The classics. The classics.
Set to be added in the history of US politics tomorrow as Abdul El Sayed appears set to defeat Israeli stooge Haley Stevens in the Democratic primary in the Michigan Senate race. The parliamentary watchdog in the UK.
The ferals. Yeah, the ferals were good too. You know what? I don't think we're gonna get. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Let's see what Trump had to say about it, shall we?
Reporters on board Air Force One. This is what this Israeli lapdog had said.
So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II.
So this is what it's come from. I don't know if you've heard this response from him, but yeah, he held off on the biggest attack since World War II. Apparently. Don't know if that's true or not, or he's just talking out his ass like he usually is. But he was about to push the button on the biggest attack since World War II, and he let go of it just so Iran would have a chance to enter into peace talks, which they just deny. So, like, bring on the biggest attack since World War II, basically, the Iranians are saying, because we don't care. We're not doing peace talks with you. You're crazy. You're a lunatic. You're a goddamn lunatic. Mr. Squiggle identifies as a strap-on these days. Yeah, that's right. All these woke kids today wouldn't be able to handle Mr. Squiggle. That's for sure.
And it would have been disastrous for them. And they didn't want us to do.
As expected, after the Iranian Foreign Ministry publicly denied his claims of an imminent bilateral deal today, a frustrated President Trump hit back, branding Iran's leadership unbelievably duplicitous. Classic response of a liar who has been exposed for his lies and deceit. He didn't stop here. He later told reporters at the White House that Iran will face total decapitation if it didn't surrender to his whims and fancies.
Are the talks with Iran now off and are airstrikes back?
He held off because Iran has its itsy bitsies little balls in their hands. Pretty much. They're in full control. They're potentially evacuating people out of the Gulf or moving personnel out of the Gulf. They have no control over the strait, really. Like, they just don't have anything to work with here. Not that they're not dangerous and they can't do a lot of damage, but they're not in control of the situation.
To his whims and fancies.
Are the talks with Iran now off and are airstrikes back?
No, they're on. They're going on right now. It's an amazing thing. We have a little problem with Iran because we have many talks and we'll say we have or we don't have. You know, we're straight about it. But they deny, but they're not denying it now. They just put out a statement not denying it. But for some reason, they, when they're talking, they don't like saying that they're talking. So I say, wait, we're in talks. Big deal, we're in talks. And they'll sometimes deny it, even though they spend hours and hours together talking. No, I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens. But it's a very, very tough thing to do. I think I'm very proud of the fact that I'll give people a chance. This is a big move. To do an attack that big on a country, I'd rather not do it. They're going to go quickly, one way or the other. It's not very complex. We're talking...
Dude, it's just lost, I guess, all credibility over this issue, like, at all. No one really just believes anything that he has to say anymore. Like, people used to wait on bated breath to try and figure out what was going on with this situation. And, like, you might be able to interpret, like, some type of, like, cryptic message, potentially, of what's going on. But, like, it's just so detached from reality, it doesn't matter anymore. But it ain't over by a long shot. Trump is caught and eventually will go in. No choice. He is cornered. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Like, they're still incredibly dangerous. But, like, it would seem like they have zero real control. If anything, they're reactionary at the moment. They're reacting. Show the receipts, you orange in liar. Never has Iran contacted him. Hey, how dare you, Banso Bandit? How dare you make those claims about our supreme leader, Trump?
About the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow. Completely open. And that's phase one.
Have you seen, like, the memes and stuff where they put an accordion in Trump's hands when he's talking? So good. They're not denying it. Sometimes they just don't admit it's happening. Iran has escalation dominance.
Is we then will talk about the nuclear capacity, the nuclear, as we've been mentioning.
Is that a sex thing? Asking for a friend. Hormuzi blown wide open.
Basically, it's, I think, the denuclearization of Iran has to happen. And that'll be the second phase. But the first phase is the opening of the straits. The second phase will be the denuclearization, and that'll take a little while. But we're very strong on it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and I have never changed in that. Yeah, please.
Isn't it amazing that this delusional maniac launched an illegal attack on Iran, claiming to end Iran's nuclear program, but that same nuclear program is now last in the pecking order? His first and foremost priority is to have the Strait of Hormuz opened, which was open.
It's not a war. It's war. That's serious. How dare you? My neck, my back from Hormuz to Iraq. That's a good one. Iraq. I gotta say it like that though. That sounds better. Iraq. Straits open, war's over. I don't shit my pants. Yeah. Sure, dude.
Anyway, before he decided to oblige his war criminal Israeli boss Benjamin Netanyahu on 28th of February. Meanwhile, the Iranian foreign minister has confirmed holding talks, but not with the US. Iranian foreign minister Syed Abbas Araghchi had yesterday said that his talks with Oman on the future management of the Strait of Hormuz was in the final stage. The world now knows
Iraq is what they install on your AI love bot. Lovely. No more a mere jostle. Scary times. Love Jeff in the house. How you going? Double D Iraq, please. Give me some Iraq. Who is Robert Pape? Let's go with Pape. This guy. Robert Pape. Oh, maybe I've seen this guy before. Is this the guy that was on that Diary of a CEO thing that you put on Discord? Essentially, we get the deluxe edition for sure. Yes? Yeah, I heard that was an interesting discussion, the Diary of a CEO. And like he was pretty certain, Bandsaw Bandit, that like it's gonna end up in some type of ground invasion. But like he was like southeastern Iran, so like where it's easy, it's away from everything. Trump can be like, yeah, we landed troops, we took territory, and then he can claim that there's been a ground invasion and then just pack up and go home or something along those lines. Interesting. Yeah, he's an interesting commentator, that guy. All right, that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to see what the public discourse or the manufacturing consent line on this is. And like it's pretty interesting, I must admit, the manufacturing consent line on this current situation with Trump saying that there's going to be a peace deal soon. We're in talks for a peace deal. And like Iran denying it. It seems like even the mainstream media and the manufacturing consent machine is kind of like, yeah, Iran's probably right on this one. Trump's just talking out of his ass about there being a peace deal. It's not happening. Like how many times have we heard them talk about peace deal around the corner kind of thing? It's not happening. And everyone's like favorably siding with the Iranians on this one. What a world. What a world. Crazy, man. Iraq 2.0. Lovely. All right, let us move on. I want to cover this One Nation thing as well. So I just want to cover this for one reason, because the socialists were protesting against it again. Now, do you remember I did a live stream out on the beat with 4AS about a month ago now, I want to say, where I rocked up to one of those anti-Pauline fight the far right protests that were organised by New South Wales socialists. So the Victorian socialists, it would seem, organised a protest out the front of the Victorian candidate launch for One Nation. So yesterday we saw that One Nation had announced that it's running candidates in the Victorian state elections that are coming up in November. And so they had a One Nation shindig, and a whole bunch of dirty commies came out to protest against it. Misery was doing a Man on the Street stream and I missed it. I need a link. Dude, it was it's only on YouTube that I do those, so that's probably why you didn't see it. But it was hilarious, even though the audio wasn't working. And we were like yelling at rich people as they were walking into the casino. It was very interesting stuff. But anyway, the dirty commies were out yesterday protesting against the far right, the rise of the far right, embodied in Pauline Hanson and One Nation. And then they made some announcements about, you know, who they're running as their main candidates in Victoria. Hobo Joe was speculating before about he needs to boost the stocks again for the boys. Yeah. So all the announcements are just like keeping the stock market afloat. I found out some more protests that I sent you to your email. You should cover some more. Hope your mic works this time. Yeah, I think I've actually figured out the technical problem with that. It took me a while to troubleshoot it, but I think I've got it working now. But like only time will tell for us. That's great. If you got more stuff, we'll go out on the beat again, and I'll send Han a personal link this time. Yeah, so they made the announcement, then they barred the media from being there. Only select journalists are allowed to be there. So like, do a test stream before you head out. Get your microphone working next time. You get it. Good idea. So anyway, let's have a look at what happened. Because these are the same type of commie-curious lunatics that me and 4IS were hanging out with last time as we were protesting against Pauline. Hanging out at the casino with all the rich people in Sydney.
To developing news now, and protesters have crashed a One Nation event in Melbourne's east. Live to Paul Dowsley in Hawthorn East. And Paul, there's a heavy police presence there right now.
And this is why, Mitch, because outside the Tower Hotel, hundreds of protesters have surrounded several sides of the Tower Hotel, as I say at the so Burwood.
What did it say on the banner? Did anyone see it?
Surrounded several sides.
Just the unite to fight the right thing. Okay, fair enough. Dirty commies, eh? I watched some of the party event live last night. Was it fun? Dilemmas. Gripping viewing it was. That's definitely a New South Wales. Oh, sorry, a whatever state socialist banner that is. A Victorian socialist banner. They're running people in the state election too. This party, the Victorian Socialists. The commies are coming after Pauline.
Of the Tower Hotel, as I say at the so Burwood and Camberwell roads are blocked off, and this is the queue on the far side here that's being protected. These are some of the supporters.
I don't really know how the Australian economy functions with you all protesting all the time. Do any of you ever work? Yeah, but like all of these socialists, they're just the kids of the professional managerial class. They just go to university and leech off the system. They never get real jobs. Don't you know enough about socialists, Jag? Socialists don't actually have jobs. They're just like professional students. And they live off the work of real industrious people that contribute to the economy. Just sit around watching live streams and protesting all the time. No wonder why you need Uncle Sam. Thank God for Uncle Sam. We'd be lost otherwise.
Who have arrived to see Pauline Hanson. She arrived around 20 minutes ago. They're expecting maybe 300 people inside. And on this side, there's another line of police protecting these supporters from protesters who are also trying to get inside, or at least blockade the hotel from this side. On what is
smash racism, anti-colonial class war, and for liberation. Interesting. Do you reckon that's what Pauline Hanson stands for? Racism? Do you reckon she's like a colonial type? Bet she doesn't know anything about class warfare and liberation. Smash racism, anti-colonial. LOL, I guess BLM wasn't impactful on the US. 300 people, that's pretty low. Just tag me next time, bruh. Oh, the civil rights movement, like that. Our protests. Those Vic commies go harder than you silly NSW commies. It's true, though. There is way more of a presence in Victoria than in New South Wales. That's for sure. My God. 100%. Here, let Doug explain why drum circles at a protest are useless. Why drum circles? What is this? Am I going to enjoy this, Han? Is it at least funny? Oh, this guy again. Like, I don't even know if he's that funny, this guy. Yes, you will enjoy it. Okay, fine. It's malware. Oh, God. For your brain. Okay, got it. Vic goes hard. They do, man. Paid membership. Communism will win. You don't normally get that comment like that coming in. Normally, people just straight away to like evil communism. Hey, watch out for commies. What does communism will win even mean? I'm intrigued. Paid memberships. More intrigued by the name, actually. Right, actually, we watched this, Han. He's going to go off about the whole Occupy Wall Street movement, right? Yeah, sus. Very sus.
Your fucking filthy Portland hippie selves. Because you hate the 1%.
Han, you've shown us this one before, I'm sure. Yeah, but he mentions drum circles.
And you hate the banks because of their predatory lending practices against the people and enslave them in a lifetime of debt. What'd you do about it? You stunk up a park for almost a year. I occupy far more efficiently. Maybe you should look to me for leadership. I hate the banks as well, as we all do. How did I fuck them? I spent...
It means the world will be communist because it is correct. Hey, look, I am so inclined to agree with you on this one, but like, can we set the terms of what you mean by communism, though? And what you mean by communist? Eh? Do you mean... Actually, no, I'll let you define it, please. I am well intrigued right now. Let's fucking go. Stick to local issues and cut the shit. Okay. Roy Yoden. But first we will watch this, whoever you are, KF.
3 hours jacking up mother's Chase Bank Visa card after she's dead up to its $10,000 limit, buying dumb shit that no one needs and sticking them with the bill because she had no estate except for that blind fucking last cat. If you want to repo that, have at it. That actually caused damage to the bank. Not sitting around with a dog with a kerchief and a cardboard sign, slapping on drums in a drum circle. The fucking Occupy movement was such a letdown because you seemed like me, angry, and we're gonna take to the streets, and holy shit, around the globe, people are, fuck this, we're gonna do something. And what did you do? You fucked up a park. All you fucked up in a year.
Well, full communism, like each to each, and dictatorship of the proletariat. Damn, I think this is one of the first times we've actually had someone come in who has an understanding of what communism is. I thought you were being potentially facetious. Go on. What do you mean from each to each? And like more intriguingly, what do you think is the intent of the dictatorship of the proletariat? Ask them the real question, E. What's the real question about class warfare, or like the usual test one, something about ground news? Actually, that's a really fair question. Actually, what do you think about ground news paid memberships? I gotta know, what do they think about ground news? The first commie, I'm insulted. Yeah, but like, you know what I mean, like usually people come in and they're just like communism. But like, it seems like somebody actually has an understanding of what it is, and they're not being disparaging. This is a seminal moment here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a defining moment. All right, back to Han's favorite comedian.
And what did you do? You fucked up a park. All you fucked up in a year is some guy's day who wanted to throw a frisbee for his dog, but he couldn't because you're all camped out there. You hate the banks? Don't fuck up the park, fuck up the bank. Who's in charge of this project? Next time, me. We don't really have leadership. You needed some. You have 500 angry people in a park. Go break them up into squads of 20. You can fuck up every branch of Bank of America in a 50-mile radius. Go there. And not as anarchists either, throwing bricks through the windows. What are you, a fucking teenager? Have some ingenuity. You line up as customers at 8 o'clock in the morning. They only have 2 desks to do actual commerce other than cashing checks and shit. You clog up those 2 desks as bogus customers, sit down, cross your legs, apply for frivolous loans all day long. That's a lot of paperwork for every frivolous. Yes, I need $1 billion for an ant farm.
Do you really want the government to control production and farming? That's communism. All right, here we go. This is what we're used to. Draconis. Well, does it have to be the government? Can it be owned by the workers? Does it have to be the government? What if you're talking about nationalizing resources, like farming? Everybody's got to eat. So, like, should there be some type of government control in people getting access to food so they don't die? Then yes. Yes, I think that would be most good. That's communism. That's a paddler. Stalin said control the food, you control the people. That's communism. All right, now this is what we're used to. Fuck yeah. All right. That's communism. We got it, man. We got it. And what do you think is the done deal, Draconis? Do you think that there's no control over food in the current system? It's just the invisible hand of the market that helps distribute food to the people? That's actually how a lot of Occupy movements operated in the civil rights movement, Occupy movements. If you could create a legitimate reason to be there, like being a customer and slow down business, it was effective. Farming, petrol, healthcare. Farming, petrol, healthcare. That's communism. Oh, man. Like, providing people with healthcare is communism. That's a good one. Eh? I'm glad to see that there's a standard out there. Fuck yeah. Hey? People getting healthcare. That's communism. Let them die, I say. And decrease the surplus population. Shouldn't be here in the first place. Bleachers. I just want normal healthcare. Can't imagine petrol healthcare. It was an interesting list with no commas, right? The farming petrol healthcare, actually. Very specific form of healthcare.
Sharpen some pencils. That's a big stack of paperwork. I'd love some coffee. You comb your dreadlocks over to one side, put on your $3 Salvation Army suit, and you clog up all their time. Or you could deny me the right to apply for the loan, and then I sue the fuck out of you for discrimination, causing even more damage to your bottom line, rather than just sitting out there in a park getting tear gassed by cops. What does that do? What are you accomplishing? I got it on tape. Police abuse. Yeah, police abuse people. That's how it works. You're never going to win.
So good. Man, so free healthcare for all. Commies pay for your own childcare, but so good. That's where I draw the line. Hey, you can have all the kids you want. Go for it. But I ain't paying for it. No and way. What if the healthcare involves the delivery of babies? Is there a distinction there? Just asking for a friend. Actually, the food and healthcare is already controlled by the corporations which control the government. Prove me wrong. I'm going to prove you wrong. You're right. You're right all the way there. Corporations control the government. So instead of having the government working for Stalin and the communists, you prefer the government controlled by the corporations, who then extract profits from the provision of healthcare and food and petrol. I don't know why you listed that exactly, but like, let's just go with that one. Let's just stick with the corporations controlling the government and extracting profit off the population. Much better. I'll take that. Hard line. No help for any child-related causes. So like if healthcare crosses over into like pregnancy and delivering babies, still, nah. It's not a health issue. It's just reproduction. Get over it. Dude, hard line. So hard line. Fuck no, don't put words in my text. Dude, you actually wrote it. Here it is. I'll read it out to you. Actually, the food and healthcare is already controlled by the corporations who, which control the government. I don't have to put words in your mouth, bro. You just read for yourself. Pregnancy, do it yourself. Alrighty then. Okay, got it. I'm not going to argue with that. I'll let you have it. All yours. Just push. Oh, man. Push a little harder and breathe. I've seen it at least 5 times. So good.
It's a significant day for One Nation in Victoria.
Finally revealed, the first faces of One Nation Victoria. 8 candidates announced to represent Pauline Hanson's party in November's election.
We've had about 1,200 expressions of interest.
The party's first local leader, former bricklayer and current party president, Warren Pickering.
It's not so working class. He's a brickie, eh? Just a regular guy, not a politician at all. I worked hard. Maybe I'll let a little child-related causes into my policies. Maybe, not sure yet. Depends if there's complications. Warren is a lib defector. Whoa. We're actually going to have a look at that. Dilemmas gave us a piece of him being asked if One Nation is racist. And so we're going to have a look at that after this. Thanks, Dilemmas.
Lost on us the gravity of this undertaking in Victoria. It's really not, as the boss alluded to, we are on the precipice of social and economic collapse.
But there was a late change. An early morning press release announced him as an upper house candidate. A few hours later,
I'll be running for the lower house seat of Pakenham.
Also confirmed 7 upper house candidates,
so
including...
good, like they don't even know which House of Parliament they're running for. They haven't decided yet. They just needed to get to the press conference. And they banned members of the press because they're worried about looking like they're incompetent or like somebody just calling them out and criticizing them, and they don't even know what they're running for. This is what you were talking about before, I'm pretty sure, Hobo Joe. Children are annoying, just saying. How is he so greasy? If you wipe a towel on his face, it'd turn see-through. No commenting on his politics. He's just wet as a seal. Just saying. Yeah, see what I mean? Okay, so they banned media organizations, some media organizations from coming. And it must be because they're embarrassed, I guess. Because they don't even know if they're running in the Senate or the lower house. It's just not serious. It's just awful.
Long count.
So it's fine for 2 corporations to run our large food supply network, but as soon as it's the government, it's bad. It's fine for 4 big banks to run everything, but as soon as the government, it's bad. Are you speaking to the guy, Draconis? Here, Tagard. You might be at a loss. I don't think he's really listening to what's going on here. Welcome to the chat, Tagard. Hope you're well.
Councillor Chris Burson, a former policeman who was a bodyguard for Daniel Andrews, and former Liberal Party executive member Colleen Harkin.
We've got faces now. What about policies?
More to follow on those policies in the coming weeks, Paul.
What would be top of your list? Is it
Top
crime?
of the list is crime. Crime and corruption, absolutely.
There is no longer trust in the politicians, and especially when there has been corruption that has happened to the highest.
That's the guy. Isn't that the guy from Flatmate Studios? Is it Flatmate Studios? I always say it wrong. The guy that makes in cartoons, like the Please Explain cartoons. I'm sure that's him. I'm sure that's him. Read back, Jack. No, I'm not reading. Your comments don't even make sense. You don't even listen to what you read. Welcome to vertical chat. There is also horizontal chat in another stream. Yes, there is. Who's over there? Is that you, Tagard? If you're in the vertical stream and you want to be, there is another. There's a horizontal stream as well. You can go into the main page and find it there.
Level.
Defending banning the ABC, The Guardian and The Age from the event.
I want truth and honesty. You get it from me, I expect it back from the media.
Do you expect you'll be able to govern in your own right?
Dude, well, fucking well. Who's there? Hey, who's that? Who's that? My God, they won't let the Australian broadcaster in. Okay, and they won't let the Guardian in because they're terrified of criticism. So they let Avi Yemeni in instead. Truth and honesty from the media. Poor woman has dementia. Who's taking bets on another one of the candidates having essay allegations? Read back, dude. Okay, I'll read it. Just out of courtesy. Repeal Act of 1871 and Act of 1913. Okay. I read it. Now make your point. Avi holding his mic so straight. Never been on Grindr. We got vertical chat before a GTA 6. Dude, he does look fabulous here though, doesn't he, Avi? Eh? Fabulous.
Absolutely we do, and
No,
we attempt to.
you don't anticipate needing to be in coalition with anyone?
We'll manage that situation if it eventuates.
Pauline, what's your message to the protesters that are going to be at your event tonight, who say you're racist and fascist?
They don't understand me. They don't want to understand me. They're just aggressive.
Premier Ben Carroll also made a team announcement today.
Oh my God, they don't understand me. You're a racist and a fascist. They just don't get it, all right? What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. All right, shall we? All right, this one's from Dilemmas. Dilemmas, tell us, is this entertaining or is this going to be like, oh God, no. So this is the guy that we just watched, right? Warren Pickering, who's like, what? He's heading the One Nation Victorian campaign. Is One Nation actually racist? Asking the hard questions. Let's find out, eh? Let's find out.
And quite frankly, in the mainstream media.
Yes, they are. All right, well, that settles it. That'll save us about 6 minutes at least. Just him answering a question, not radical or anything. Okay.
And I know you guys are sick of this question because it's really silly, but it keeps coming up in the comments on
Oh, wow, I know where this is going. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, apparently I'm told that Pauline Hanson's racist. Now I challenge them, like, show me what she said, and then they give me this court case, which I don't know, like, people can have a look for themselves. I don't think what she said.
What was the court case exactly? What was it that, like the court proved that Pauline Hanson was racist recently because of something that she had said, like, which she could have gotten away with if she had actually said it under parliamentary privilege in the Senate, but she said something like outside, and then someone was like, we got her, she's racist. Does anyone know what it actually was that she said? Before I asked my research assistant, I thought I would ask ye old faithful chat here.
Racist at all. I think if someone doesn't like the country, tell them to go back where they came from is perfectly acceptable. But I've just thought, you know, did you want to explain to us what makes you such a racist?
Yeah, look, as I alluded to earlier, mate, so many people blown away when they go looking at our actual policies and they're like,
it was go back to Pakistan. That's it. It's pretty light on, isn't it? Like, is that really racist? Telling someone to go back to Pakistan? Like, it's pretty light on. Like, let's be honest. It's like the whole thing that's going on in New Zealand at the moment, right? that New Zealand first guy or whatever his name is, Winston Peters, told that guy to go back to China. Like, there is so much worse that people say when they're being racist. Like, really, really derogatory, awful, awful things. Like, they could have got her on so much stuff. Like, we watched her from 30 years ago. Remember the stuff she was saying 30 years ago? My God. Go back to your own country when Faruqi talked bad about the Queen, etc., etc. Go back to where you came from, Pakistan. One Nation leader Pauline Hanson lost a full federal court appeal upholding a finding that she racially discriminated against the Green Senator, Marine Faruqi. She said there is no good Muslim and wants to give Freelander Israel while supporting Ben Robert, Crusader for Christ, and George Pell. Interesting times. Yeah, that's so much worse. She said there is no good Muslim. Like, that's so much worse than telling a fellow politician to fucking go back to Pakistan or something like that. Like, that is so much worse. But like, they go after that one. Because this politician has the resources to go after her political enemy. After the Queen died, she said she cannot mourn an empire. Rah, rah. Yeah, well, whatever. Like, who cares? If that person wants to make a political statement. I have no love for royals. Fuck the royals. Yeah, she told Faruqi to go back to Pakistan, which is in gold. Oh, he said more than that. Can't speak to that, but the two-way street comments on DV and her answers to Tommy Robinson about things started to go wrong after abolishing the White Australia policy. Not good looks. Yeah, like, she has said so much worse than that. Yeah, but the problem is this person is running for parliament. I agree, there is so much more. Like, she could have been done 1,000 times. The government should set an example, is the argument. Yeah, fair enough. She should have high standards, but let's be honest. You think that is racism? That is nothing. You don't hear what people say about you when you leave the room? I could only imagine. I prefer our politicians just did their jobs instead of playing culture wars. Yeah, tell me about it. Good luck, though. They make careers out of this shit. The sooner people are held accountable for dumb insults, the political sphere, the better. In the political sphere, the better. It's about time our politicians behave like adults. It was on X. Who cares? This is her job. Distracting the idiots for Vagino. That's so good. That's hilarious. But these are all moot points if a party gets deregistered. Why would they get deregistered? One Nation is at risk of that because they can't file financial reports. Dude, that's heavy. That's heavy, man. Crazy. He's one of the good ones. Our democratic system should have rules in place to protect against people like Pauline from inciting reactionary propaganda. I don't know, man. Like, let her air out her stupidity. I don't think we should if she wants to say stupid shit like go back to Pakistan, then she just insults large sections of the community and then they decide to vote against her. Then let her air out her stupidity. Let it happen. I think all the politicians should be airing out their stupidity. Give them all parliamentary privilege. Give them privilege all the time. Say what you want, and then people will decide how dumb what they're saying is. I must admit. Obviously the line comes down to inciting violence. Like, if they were like, go out and kill all of these such people or go and attack these people, like, that's another question. But if people want to say stupid stuff, let the informed voter decide. I honestly don't care for One Nation. I'm not scared of them, nor do I think they'll do any good. It's just an honest waste of time. Savage. Well, she is from Pakistan. At least she got the country right. No, she's Australian, and she's a senator. How dare you? Bro, I could have high-speed rail to Brisbane by now, but instead I'm stuck with political slogans built for culture wars and a train that comes twice a day. Yeah, that's the real travesty here. It's the Voltaire argument. Say whatever you want, provided you don't call to violence. Interesting. Act like adults. In the last 25 years, a small snapshot. When have our pollies acted like adults for our benefit? I don't know, man. I'm going to fight you on that one. I think the government needs to make their own social media where professionals in their fields can comment on politicians. Stupid stuff can be used for voting, publishing policies, create polls, etc., etc. But like, what a lame social media account that would be. Don't you reckon? Like, it would have 0 followers, except for like, I don't know, people from the media looking to grab a scoop. That'd be it. Look at Barnaby. Oh man, savage. I mean, I want to shit on One Nation for playing identity politics, but the left-leaning party is completely abandoning the working class for the same that I find truly rank. I feel like I'm like Mr. E. Glover. I'm gonna go there, bro. It's not happening. All right, back to it. Let's find out why this guy is not racist.
Turns out you're not right-wing extreme Nazis. You're just regular people with some, you know, centre or centre-right views. Anyway, look, it obviously stems back, and this has plagued us for years, obviously, from comments that were taken out of context that Pauline originally said in the late 90s. And
taken out of context, what? What was it, the exact word, so I don't misquote her? There's a yellow invasion coming. I don't know what context you need. That sounds pretty fucking racist. Like the Chinese, the yellow invasion or something like that. The yellow wave is coming to take over Australia. I don't know, man. I think that's like, I don't need, like, what context do you want, bro? When she said something like that 30 years ago, I don't know how context is going to help a comment like that. Regular people who say unsavory things.
Arguably, they've come to fruition, and not too many people would debate against that. The fact being that, you know,
it was Asian invasion. She did use the word yellow, I thought, when we watched that 1996 interview. Something of that nature. I know she was with her mum having tea, and her mum was saying it as well.
Checked Chinese investment in the Gold Coast at the time was going to cause a problem. Now, you could argue that, you know, it's added value to that community, but I personally wouldn't. I'd say she was bang on the money. Here we are 28 years later, and it has caused a problem. Look, and then fast forward to the situation you're talking about with Marine Faruqi, I believe.
Yellow peril, potentially, yeah. Just say out of context to immediately discredit people without diving deeper into what they said. Come on, it's all about context. Yellow peril is so dramatic and camp. Exactly, she says the worst shit every day. Pauline was practically a wokey in that interview, calling to reforest national parks with young people in cadetships. Yellow fever. Oh my God.
For those that don't understand the context surrounding that, obviously Marine Faruqi had said, you know, after Queen Elizabeth had died, yeah, well, I understand, or to words of the effect of, I cannot mourn the monarch of the death of the monarch of a colonial such and such. Anyway,
disgusting.
My problems with that.
No, it's not disgusting, you nong. Of course, people cannot like the royals. Like, Australian culture is not tied to like some type of weird and crazed devotion to the royal family. All right, we don't have to actually have loyalty to the crown. All right, okay, it doesn't work like that. We're not subjects. And so if somebody wants to say you to the royals, even when they die and it's probably distasteful, they can say that. It's not a fucking problem. Seriously. There's nothing wrong with critiquing the royals.
A monarchist or not, my problems with that are, you are sworn under the Australian Constitution, which happens to be a Commonwealth, of the British Empire, of the United Kingdom, you're happy to sit back and generate a profit from the Crown, effectively, out of the taxpayer coffers of this country. Yet you sit there, and this is the same with Lydia Thorpe, yet you sit there and claim that you think it's a fallacy to some extent, or you feel like you don't have to respect that system of governance that employs you and gives you, the great blessing of being able to represent the Australian people in federal parliament. Now, I find that disgusting.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, 4IS, claiming victimhood on policing words. So they're whinging that Pauline is being victimized for saying something untoward to another person, and then they're policing words at the same time. The contradiction is incredible, isn't it? How dare she say something about the Queen? And like, isn't it crazy that Pauline got in trouble for saying something derogatory to her? Like, are these people fucking for real? Like, honestly, do they even listen to themselves when they're talking? My God. It's a fucking good point, 4IS. My God. The contradiction, the hypocrisy is so dumb. They're upset that people would think that Pauline should be policed with her words, and they're literally trying to police somebody else's language around royals, people that don't even give a shit about these people anyway, and have said things like they don't care if the Commonwealth breaks up, happy for people to be independent. Fucking idiots. I mean, I don't see any problem with it. It was the day she died, though. So expect someone to say something like Pauline did, and don't cry to the political racism like a child. Wanting to be led by a family of inbreds. Now that's a monoculture I want to be in. That's hilarious. Yes, the blatant hypocrisy comes out on both sides with identity politics. It's dangerous territory. It is dangerous, like culture wars, identity politics. You have to be careful because, what's right in this conversation is now incorrect when you apply it to something else. And it's just riddled with hypocrisies. Yes. It's a very dangerous territory.
If anybody, let's put it in a different context. Pauline did say, piss off back to Pakistan. I personally don't have a problem with that. If you don't like it. Me neither.
I would have said worse.
Yeah, but firstly, so that should have been covered by parliamentary privilege. She should not have been able to take Senator Hanson to court for that. This is two elected members. We should be able to have tough discussions. If our politicians can't even have hard dialogue around these very emotionally charged issues, then when
nothing mono about East stereo channels. Morning peeps, how you going? Hope you're well, Woozle.
Can we have these discussions as a society? We need to be able to have robust discussions about key issues as a society in order for us to find viable solutions and move forward. Would Senator Hanson have been labelled the same way had it been a US expat or somebody that came here, say a white European Christian American that came here and had problems with the whole situation?
Why does it have to be a white European Christian American? Can't it just be a white European American? Why do they insert the religion in? These people don't even understand what they're talking about. I think that is increasingly clear. This is rather hard to watch, to be honest. Back in the olden days of the US, members of Congress would duel each other. I guess Australia is just soft. They go running to a lawyer looking to sue because they got their feelings hurt. And what people still duel each other in the US? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I actually think that there was a number of duels that used to happen in the colonial days. But yes, I'm sure people still duel each other to sort out their issues in US politics, Han, I'm sure. No, they go running to APAC and cry to get a congressman thrown out of office. Fair enough. Let's duel. Not that type of dueling, all right? It's not a sex thing. No, this enough. I get the thing here. All right? I get it. The concern. How dare she? She shouldn't be held accountable for what she's saying. It's not fair. But we want to hold the other person accountable for what they're saying. They're not racist. It is conjured up by other political parties, especially the commie brain-dead Greens. An insult to commies. To turn people away from one nation because most of their policies are actually correct, but go away from the ideology of the socialists. The media, especially the ABC, Australian Bureau of Communism. Oh, dude, that's so good. Remind me, please. I'm not calling it the Australian Broadcaster anymore. The ABC is the Australian Bureau of Communism. That's so good. Like to go along with this or follow this narrative because... Oh, this is a diatribe. Oh, no, sorry. They are also mega left-leaning, brain-dead socialists. Fuck yeah. The Australian Bureau of Communism. The ABC. I knew it. So let's figure out why Pauline Hanson banned the ABC, the Australian Bureau of Communists, from her little One Nation party last night. Why did she do that? Why did she ban them? I want to know specifically. Ah, yes, the pro-capitalism Greens, so socialists. Let's have a look.
As a
Very candidate, our
when it comes, is here to talk us through it. And the Victorian state election is actually ticket. Now, worked for Nation wants to run in every line. Media tried to pepper with questions about One Nation's supports are also on display. Banned some of the huge media. The ABC, she made the announcement today, but banned some of the media. The ABC, the Age newspaper, which is a huge masthead with a huge online reach.
Did ban the Age? The ABC, which is the Australian Bureau of Communism, and the Guardian from this One Nation candidacy launch thing. Look at this, bro. Look at that. Channel 9, Channel 10, I think. Channel 7, News 24, formerly Sky News, and Rebel News. Rebel News is up there, and the Australian Bureau of Communism is not. What a world, man. Why does Pauline Hanson sound like she's on the brink of tears every time she talks?
The Guardian.
ABC were denied entry into here and The Guardian. I'm not putting up with their rubbish. I'm not putting up with their spin, their lies whatsoever. I want truth and honesty. You get it from me, I expect it back from the media.
Look, to elaborate on that, and to elaborate on that just a little bit, we expect and invite a healthy amount of scrutiny of our candidates and our policy positions. However, any blatant character assassination attempts based on fabrications of our candidates will be met with swift legal action.
So there you go. And it is a
Legal
bold
action.
move when you're no longer a fringe party. Yes, One Nation believes its success rests on meeting people on the ground and through talking to them directly on social media. But when you're running a campaign, that's a huge task, and ABC's reach in regional areas can't be ignored. It also comes down to accountability and scrutiny and perhaps avoiding that.
Well, and threatening legal action, that's another step beyond that. Yes. Right, so the other thing was the inquiry into gambling reform. That got under...
Interesting. So it's just we ban them because we don't want to be criticised. Leave out of Trump's book. It's very Trumpian, isn't it? She's just like, they're fake news, so we're not going to let them in. The Australian Bureau of Communism, not allowed. But Rebel News, oh yeah. Bro, it just makes them look like snowflakes. The threatening of legal action is not a good look. It's crazy. Control the conversation. You said bad things about me, so you're not allowed to be here anymore. All right, that's enough of this issue. All right, now, this is, I think, rather pertinent to some of the conversations that we've been having. We're changing gears entirely here. All right, so just hold on to your butts. Because we're going somewhere else now. Somewhere else completely. This is a piece that was given to me by none other than our New York City correspondent, Jag. You may know him, friend of the stream, my friend and yours. And this is the pertinent question here is like, what do you make of this evil socialism? We've been speaking a little bit about the DSA, so the Democratic Socialists of America, and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, Zohran, is the mayor of New York. He seems to have a bit of sway, a bit of pull about what he can get through to help out working people in New York. That's all of his rhetoric is around that. And so I am always inclined to get down with that type of rhetoric, because if he is actually helping and making life easier for the working population of New York City, then like, let's do it, baby. That's my type of politics. Now, he has unveiled plans very recently for a new site that would have some type of affordable or social housing in it. A large-scale development, a mixed-use development. So in planning jargon, a mixed-use development is something that has multiple uses inside of it. So you can have commercial uses, you can have residential uses. Usually in an area like that, that's limited to those two functions. But under the umbrella of a commercial use, you can have many things from, you know, shops on the street level to office spaces to childcare centers to some type of entertainment facilities. And then you have residential living above that, and residential in many forms, from like boarding accommodation and like for transient kind of living, people that need like short to long-term accommodation but not looking to take residence somewhere. And then you have like affordable housing, you have social housing, so things that are capped on the market. And then you have just like you have people that can buy into a development and take up residence there because they own the property themselves. So let us have a look at this proposal, because this is part of that, you know, evil socialist agenda, which is what Zohran Mamdani is trying to carry out in New York City, and why Trump and the Trump regime are talking incessantly about the rise of communism at the moment, because everyone's terrified that DSA members, led by Zohran Mamdani and his incredible influence, they are causing some type of communist loving wave that's going to take over American politics. And stuff like this potentially adds weight to that narrative that the commies are taking over. And it's not just because of some kind of conspiracy, but because what they're doing is actually quite popular with the masses. So things like what Mamdani has tried to get off the ground, like policies that would allow there to be free childcare services, free public transportation in the form of buses, fast and free buses, and rent control. So working people that are struggling to pay rent and afford the general cost of living in New York City, which I'm sure is enormous, let's be honest, they're able to have a little bit of relief on their housing costs. They're not paying as much of their paycheck in housing costs, in rent, and they can spend that on something else, like getting avocado on toast or something. You lost me a childcare mystery. Dude, so good. Hilarious. Trump Plaza, the new site for the community center, hopefully. Yeah, well, look, let's just forget about the childcare thing, and let's just stick with the free buses and the rent control, all these evil socialist stuff. Anyway, they're talking about a new large-scale mixed-use development. Like, look at that thing. Like, this is the block here. For anyone that can't see this right now, I do apologize, but I'll try to explain it. There's like an entire block, and like in an area of New York, right, to have a block to play with, that's enormous development opportunity. And so if you can wrangle in developers, and this is what city councils do all across the Western world and how local governance runs, you can incentivize developers by giving them some type of additional benefit on their land, like increase the density, the amount of housing, the amount of floor area, maybe give them some incentives in terms of tax reductions if they provide certain things as part of that development. And that might be provide affordable housing, or provide social housing, provide housing that is for working people, as opposed to it's just going to be a bunch of fucking condos for fly in and out millionaires and billionaires and stuff like that. The pattern is me. Is there a pattern? Is there an attraction to a predictable outcome that you've already decided? No one wants to insure a childcare center. All right, so let us read this evil commie idea and see if we can pick it apart. If you know enough about my banter and like what I usually say about development and the provision of housing, you probably will know what type of critique I'm going to have of this, but I haven't read it in enough detail yet. So let's have a look. Mamdani administration to transform long vacant Queen's site with nearly 1,000 new homes and new community amenities. I'm really curious. You're covering this. I am. I got this from our New York correspondent. And so I was wondering, to build 1,000 units, it'll cost about 5 billion or so. Yeah, but like that's the thing, like the costs get caught up in the larger development. So if this developer, whoever this will be, Trump and some of his mates, if this developer is incentivized by here's some additional floor space, additional commercial space, they're already going to build residential quarters anyway, just build an extra 1,000 and you can get additional floor area in this building, maybe additional height, maybe restrictions on the development controls will be taken away. So like they have to have the building set back or they have to have so much sunlight. Like they can remove certain restrictions in order to incentivize them to put housing in. So like will it actually cost 5 billion? Or are they already in there doing this and it's just additional costs? Maybe from scratch, if you were just building 1,000 units, it would be $5 billion or something crazy like that. I find that rather hard to believe that creating 1,000 units will cost $5 billion, but whatever. No, hear me out. Make it profitable, build 1,000 units so the builder can make profit and then the city has to spend $0. Well, yes, that's what we're talking about, an incentive structure. I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or not, but that's pretty much how development happens in big cities all around the world. But like, whatever. Mamdani administration to transform long vacant Queen's site with nearly 1,000 new homes and new community amenities. Now, this is not particularly socialist at all. It's got nothing to do with socialism, got nothing to do with communism. It happens in cities all around the world. Mayors and councillors continually negotiate with developers in highly sought after areas where they know developers will be attracted to and say, all right, here's some extra floor area that you can build. Like more floor space means more money, more area, or like here's some additional height, or here's some additional uses that you can put on the site. More uses, more money. Here's some additional stuff, but you must also provide housing for people in the community. Like, humans need places to live. So like, this is not socialist in the slightest. Developers and local governments do this in every city around the world. This negotiation is happening all the time between local governments and developers. It's just the way this game works. So not particularly socialist, but we'll see how they frame it. Today, Housing Preservation and Development Commissioner Dina Levy announced that a long empty lot in Hunters Point, South Queens will be transformed into the Orion, a mixed-use development that will create nearly 1,000 new homes across 3 buildings, with 2/3 to be affordable to extremely low to moderate income households. What is extremely low? I have no idea. We'll have to find out. This is the latest step in the evolution of Hunter Point South, a previously industrial 30-acre area along the East River waterfront. After a failed bid to host the 2012 Summer Olympic Games, the city launched a plan for development of this waterfront as a mixed-use, mixed-income community. As part of the multi-agency effort, the area has transformed into a new community with over 3,000 new homes, commercial retail stores, community facilities such as the Queen's Landing Bathhouse, an environmental centre, and 3 new schools, an award-winning waterfront park, and infrastructure and roadway development. The city is designated the site to a development team consisting of Slate Property Group, the Hudson Companies, heard about that actually, and Volunteers of America Greater New York. Marvel Architects will serve as the project's architecture and design firm, and local non-for-profit Common Point will lease and operate a daycare, workforce development center, and a community pool. The Orion marks the next step in the transformation of Hunters Point, bringing hundreds of new homes, a new childcare centre, workforce development, and retail space to a long vacant lot. This project shows how we can use public land to deliver mixed-use projects that benefit future residents and the surrounding community alike. I look forward to working with the development team, HPD, and local leaders to see the Orion to fruition. Leila Borzog, Deputy Mayor of Housing and Planning. As we face a citywide housing shortage, this long vacant lot will be transformed into nearly 1,000 new homes, 2/3 of which will be affordable. So like of 1,000 new homes coming to the market, 2/3 will be affordable or for extremely low to moderate income households, the HPD Commissioner Dina Levy said. The project, which includes more than 145 supporting housing units, underscores our commitment to create safe, affordable housing for all New Yorkers. By incorporating important public amenities such as daycare center, a workforce development center, and an indoor community pool, we are ensuring that this project is not just about creating new housing, but also building a neighborhood where families can grow and thrive. With our city in the midst of an unprecedented housing crisis, the Orion and its more than 650 income-restricted units out of nearly 1,000 total homes is exactly the kind of investment that we need in neighborhoods like Long Island City, where the cost of living continues to rise, said Queensborough President Donovan Richards Jr. We must leave no stone unturned as we seek to increase our city's housing supply, and I am thrilled that the long vacant lot will be turned into beautiful new homes for hundreds of Queens families. Thank you to all our public and private partners in getting this plan off the ground. Now, if you're wondering what's going on when developers talk like this, the developers don't give a whether it's rent controlled or not. What they want is housing stock on the ground. They always want to build more, because if you have more, then in the future that becomes an asset. Once you finish building it and you have it on your books, it doesn't matter if those homes can be filled right now or not. They will be likely filled in the future, unless there's some type of event where New York City's population starts to decrease. But the general trajectory, I'd say, of New York City's population is it is going up or it is swelling to a certain degree. And so like if you have 1,000 homes at the moment and you can't house all of them, you have an asset on the books and you will be able to fit people into it in the future. It is an asset. And so if they were only allowed to produce at one point on this site like 200 homes or something, or 300 homes, maybe 400 homes, and then the government or the local government or the New York City Mayor's Department turned around and said, we'll let you build 1,000, but 650 of them have to be rent controlled. Let's say they have to be affordable housing options. They're just like, fuck yeah, that's like 600 more homes that we weren't going to build before. And it's not on the council's books. It's not controlled by the public or the government. It's not. It is on the books and it's an asset of the developer. It's in private hands. They love this stuff. Don't think for a second that they are being dragged over the coals here, these developers. And they're just like, no, don't make us build more housing. No. Like they are, yeah, let's build more housing because it is on their books. And it only takes It only takes one administration change to come in and change the law so they can like, all right, let Mamdani do this and allow us to build 600 new homes that might not have been on the original plans, and they'll be rent controlled for now. But it just takes one administration change for all of those houses that were previously rent controlled to be now completely privatized and sold off at market rates. They can just be like, sorry, the deal's off. There's no more rent control here. And those 600 homes that they got that were supposed to be for affordable housing are now back on the market. They're back on the menu, boys. So don't think for a second that developers are being forced by some evil communist regime to build more housing for poor people or something like that. They are loving this because they control the asset. That's how it works in the real world. Housing costs are one of the driving factors of New York City's affordability crisis, said the state senator, Christine Gonzalez. 43% of renters are classified as rent burdened. And in 2025, average rent increased 4.7%, well above the rate of inflation. Our city desperately needs additional housing. Specifically, we need affordable, safe, and dignified housing. I commend Mayor Mamdani, Deputy Mayor Borzog, and the HPD Commissioner Levy for their focus on affordable housing. Mr. It's great efforts from you. You deserve a break, brother, for some time. Chill for a bit, sit and relax. I don't often get breaks, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it. That's commendable for me, for engaging brain in something for extensive time intervals. That's a lot of information to process. Take a break and relax. It's very important to let the brain relax and calm. I guess you're new here, but we do this a lot. We do this for about 6 hours, man. Strap yourself in. But like, we do watch stuff. We do watch stuff. I do relax when I'm not constantly talking. There's an estimate of 50,000 units in New York City that are empty because of renting them or fixing them up, and renting them is not profitable due to rent control. They should try and get these units on the market before building new ones. Just my dumbass opinion. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, hon. Very good. My rent at my last place went up 15% and 12% before I told my landlord to off and moved. Dude, that's crazy. Community self-building is the way we should go, in my opinion. Good luck. Imagine, like, how do you fight? How do you get community money together to fight against developer money like this? It's very difficult to do. It would be lovely, but it's hard to fight against this machine. I am thrilled to see that after sitting vacant for years, the site will be transformed into affordable housing that Queens families actually need. Pairing 658 affordable homes with childcare and job training is exactly the kind of meaningful investment our community deserves. Solving our affordability crisis will require creative solutions and roll up your sleeves approach to creating housing that works for the New Yorkers and allows them to live in dynamic, diverse, and desirable neighborhoods. Yeah, it's so much PR. It's just PR. For 4 decades, Hudson has focused on a mission to build housing for everyone, regardless of income. This project will serve that full spectrum and deliver much-needed resources to Hunters Point. Reaching households at every income level in a high-opportunity neighborhood like Hunters Point reflects a simple belief: where New Yorkers live shouldn't come down to income alone. We look forward to working with our development partners at HPD to bring this project to life. Wrong. Interesting. The project advances key priorities in block by block the housing plan for New York era. Through Mayor Mamdani's first adopted budget, the city is investing nearly $5 billion in capital funding for new affordable development, like the Orion, over the next 2 fiscal years, while adding 41 new staff positions to accelerate housing production. The transformation of the site also advances the administration's commitment to building affordable housing on city-owned land. On his first day in office, Mayor Mamdani signed Executive Order 4, creating the Land Inventory Fast Tracks Lift Task Force to identify city-owned sites that can be transformed into affordable housing. Now, this is nice. This idea is lovely. Changing city-owned land, so that is government or public-owned land, technically, into affordable housing. That's a different thing. Now, if they develop it themselves or they contract out to a developer, fine, but the city maintains control of that housing. That is the difference, ladies and gentlemen. That makes all of the difference in these cases. Block by Block sets ambitious goals to meet the scale of New York City's housing crisis by building 200,000 new affordable homes and preserving another 200,000 over the next decade. The plan also strengthens tenant protections and housing code enforcements. Community-focused process. The request for proposals for the site, which was released on June 13, 2025, was shaped by an extensive public input, including public meetings and presentations to Queen's Community Board 2, outreach to local community-based organizations, flyering and tabling events around the neighborhood, such as community visioning workshop and Sunnyside Community Services. Okay, so they just did all the usual community stuff that developers have to do anyway. They go out to the community, see if they have any comments, blah, 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 blah. The project development team. Approximately 70,000 square foot site is located at 54 2nd Street in Queens, Community District 2, known as Parcel E. State Property Group, Slate, is a New York City-based developer and operator with over 3,300 affordable, supportive, and transitional housing units. Slate will co-lead the development of the Orion by supporting design, selection, financing, entitlement, stakeholder engagement, and administrative functions. Hudson Companies, formed in 1986, is a New York City-based development firm having successfully developed nearly 10,000 residential units and 390,000 square feet of commercial space. You know who talks about Hudson? 4IS and JAG. David Harvey talks about the Hudson Yards development, I'm pretty sure. I've been to those community meetings. It's just a bunch of old people griping about parking and NIMBY shit. Those are the people who have the most influence on what's going on. Dude, it's like that in in all of these systems. It's the same thing. It's just like, yeah, like people that watch these spaces to go to community meetings are like usually the elderly, and they have the time to go. Like a lot of the community meetings that I used to be involved in, they were during work hours. It's like people are working and they can't come along. It's just like, yeah, anyway. Look, what I'm hearing here is, if you're wondering what's going on, it's like we have a development site with incredible development opportunity, and you have a developer just like chomping at the bit, or a bunch of a consortium of developers who are chomping at the bit to develop this vacant parcel in like some of the most desirable land in modern world. We're talking about in New York City, right? In Queens. Some of the most desirable location in the developed world, and they're chomping at the bit. And then so you have the government. It's truly prime real estate. You have the government coming in and saying, all right, before you just do what you're going to do, which is what they usually do anyway, there's no charity involved in providing retail space, a pool, and a childcare center. All of these things are very profitable endeavors. Creating childcare, commercial floor space, providing a public pool as commercial floor space, providing retail opportunities. We're here to build community. Yeah, okay, yes, communities develop around shops and childcare centers and public pools. Okay, we get that. But like, you're doing this because you're going to be able to lease out the floor space to an operator and extract rent off them. It's a profitable endeavor. You're not doing this because it's in charity. All right, so this stuff happens all over the place. And these developers already have a mandate about what they're going to make in terms of their returns on this development, and they're going to make at least a 20% margin of profit on the development itself, not just the long-term renting out of the property, but like the actual uplift that comes from the property itself. And then they go to the government, or the government comes to them and says, look, add in extra houses because we need affordable housing, and you will have additional benefits. And like one of those benefits is this. I'm not hearing here that these houses are going to be held in the public hands. Actually, let's read. Let's see. Maybe it will be held in public hands, and I will eat my words. The Orient was designed by Marvel to include approximately 980 new apartments. Of those 980, approximately 658 income restricted apartments affordable to extremely low to moderate income households, including approximately 150 supportive apartments. An indoor community pool located at ground level that will primarily serve residents, but also be accessible to the wider community through programming provided by Common Point. Residential amenities are located throughout the 3 buildings, with each building having independent laundry facilities, fitness centers, community rooms, bike storage, rooftop access. Residents of all 3 buildings will have access to the amenities located on the ground floor, which includes indoor pool, kids' playrooms, interior courtyard. Like, I don't see anywhere here that like the 650 income restricted apartments affordable to extremely low to moderate income households are going to be held by the government. Like, this is not evil communism in the sense that I don't believe this like New York City Council or the government, the local government, or the New York State is going to hold possession or title of these apartments. And so, yes, it's lovely that they are squeezing this developer or incentivizing this developer to provide affordable housing, but it's affordable housing in private hands. Okay, so this is a private asset that is simply constrained on its market freedoms. That's all it is. It's a libertarian nightmare, this type of stuff, to be honest. It's just like, what, you give us these 658 homes, you allow us to build them, and you tell us that we can't even rent them out at extremely high prices? Outrageous. It's outrageous. If they really wanted to do this, and it can be done, they could have negotiated hardball and been like, all right, you provide 500 of those 900 units as rent controlled, and they will be in possession. They will be the private property holdings of the local government, or the state even potentially can be transferred to ownership of the state, and they function as state assets, and the state becomes the landlord, and then we will set a price and have an interest in the overall development. And that's how you would ensure that there's some public value there, because then the state would have some type of say in the public interest, hopefully, over the control of these properties. So it can't be taken out of the public's hands at the change of a new government. So this is not a solution to housing affordability in terms of allowing there to be options off the market. This is just doing a deal with a bunch of developers and saying, can you please make sure you rent these out for less money? That's all it is. And then in the interim, they get more property on their books. Like we were reading before, some of these developers have 3,000 homes on their books. They operate 3,000 homes. Imagine the rent, even if it is rent controlled. Imagine the amount of money that this developer gets from hoarding 3,300 units in New York City. In New York City. That's mental. They would be making, again, millions of dollars as a landlord. And now they're going to get another 650 of them. And this isn't going to be forever. You think Mamdani is going to be mayor of New York City in perpetuity? No, someone else will come along and then they'll be like, oh, it was evil communism, this idea of rent control, and they'll take it away for certain people. Like the lower class landlords, they'll still be screwed. But like the big developer, billionaire or millionaire, multi-millionaire ones, they'll get breaks. And then this just adds to their property portfolios. That's what it does. Now, is there relief though? Of course there's relief. If you add 600 more houses into the stock and it's rent controlled, it's lovely. All right, it's lovely. It's going to be nice for the people that live in those rent controlled apartments. And they're going to be new, so they're going to be schmick. They're going to have nice facilities and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be nice living. But like, it's not solving the system that created the housing crisis in the first place. It's just turning to the market, giving someone additional stock, basically. You get more houses now. Yep, they have more assets on their books now, and they're just like told how much they can rent it out for. And the rich get richer. They are using a mixed income market initiative. So essentially they're subsidizing the rent controlled units with market rate units. Very interesting. So they get a little bit of both and one pays for the other. But like at the end of the day, once the costs are covered, they've got real assets on the books. And like, this is just how the developer world works. This is not communism, all right? This is not like rent control. Like, this is a system where the developer gets more housing than what they could have built legally under the current legislation and the current planning controls, and they get more stuff, and like for a period of time they just have to give it out to someone for less than market cost. That's all that's happening here. And like, yes, it will relieve housing pressures for whoever moves into that during this grace period, but beyond that, it's just giving a developer, the people that have caused this problem in the first place, the housing crisis, the market housing crisis, giving developers more reign to build more stuff and like create larger portfolios, have more assets on the books. It's not attacking the foundation of the problem. It is like alleviating it to a certain degree, as long as this system goes on for. But like, how long will it go on for? And in the meantime, they walk away with more stock. And the rich get richer. This is like neoliberalism at its finest. This is how neoliberalism does things. Government has to incentivize development to get something for the public, but it's held privately. Like, we didn't do this back in the day. Like 50 years ago, when the government decided there was a housing shortage, they made public housing. Done. They were a developer, just like the other developers. But housing is a goddamn human right. People need housing, so they just built housing. It's very simple stuff. It's not controversial at all, although people think it's pretty controversial. It's not. It's not controversial, I'm telling you people. Mamdani the socialist with suspiciously centrist neoliberal policies. What a surprise. Again, but like, this is like not even him. This is just how local government works in any major city in the globe. Government, private sector come together, negotiate. Government has like some things that it wants to get at, gives additional bonuses to developer provides, but also make sure it's held privately. There's nothing new here, is all I'm saying. So like, if people are going to point at this on both sides of the aisle, if like people that are anti-Mamdani and are worried about the communist takeover are going to be like, communism, idiots. But like, if people are going to be like, look, this is Mamdani's socialism, he's doing it. He's solving the affordability crisis, idiot. Like, they all do this. This is not new. This is not new. There's nothing new about this. This is not the communist takeover. I'm still waiting for the communist takeover. It's coming. It's coming. Any minute now. Any minute now. The controversy comes when those areas turn into slums. No way. It won't happen. Because this developer has an interest in keeping this block as pristine as possible, because it's a good investment. It's a great investment. You got to work with what you got sometimes. Yeah, and like that's what they're doing. They are working, but like this is the system that happens all around the world. So if people are going to be like, this is communism, like it's not. But like if people also are like excited and think this is communism, like it's not. All right, this is not. This is just negotiating with developers and like trying to get some form of public benefit. But like before, public benefit used to be, all right, public benefit, you own it. The public owns it. We just don't have that because it's neoliberal now and it's private. Did a clip for you, E? Ooh, thank you. It's like a train in India. You never know when it'll come, but it'll come, all right. It's coming. Eh? It's coming. The capitalism will prevent the slumification because the capitalists will ensure police brutalize the poor. Yeah. Oh, not talking New York City mystery in general. All right. Thus keeping us relatively dry. How you going, Blaz, by the way? Welcome to the stream. Aren't there schools tied to local taxes in some way? I don't know, I guess. Like if they're public schools, they should be definitely tied to all taxes, right? All the taxes. Doing all right. Glad to hear. Trying to keep relatively dry in this rain. All right. Exciting stuff. There's a bit more stock, but like it's privatized. This is neoliberalism, man. Got to get away from it. Is this a new format on YouTube? There's actually 2 streams going on. I can stream to both. YouTube has that function now. And so I can stream to people that are like doom scrolling on shorts and just to the regular horizontal view. Ninja Nurse, how you going? Hope you're well. Public housing comes with stigma of slums. How do you rectify that? Wow, like it is, as you said, like the word is so poignant. It's stigma. And I think there's a lot of stigma that has been put around there because it supports the private sector. They're just like, oh, but you don't want to build public housing because blah, 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 blah. It's just like, it's awful. And people are like, oh yeah, public housing. That's where like druggers hang out and undesirables, deplorables. And so yes, it has a stigma. But like we also have a housing crisis. Clever girl. Yes, thank you. We also have a housing crisis. And so if people are struggling to put a roof over their head, stigma or not, they're going to have to get into public housing. It'll help. Now, the problem is, like, do you just concentrate public housing and, like, keep it away from the rest? No. Planners have known for a long enough time that you can integrate public housing in amongst other areas. And so, like, people aren't ostracized and they don't become enclaves. I think enclave has got to be the word of the week now. But, like, so you don't create enclaves where people are economically disadvantaged all like hanging out together. You put them and salt. We used to call it salt and peppering. You mix it throughout existing development. And like, this is perfect. Like this area in Queens we were looking at here, like prime real estate. You could easily have that as public housing and it won't have stigma because you could just do it nicely and it mixes in with other people as well. An earned stigma. Thanks, capitalism. I think it is potentially anyway, like manufactured, like this stigma. There's a lot of new public housing developments or mixed developments that include public housing that are lovely. Absolutely lovely. But we have like this really old school vision of public housing from like, I don't know, the 60s and the 70s. And like, which is like, we're enclaves. That's the problem. Who wants to help slum dwellers? That's the problem. You should want to help slum dwellers. I should, or you should. Everyone should want to help slum dwellers out of being slum dwellers. Or the royal we. Yeah, the royal we, I think, as in society. should assist people that live in housing which is undignified. Enclaves are bad. I've played Fallout, so I'm basically an expert. Interesting. All right. Let us move on. But like, long and the short of it, this is not socialism. When a city mayor and their administration, let's be honest, their team of people negotiate to get additional affordable housing inside a development that is incredibly profitable for the developer, and they fork out a little bit of extra cost to get additional assets, which then they control privately. It's just regulated to not screw people over entirely. That's not the wave of communism that Trump is worried about. It's so far from it. Like, there's just normal practice. And you know what the funny thing is about this all is Trump is a developer and he would know about this firsthand. This is just the game. I don't know how this one works, to be honest. Woozle grew up in housing commission adjacent suburb. They stopped it from slumifying by mixing defense force and housing commission. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. Let us move on. Now, I wanted to do something interesting today. I've stumbled across interesting stuff today. And we're going to do a little bit of DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, also known affectionately in the West as North Korea. There's the South Koreans, and then there's the North Koreans, if you know what I mean. And we're going to spend a bit of time glazing the North Koreans. That's right, you heard it. Very strange thing to do. Not many people would consider glazing North Korea, but that's what we're going to do for potentially the rest of the day. I don't know. I haven't put a time on it. Mr. Kim. So yes, we're going to spend a bit of time looking at why North Korea is becoming more poignant in global politics. Think about that. Like, North Korea has been a backwater, starvation, commie dystopia from since the 60s. And now all of a sudden, the discourse is starting to change on North Korea. You're starting to see people talk about North Korea like it's some force to be reckoned with. And not just because they have nuclear weapons, but because they have a budding economy. Just let that sink in. While we're here in the West, the collective West, talking about housing affordability and the cost of living crises and government debt and what's wrong with the world, North Korea is starting to get an image change. We just talked about stigma. Public housing is being stigmatized. But when you think about public housing, you think about poor people and large flat screen TVs on milk crates and rubbish everywhere and druggos. Now, when you think about North Korea, you think about, starving peasants and a totalitarian regime that watches everything that you're doing, from some crazy 1984 adaptation for the cinema, some scary dystopian totalitarian structure. But that, would you believe it, is starting to change. I am Mystery's strongest soldier. I'm going to need a few of them soldiers eventually. But yeah, public opinion, if not public opinion, but eyes are turning to North Korea now. And it's starting to depict North Korea as more than just some backwards, starving, communistic dystopia that's trapped in, the 1950s or something like that. And people are starting to see the economic development of North Korea. A lot of people, I guess, would just put that down to, they're right next door to China, and all the success that China has just spills over the border into North Korea, and it's got nothing to do with them and their own devices. But China and North Korea haven't had the best relationships over the last decade. Everybody thinks that, North Korea is kind of like China's lapdog or attack dog, depending on how you talk about it. But that's, I think, relations between the two countries have been put back on the straight and narrow after a rather tumultuous time over the last decade. Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un didn't see eye to eye for a long time. Hence, actually, part of the reason why Trump went over there during Trump's first term, because Xi Jinping didn't and Kim Jong-un weren't getting along very well, and China and North Korea were kind of on the rocks. But like everyone just thinks that, yes, China's success flows into North Korea and et cetera, but that is not the case. It's primarily, and North Korea has, I would say, and I would argue, done a lot to focus on its economic development, and is basically starting to show the world that it's more than just a military industrial complex. It is an industrially complex society. It has done its best to stave off aggression from the outside, and it has largely militarized its society to ensure that it's not going to be attacked or anything like that. It's not going to be taken over. And like, you know, that's a pretty good track record. Like, look at what's happening in Iran at the moment. If they actually had nukes, they wouldn't be being bombed by the US at the moment. And so North Korea has its nuclear arsenal, and while everyone has some bad stigma about North Korea, definitely doesn't get attacked by the US, that's for sure. And so, yes, North Korea's image is starting to change. And you might have felt this. You might have seen this in news reports about North Korea. Like intrigued by North Korea. You might even have seen it just because people are starting to like go over there and travel there, and like travel vloggers love the place. And they go over and they're just like, we got into North Korea. Like they're breaking through the demilitarized zone somehow. And they're getting into, they're somehow breaking into a communist dystopia. But like they're obviously just like any other tourist that goes there, just logging their experience. But like there is a public shift, there's an opinion shift happening on the question of North Korea. So let us have a look into that. And like we're gonna have to just go through the eyes of said travel vloggers, and like we'll get a taste for what Pyongyang is like. They only seem to go to Pyongyang. I don't know what it's like if they get access to other areas, but we're going to glaze on North Korea a little bit. But we're going to first see how North Korea relates to geopolitics, because the talk at the moment when it comes to North Korea is largely in relation to Ukraine and the war with Russia, because North Korea is not only supporting Russia's war or side of the war, they are offering soldiers too. And so North Koreans go to the front lines or go to die in the Ukraine war. But what they bring back with them is military experience, which is worth its weight in gold, apparently. And especially in a world that is potentially fracturing. American power is waning, and there's a new multipolar world coming out, and like, you know, we're about to see the division between East and West, or between the American-led world and the BRICS nations. And if there is going to be some conflict, having soldiers that are battle-hardened, or at least experienced, is going to make a bit of a difference in that post-history world. Combat experience, vital. Yeah. North Korea is closer to Russia than China. They only have the fourth largest military. Would it be out of nowhere? Yeah. Imagine North Korea out of nowhere takes the holds of the world's manufacturer. I think they do a little bit of manufacturing as well, right? for China, or they have been for a while. Oh, it's Pyongyang's development, like Moscow's. Make the capital pretty and the rest of the country country's poverty doesn't matter. But like there's a lot of that goes on in the industrial world, if you think about it though, Spandonk. You have certain areas of cities that are pristine and beautiful. Then you have slums, as we have been discussing. Or you have certain cities that are like jewels, crown jewels, and then you have regional areas that are completely derelict. Like the US is a great example of that, actually. The East Coast cities compared to like the Appalachian regions. It's once you like think of the way that the world works as a form of economy, as opposed to like this is the free world and this is the authoritarian world, but you just think about how like things look on the actual ground. Like, is it so different? The poverty-stricken regional areas of North Korea when compared to Pyongyang, when considering like New York City compared to, I don't know, some trailer park somewhere in a regional, the regional US somewhere. Think about it. Is it just the stories that we're fed? South Korea is so much better, looks inside, extremely conservative, dropping birth rates, misogyny, capitalist society, forced military training, tied to the dick with the US. New York people escape upwards to avoid. New York people escape upwards to avoid the poverty. Wow, them. If you saw the southeast of Washington, D.C., you would swear up and down we are a dilapidated warlord state. It was just interesting, isn't it? Because the perception is like, oh, well, that's just the free world, right? That's okay. You are such a commie cuck. If the shoe fits. Well, strap yourself in, Saint-Che, because if you're looking for cuckery, we're going to be going down a North Korean hole today. So good luck to you. Hope your hole is oiled, Saint-Che. You focus too much on America? Okay. Guilty. I wouldn't call South Korea conservative at all. They are overtly ruled by capital. We should bring in a loyalty levy like North Korea has. Monoculture purists. Like, you don't even live here. Yes, I know. I'm not allowed to have any opinions on the world because I don't live in it. Brisbane is hilarious. 1 minute you're in the CBD, next minute you're in a crack hub. Really helps when you can just execute anyone who disagrees with you. Douche voice activated. You know it, brother. You know it. All right. Shall we? But like I said, first of all, we look at North Korea in the context of the geopolitical situation. Then we're going to look at the DPRK itself. Shall we? Shall we? LOL. That was someone's logic before. You can't comment on issues outside of your country. Yes. As a citizen of the world, stick to your national boundaries. You got it. Oh, another day of Saint-Che getting butthurt about comments. I don't know. Sometimes he flips throughout the day. So upset in the morning, happy by the evening, telling everybody he loves them by the end of the stream. Just the usual roller coaster. Shall we? Let's learn about the new dog. The big dog. Kim Jong-un and the boys.
We begin the day with Russia and North Korea moving closer together on the battlefield against Ukraine. Now, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has called this partnership an invincible alliance. Moscow gets manpower for its war against Ukraine. Pyongyang gets money, military experience, and possibly Russian technology. Now, Ukraine is warning that Pyongyang is prepared.
And they have agreements when they support each other. They get tech and they have support and they engage in diplomacy. Ooh, scary. Who would have thought that's what happens when countries have relations? Who would have thought? But it's not okay when the North Koreans and the Russians do it. That's a threat.
To send tens of thousands of soldiers to Russia for a new offensive coming this fall. Is this an alliance of convenience, or is it the beginning of a military partnership that is built to threaten Europe and Asia at the same time? Here's what Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had to say.
Russia wants to receive another 30,000 troops from North Korea. Preparations to receive them have been underway in the Voronezh region since June. North Korea...
30,000. 30,000. Isn't like the US's biggest military base, like in the Philippines or something, got like 30,000 personnel in it? 30,000 people. Mental. That's mental. If NK wants to be taken seriously, they got to rename their capital city to something that sounds less silly in English. Oh my god. You just spoke about New York City like you have an effect on it ever. Yes, I know. I'm not allowed to have opinions on anything unless I am directly involved in it. Got it. I got it. They support people, my god, evil. How dare they have alliances? It is funny, the framing, right? It's just like, did you know that other countries have diplomacy? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, how dare you support Russia? Pretty good criticism. At the current burn rate, 30,000 troops will sustain Russia for 1 month. Why is 30,000 mental? Well, I said in the context of American forces around the world. Like from what I understand, the largest military base that they have, military base, I should say, has about 30,000 people. Don't victimize yourself, bitch. Oh, I can't have an opinion. I'm literally just saying you have no effect. Not that you can't have an opinion. Okay. So then I can continue to talk about it then, and you will lay off on the commentary. I said you focus on us too much, not that you can't talk about it. Okay. Fair enough. I apologize, Saint-Chi. I hope you forgive me.
Korea is also preparing to transfer new ballistic missile launchers to Russia. This doesn't only pose a threat to Ukraine. Russia is helping North Korea learn how to wage war, improve its weapons, and gain real combat experience in using them. All of this poses a threat to every country in Asia within range of North Korean missiles.
And so why do you think they're doing that? Why do you think they would be seeking experience on the battlefield? Just because they're threatening all of their regional counterparts? Or is it the other way around? Maybe they feel threatened by regional counterparts? The fact that all of their regional counterparts are full of American bases? Maybe it goes both ways? I don't know. You're only allowed to cover Australian issues from now on. And like specifically just issues from Sydney, maybe even. Because I will have no effect over any of the other Australian politics ever. How could I? Actually, I can't even really affect politics, so I should just stop talking about politics unless I'm a politician, I guess. You're only allowed to cover Australian issues. Western media is dominated by US crap. Opinions gonna be thrown out freely. Couldn't be to make ties with Russia while also making ties with China and the US. Couldn't be just geopolitics. No. Ukrainian soldiers say that the Koreans are the scariest soldiers they've fought. Crazy. Didn't say that. Play victim, bitch, more. Just said you focus too much on the US. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Western Sydney. Yeah, Western Sydney. I can't even focus on Sydney. So just be Western Sydney. And like only where I have an effect. So maybe at the local shops where I interact with people. And at my house. I will become a dictator in my house. Because I can affect the politics of it.
Well, North Korea's foreign minister was in Moscow last week reaffirming Pyongyang's support for Russia's war in Ukraine. North Korea has emerged as a key backer of Russia's war machine since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in early 2022. Now, the two countries, they signed a military assistance treaty back in 2024, and analysts estimate that since then, North Korea has sent more than 14,000 troops to help Russia. Of course, that support comes with strings attached. Pyongyang has received financial, military, and technological benefits in return. Well, I'm joined now by Anton Sokolin. He's the data correspondent.
Did you know they have diplomacy and they exchange things, information, money, resources, personnel? Ooh. Like, the framing is so good. Like, propaganda is so important. The florist is making bank. Yeah, and whoever's making that wine. Fuck yeah.
Korea Risk Group, and he's author of a new analysis examining what 30,000 North Korean troops could mean for Russia's war against Ukraine. He has worked for Reuters and the Korea Trade Promotion Corporation. Anton, it's good to have you with us. Ukraine, it says that preparations to receive 30,000 North Korean troops have been underway in Russia's Voronezh region since June. I'm wondering, how credible is that intelligence?
Well, currently we don't know much. And frankly speaking, there is not much solid evidence corroborating the claim. But at the same time, we know that the information came directly from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And given the fact that it comes from the top chief, the chief of the country, we should take it seriously. At the same time, we're still looking out for additional evidence to confirm this, and I'm sure many open source intelligence analysts, including us, Korea Risk Group, are looking out for those factors.
All right, 30,000 soldiers. We know that they require transport, equipment, training, and Russian officers who can work with them. Can Moscow realistically integrate such a large foreign force by this fall?
Well, luckily to us, as this particular side of their cooperation, we have a precedent, which was the Russian operation in the Kursk region in 2024-2025, where a significant number of North Korean soldiers participated in combat. Their numbers were estimated to be between 12 to 16,000 soldiers. And well, we know that from the get-go, they had problems, issues, persistent issues with coordination, interpreting services, with supply chains, with coordinating their offensive operations. All of these were factors that had an impact on their performance. And we know for a fact that these kind of mishaps led to increasing casualties. Western and South Korean intelligence services estimated around 6,000 North Korean casualties, including, of course, killed and wounded. And at the same time, a Korea Risk Group estimated the number of soldiers, North Korean soldiers, that were killed in action at around 2,300.
Well, Anton,
so definitely.
Let me just ask you, based on what you're saying, then, do you expect these additional troops to enter direct combat, considering what's happened in the past?
I love how stoked they are all the time in the West. They're just like, but wait, they keep going in here? I thought we had this in the bag. I thought we were safe. We keep getting reports from ourselves that Ukraine is on the verge of winning the war and Russia is about to forfeit and walk away from the conflict. Why do people keep sending resources to Russia? Why does Russia keep like bombing and sending drone strikes into the Ukraine? Everyone in the West keeps saying that Russia's economy is failing and Russia's just about to pike out because they can't handle it anymore. And you can see the cognitive dissonance on these people's faces. But why would North Korea send? They had casualties the last time they sent people. Why would they send more people? I don't understand this. Their level of diplomacy is such that they will support each other militarily. Why is this happening? I thought we had this one in the bag. You can see it. They just don't have... Like, the propaganda is so strong that they're not able to look at this stuff objectively at all. Russia had their chance to take territory. It ain't happening. Russia is done. They have no cards. etc., etc., etc. How do we justify this to ourselves? And this is like a German broadcaster, so like they must be really on edge about all of this type of stuff, the Germans. Rock in a hard place, for sure.
Right, so they've learned their lesson and they're going to be more cautious about how they're going to use these forces. So there are several possibilities how they can actually make use of these additional contingents. Of course, we can talk about sending them to the direct front lines, but that could jeopardize Russia's ongoing offensive operations. At the same time, problems with coordination, they could arise again. Surely they learned their lesson. They're going to invest more resources, but managing 30,000 people is not easy. At the same time, we can, of course, expect that they would use them in some rare areas for drone operations, for mine clearance, and maybe in additional spots to free up manpower that could be used, Russian soldiers that could be used somewhere else.
And how much then could that strengthen a Russian offensive against Ukraine?
Right. So if you free up certain soldiers from the rare areas, that definitely can help, that definitely can provide a boost. But we're talking about 30,000 soldiers. While it's a big number for coordinating their presence in the border regions, it's not a very significant number. Ukrainian sources and the Ukrainian military frequently updates the Russian the toll numbers, and Russia, according to them, loses around 1,500 soldiers daily. So if you extrapolate 30,000 and do a quick math, that puts the total toll at around 40,000. So this is just a drop in the ocean, frankly speaking.
All right, that's enough. We're not getting anything from this. Nothing from this. Apart from they don't understand why North Korea keep doing this. Why are they sending troops and supporting the Russians? But why? I don't understand. All right, shall we begin North Korea glazing a little bit? Shall we? Shall we? Now, how do we want to do this? There's a number of these type of North Korea travel vloggers that we've got, because I want to get an inside understanding of how backwards and dystopian North Korea is. Actually, let's get a Russian vlogger. Let's start with that. We get a Russian vlogger first, and then we get a Chinese one. We get different stories on this one. Yeah, let's go with the Russian vlogger first. All right, this is what North Korea looks like. According to a Russian insider. I traveled to North Korea. This is what I actually found. North Korea is probably one of the most misunderstood countries in the world, depending on who you ask. You'll either hear that everything shown to tourists is fake, or that absolutely everything you see reflects everyday life. Both statements are false. I spent a weekend in Pyongyang and went on a guided tour while the country is open to Russian tourists. I visit the landmarks included in the standard itinerary, but I also try to pay attention to everything happening around me to capture moments of actual daily life in North Korea beyond the tourist itinerary. The video is neither an attempt to glorify nor demonize North Korea. It is a record of what I personally saw, what surprised me, and what raised questions during my visit. Let's have a look. Let's do some glazing.
In the previous episode, we crossed rural North Korea by a passenger train and reached its capital, Pyongyang. But now it's finally time to explore Pyongyang itself and head straight into the city. Like every foreign visitor to North Korea, we were not allowed to explore the city on our own. At the time this video was filmed, only Russian citizens were allowed to visit North Korea as tourists. But we still had to be accompanied by the guides everywhere, except the hotel.
Получается, улица, к которой мы сейчас подходим, это одна из главных.
The street that we are approaching Is it one of the main streets of Pyongyang?
Улица Пхеньяна, да?
Называется проспект
This is Seungri Avenue. Seungri means victory.
Сунни, что означает победа.
Our first introduction to Pyongyang was a bit unexpected, because we started with going for a walk. The first thing that struck me was how many people were actually out on the streets. I'm sure someone will claim that they were all actors, or that the entire scene was staged for tourists. But honestly, that theory makes no sense. Pyongyang is the city populated by 3 million people, and multiple tourist groups were visiting different parts of the city the same day. There would be no practical reason to simulate the daily life of an entire capital just for a handful of foreign visitors.
Does anyone argue or object to this type of commentary? Like, there's a lot of people out there when you see them showing footage of North Korea or on tourist trips in North Korea, they're just like, oh, they're all actors and stuff like that. The Truman Show. Yes, it's exactly like North Korea's one big Truman Show affair, and all of these people are just like waiting for this guy to stop filming, and then they go back to whatever it was that they were doing. They take off their regular human clothes and go back to their like communist overalls and pick up a hammer and a sickle and go start banging on something somewhere.
You know, funnily enough, in a lot of places, especially on this street, Pyongyang doesn't look much different from what you can see.
Yeah, boob windows. Like, keep your eye out. We're in North Korea. This is where the boob window comes from, right?
Somewhere in Russia, in a way that design of streets, design of quarters, it has.
Except Kim is Truman. Yes. Wait, I've been in a simulation this whole time? And you've just been playing along? You're not really communists at all? No, we just wanted to make you think that you were in charge.
A lot of similarities.
Along the way, I noticed the kiosk and managed to take a quick look inside. Things on the shelves appeared to be locally produced, but I couldn't see any price tags anywhere. Eventually we reached Kim Il-sung Square, the political heart of North Korea.
The propaganda. This is like, you know how we always talk about what a workers' society will be like? This is what a workers' society will be like. The billboards won't be like, I don't know, buy this car and you'll feel good. It'll be like, hey, look, this person here with the suit on, and this person here with the hard hat, and this person here in the military, and this person here, I don't know, working in agriculture. All these people working should be celebrated. Evil communistic dystopia, that is. The propaganda on the wall won't be like how you can buy something and it'll make you feel good. It'll be like, remember, you're part of a team of people that are working together for the prosperity of all. Scary shit. This is some scary, scary propaganda. All these people dedicated to the cause for the greater good. For the greater good. Hey, that should be a Coca-Cola sign saying, don't you feel good, drink Coca-Cola. Not this commie shit. Like, look at these people dedicating their lives and their time towards something greater than themselves. Commie nonsense. That's not women in bikinis. Yeah, look at this woman with her hair tied back, and her arm around a soldier. Woke rubbish. We are just ants serving our great leader, the divine commie god. Yeah, and speaking of the divine commie god, where is he? Outrageous. It just seems like workers' nationalism. That's what it is. Evil stuff. Apparently that says, let's unite through patriotism. Below them. Oh, fair income. How did you find that out? Did you take a screenshot and ask AI? I hope it's not AI that's influenced by is not real. Unite through patriotism. Hey, are there any One Nation supporters in here? Any MAGA types? Like, if MAGA was done properly, this is what it would look like. Let's unite through patriotism. That's crazy, man. I knew it. They're fascists. Eh? My God. National Socialists. They are patriots, all right? Not fascists. Fuck you. In a free country, that I would be full of K-pop stars promoting plastic surgery. Dedicating their lives to something greater than themselves in the douche voice. You are full on the Kool-Aid. Yeah, bro. You should drink some too. That's the only specific one that comes to mind. You can't even realize that you do the same thing that you rail against. Yeah, it's called being ironic. Okay. If I'm generally sarcastic about most things, you can never really pin anything on me. It's like a veil to protect myself from future criticism, Saint Chi. All right? Get across it, bro. Come on, man. Catch up. You can do this.
Our walk ended at the foreign languages
Why did they do
bookshop.
that edit there? That was funny. Look at these people with their umbrellas.
Despite its name, almost every book on sales was about North Korea itself, simply translated into different languages. The most prominent displays featured collections of North Korean supreme leaders, highlighting the cult of their personality. Well, besides books, the shop sold postcards, pictures, and other kinds of souvenirs. There was even a scale model of a North Korean ballistic missile, probably one of the most unexpected souvenirs I've ever seen in a tourist gift shops. It is not a secret that tourist itinerary in North Korea is a collection of selected attractions approved by the authorities, places designed to present the country in the most favorable light possible. One example was the Fatherland Liberation War Museum.
How do we get our hands on some of that text? I don't know. Good question. I wonder what it'd be like actually studying their philosophy or their economy, whatever it's called. However you would describe that. Juche, let's say. Like from actual North Korea. Getting that translated. I'm feeling the urge to serve my country already. Just a banger. He is a bit douchey, but he's got a good voice. Yeah, take that, hater. Still a douche though.
North Korea's enormous museum dedicated to the Korean War. So in that museum, we were gathered into a presentation room where we watched an introductory film explaining the origins of the Korean War. The story was presented from the North Korean perspective.
Told from the North Korean perspective? Outrageous. Under the auspices of the United States, Japan was transformed into a base for launching attacks, fixing military equipment, and supplying their troops.
According to North Korean narrative, the United States and its allies were solely responsible for starting the conflict, while North Korea was portrayed as the victim, defending itself.
I mean, where's the lie? Yeah, like that's a fair way of describing what happened. Like after World War II, that's a fair explanation, right? We know North Korea lies. The Supreme Leader doesn't poop. I've seen YouTube videos that say poop lives in the toilet. Propaganda debunked. Yeah, I'm struggling. Like that's a fair assessment of history, I guess.
Regardless of anyone's political views, it's important to remember that this version differs significantly from the consensus accepted by the rest of the world.
Initially, it was like a civil war instigated by the US. Oh, yes, fair enough. It did happen in that fashion. And when in 3 months we liberated almost all the areas, yeah? Americans mobilized UN troops, so the war lasted 3 years. Interesting. The North invaded the South. They just got pushed back. Interesting. That's not what happened. Bro, have you actually researched what happened? Yes. Yes, I have. That was pretty accurate. It was like Russia and the US divided the country between themselves. You have this part, we'll have this part, commies on this side, free worlders on this side. And then like the free worlders kind of weren't happy with that and started agitating. And then like the rest is history. But yeah, it's not a bad representation of what happened though. It's just like, what point in history did they start telling this story here? At what point in history? Yeah, they basically just carved up North Korea for themselves. And then like, to hell with the people. If only the stream was here for the NK investigation last year. Ah, yes. Yeah, dude, I was thinking about that when I was looking at this. I was like, oh, we're going back into North Korea. Very interesting. I wonder how this will hold up to last year's investigations. Over the course of the 3-year war, the Korean army destroyed and captured more than 13,000 vehicles and units of various types as war trophies.
In addition to the exhibition of some classic captured military equipment from the Korean War, there was the unique one, USS Puebla, the American spy ship captured by North Korea in 1968. The vessel remains one of the country's most famous exhibits and is still presented as evidence of what North Korea describes as a major victory over the United States, even though it is not even directly connected to the Korean War.
There wasn't a North Korea and a South Korea. That was created after the war. Come on, guys. We all know this. But I just said that. I just split it up in half. That's the point. Like, what point of the story did they start grabbing her quotations from? Did she go all the way back? North Korea only got pushed back after the US intervened. They almost won when it was against South Korea. Can't have that. Got to stop that communism spreading. Stupid commies.
There is definitely an anti-American narrative in North Korean propaganda, especially when it comes to the Korean War. On the other hand, the Soviet Union is remembered in a very different way. Our next stop was the Liberation Tower, a monument dedicated to the Red Army soldiers who died during the liberation of Korea.
I'm a little behind. Oh, okay, got it. There's a famous picture of the Pueblo crew giving North Koreans the finger, and they didn't understand. Interesting. Imagine all the resources they could have used to, say, build up an independent state that wasn't aligned to the US. Imagine what we could all do if we weren't vassals. Eh?
From Japanese rule in 1945. The right during the was the Liberation Tower, a monument dedicated to the Red Army soldiers who died during the liberation of Korea from Japanese rule in 1945. The Russian inscription on the monument says, "Eternal glory to the great Soviet Army, which liberated the Korean people from Japanese slavery and opened the path to freedom and independence." There is another interesting place in Pyongyang which reflects a certain degree of Russian influence in North Korea. This is the Church of the Life-Giving Trinity, the only Orthodox church in the country.
Our church is a gift to the great leader, the comrade Kim Jong-il, to Russian Orthodox Christians. As a symbol of Russo-Korean friendship. Oh, yeah. Basically imagine Australia. What if you split, say, East and West? We've had that discussion here as well. People talking about Western Australia seceding from the Federation. Even after thousands of bombs, the restrictions, the constant infighting between North and South, the country still stands. Pretty crazy. Yes. Yeah, it is crazy. Bombed into the Stone Age. The Americans had so many bombs after World War II They ran out of military targets in North Korea, and so they just started bombing civilian infrastructure just for the hell of it, just for the fun of it, because of the aerial dominance, and just like literally sent them into the Stone Age. Took out all their infrastructure. Hey, when are you going to get cool channel point rewards? I don't do that stuff, man. I just stream. Like, you want fancy stuff? Go to some woke kami stream and ask them for stickers and shit. I don't know, man. It's not in my wheelhouse, Han. Do you want to manage the channel, Han? Do you want to be in charge? You can do all like the nice, fancy, pretty pictures and emojis and stuff like that. Would you like that responsibility, Han? So you feel good when you come to the channel? I'm looking for takers on that one. Give North Korea another 20 years and it'll be fully opened up like China. Just takes time. Ooh, big call, man. 20 years, you reckon? I think they do like the way that their society is kind of segregated. I think they enjoy that. That level of autonomy. But like, you know, who knows? 20 years, you can never tell, right? I also have no doubt that there is a cult of personality in North Korea, but I highly doubt it's reported. It's as reported. And we also have it here. Does anyone remember when that guy prayed to Donald Trump on street? Yeah. They kind of like the Amish, but with crypto and nukes. Very interesting.
It was built in the early 2000s after Kim Jong-il reportedly visited Russia and became interested in Orthodox Christianity. The church was completed with support from the Russian Orthodox Church, and its priests received theological training in Russia before returning to Pyongyang.
Our church is mainly visited by the staff of the Russian embassy in DPRK and tourists like you.
Сотрудники посольства России, КНДР и туристы, как вы. И еще вы видите на стене это иконы висят.
You can see icons on the wall.
Это подарены личными
They were gifted by Russian delegations and public figures.
и русскими делегатами. И вы видите его на новой.
And there you see the Holy Trinity icon. It was gifted by the President of Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. The Vladimir. Dun, dun, dun. Jingle Jangle Jam in the house. How you going? More than criticize, you can't politically be engaged if in anything outside of of private citizen life. Are we talking about what's happening in North Korea potentially? They've opened up trade with China every year, constantly increasing. It's only a matter of time, especially with the pressure of other Asian countries rearming. But I think the other Asian countries, though, in the region are all terrified of North Korea because of decades of particular types of propaganda. I don't see it just being like this open, oh, North Korea's back on the menu. Let's all do trade with North Korea. It'll be rocky, man. Rocky as.
Это подарил президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин.
Do North Koreans attend the church? From what the priest told me, no. We all know that there is one religion in North Korea called Chuche, and there are only two gods. Names of both start with Kim. Because of all these limitations and features of the North Korean guided tours, I realized that if I wanted to see even a glimpse of everyday life in North Korea, I couldn't rely solely on the official itinerary. Like every tourist itinerary, it was built around carefully selected landmarks and attractions. So whenever we were driving between those locations, I spent almost the entire time looking out of the window and catching random moments. In the very center of Pyongyang, you see a fair number of cars these days. But once you move to some avenues at least 10 minutes drive away from the center, many of them feel halfway empty. As a fan of rail transport, I was happy to spot some of the Pyongyang's trams, which were imported from Czechoslovakia during the Cold War. Some of these trams have been modernized and became almost unrecognizable.
Мы заметили, что в городе много такси. А такси это можно заказать онлайн?
Can you order a taxi using your smartphone? Yes. They have smartphones? No, surely not. You're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. That's right, I'm watching you. Activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you are on Twitch, follow for more, etc., etc. You know what to do. I'm turning your mask into a vector image that can be turned into an emote. Ooh. Thank you.
Онлайн через телефон или как-то. То есть есть приложение?
So there's an app?
Там...
Yes, we pay by smartphone in restaurants and shops. What? And you can order taxi via the internet? Dude, surveillance capitalism. So this is the idea here of whether or not you live in like a communist dystopia or not. Surveillance capitalism. It's everywhere. The overriding economic mode across the world is capitalistic. It doesn't matter if you live in a country that describes itself as communist or not. Blah, 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 blah. Like the general mode of economy and the way that what's the word? Pervades throughout social life and all the social relations that you have out there. The overriding form of economy is capitalistic. And surveillance capitalism is alive and well, even in North Korea. Who would have thought, eh? We pay and order things online with smartphones and QR codes, just like all you other normies out there being scraped for your data. Who would have thought, eh? Just like the rest of the inhuman race.
Интересно. А сколько стоит проехать 1 километр на такси?
How much does it cost to ride 1 kilometer by taxi? 1 kilometer costs $1.20, I guess.
$1.02, okay.
Finally, for us it was a lunchtime. By North Korean standards, and actually by any standard, we were fed very well.
By North Korean standards, actually any standard, I was full when I finished. It's always a good standard.
The table was packed with dishes, and most of the food was delicious.
So much meat, fish, all kinds of vegetables, some snacks. I'm feeling bad because of it, because I'm eating more than like any other person here.
Of course, it's worth remembering that this says very little about what ordinary North Koreans eat on a daily basis. Foreign tourists are shown a carefully curated version of the country, and the food is no exception. Anyway, for us it was finally time for one of the places I had actually been looking forward to visit, the Pyongyang Metro.
А сколько всего станций в Пхеньянском метрополитене?
How many stations are there in Pyongyang, I think you said?
17
17 stations. If someone doesn't know how to get to a certain station, and you press the button and the display shows you how to get to your station. There you go. Talk about modern. That's a sick subway station. It's fresh, man. They did it just up for the tourists.
When we made it to Pyongyang Metro, I cautiously made my first attempts at filming myself for the vlog. I still wasn't entirely sure how the authorities would react if I openly walked around talking to a camera like a typical YouTuber.
We are going to travel together with school students.
By the way, when we were in Metro, we were accompanied by one more person who didn't introduce himself, so I assumed that he was a special subway security assistant or just another state security service employee. For a city of roughly 3 million people, the Pyongyang metro is actually quite...
Commies don't have food, but they have extravagant subway stations. Yeah, that's right. It's a surprise, isn't it, Han? Goddamn commies.
compact. It consists of just 2 lines with a total of 17 stations. For years, some people claimed that the system consisted of only 2 showcase stations, built exclusively for tourists, with everyone else supposedly being actors. That theory has long since been disproven. Some foreign visitors have been allowed to travel through the network beyond the original tourist stations, confirming that the metro is exactly what it appears to be on the map. Our journey began at Bukhin Station, whose name translates as revival. The station was originally opened in 1987, but underwent a major renovation in 2024-2025. At the far end of the station is a monumental mosaic which depicts Kim Il-sung surrounded by workers against the backdrop of factories and heavy industry, reinforcing one of the central themes of North Korean public art: the leader as the guiding force behind the country's industrial development and the unity between the leadership and the working people. In Pyongyang Metro, you can still spot female platform attendants. They supervise
No food, no house, only sex flotillas under commie rule. And what about warm, self-warming sex spots? I thought that was a thing as well, right?
train movements and formally signal each departure. Even though smartphones are becoming increasingly common in North Korea, printed state newspapers still occupy a prominent place in everyday public life. However, I didn't see crowds of people reading them.
He's illuminating it with the torch, probably to see better, right? Yeah, what the fuck is going on there? What's the old mate doing here? Reading a newspaper with a torch. And it's a public newspaper, as it should be. Nobody gets to own newspapers in North Korea. They print them out and put them on public display, so everybody gets access to the newspaper. That's the commie way. The self-warming function is only free under mystery socialist utopia. Sorry. You think I would know these things. Han, I've come to the realization that I am wrong when I see capitalists trying to save pennies on manufacturing line to stay in business compared to commies building great projects with no care for costs. I assume commies must be rich and capitalists poor. That's a fair assessment, Han. What a realization you've come to. I didn't think you had it in you, Han, to be honest. Self-lubricating. The warmth comes from the friction. That's just science. Yeah, but it's cold when you start. You want it warm straight away? Come on. Well, old people have bad vision. Look, dickhead. He can't see because he's old. Don't be an ignorant tourist. Do you have old people where you come from? You smart ass. Dude, that is hilarious.
Metro still relies on former East Berlin Class D trains, built in the 1950s and 1960s. After German reunification, these trains became surplus and were exported to North Korea, where they remain in regular passenger service decades later.
The door almost didn't open. You wouldn't see that anywhere but in a communist dystopia. Trains with doors that are less than adequately functionable. Damn. Get me out of this place, man. Are the doors opening manually? No, the doors are automatic. Use hands just to make it quicker. Can you open the doors manually to make it quicker? Just touch it a bit. Are they going to show anywhere outside Pyongyang? No, not in this. He said, like, I spent a weekend in Pyongyang and went on a guided tour of the country. It's just that. No face masks. I already use Mr. E's likeness on many products since he doesn't care about intellectual property. I'm glad that you like my likeness.
Поезда, метро, вот эти.
These trains, where were they made?
Чье производство?
When the metro was being built, metro trains were coming from Czechoslovakia. They were Czech trains, but now they are locally produced trains.
Но это еще старый поезд, да? Вот это.
This is still an old train. Yes, this is an old train, but sometimes you see new ones.
Перемешаны. Есть такие, значит.
So it's mixed. There are both kinds of trains, yes.
Our guide told us that the metro trains had been built in Czechoslovakia, which was not true. Czechoslovakia supplied trams to Pyongyang, but never metro trains. Today's metro fleet is made up primarily of former German trains, as we have already discovered.
It's so good. She doesn't even know her job. Outrageous. Some worker society this is. Her only job is being a tour guide for Russian tourists, and she can't even get her facts straight. God damn. It's a surprise that Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un hasn't come down and rained fire upon her already. She's not even doing her job properly.
Some of the German cars have since been extensively rebuilt in North Korea, making them look like new trains. We were also told that the train doors opened automatically, which was again incorrect. Once the driver unlocked the doors, passengers still had to open them manually, and we could see it. Doors only closed automatically. I mean, it's just a reminder not to trust blindly everything they say.
How's she doing right now? Not in prison yet. How old is the vid? July 10. Like, it's pretty recent. Not even a month old from the time that it's uploaded. Filmed in June. There you go. Filmed in June 2026. Oh my god, they lied about the doors? What else would they lie about? The trams didn't really come from Czechoslovakia? They came from Germany? Outrageous. Oh my god, she's got some time. She can run for a bit. Hope she makes it out like, what's her name? Yeonomi Park. She just needs to find herself some boob window. You can imagine now that we're on a ship and there is a river on both sides of us. We are on the ship from where you can see both sides, Eastern Pyongyang and Western Pyongyang.
We arrived at Yongwan station. Like Pukhin, it recently underwent a renovation. So what visitors see today is a blend of its original 1980s architecture and the modern upgrades completed in 2025. There was a large group of school children wearing bright red neckerchiefs. The children belonged to the Korean Children's Union, the country's equivalent of the Soviet Young Pioneers. Membership in the Children's Union is considered a normal stage of childhood in North Korea, and the organization combines school activities with ideological education, centered, of course, on the state and the Kim leadership.
What? That's exploitation? Oh no, sexploitation. Must have missed something there. The boob window we must be talking about.
Our final stop on the metro tour was Kaesong Station, where we got off the train after passing several more stations. Like the other showcase stations, Kaesong has also been renovated in recent years and is kept in excellent condition. The station is decorated with polished marble and colorful murals celebrating the country's history and its vision of national prosperity. After exploring the subway, we headed back to the surface to visit the Arch of Triumph, situated nearby. It was built to commemorate the 70th birthday of Kim Il-sung. The monument celebrates his role in the anti-Japanese resistance during the period of Japanese rule over Korea.
Glory to the liberation of the motherland. Glory to the commander, Kim Il-sung.
We were shown a short documentary film explaining something which I don't remember, because instead of watching another propaganda movie, I was keen on seeing a bit of Pyongyang from the Arch observation deck. Having seen some of the famous
I wonder if they're all paid actors, those people as well. Just in case somebody comes up and starts looking down upon them from the Arc of Triomphe. Sorry, I think I misunderstood. What kind of trains are you into? Not a whole lot of cars. Kind of like the passengers on the train. Yeah. They're all holograms. Paid actors. Yeah, not a lot of cars on the road. But it seems to be the public transport is the option. Pack on that bus. People can't get access to cars, maybe.
Marks of Pyongyang, which have been seen by nearly all other foreign visitors of North Korea's capital before, we then went to the most unexpected place of the tour, a brand new memorial complex dedicated to North Korean soldiers who took part in the Russo-Ukrainian War, specifically in Kursk region. The memorial commemorates North Korean soldiers who fought alongside
bicycle too, yeah.
Russian forces during the operation to retake parts of Russia's Kursk region. Ukrainian forces had seized portions of the region during their cross-border offensive in August 2024. Over the following months, Russian troops, supported by North Korean units, gradually regained control of the occupied territory, although the broader Russia-Ukraine war continued.
Respected Comrade Kim Jong-un has personally initiated construction of this museum and defined its location straight here.
The memorial had opened in April 2026, making us among the very first foreign tourists to see it. According to the North Korean officials, more than 2,200 North Korean soldiers were killed during the Kursk operation.
So
Independent
what did we hear
estimate
before? We were listening to the DWs of the German broadcaster talk about it, and they said there were 6,000 casualties of North Koreans in the Ukraine war so far. But like not all of those casualties are deaths. So is there some consistency going on there between the North Korean regime and the German sources? It's just a massive gross alter to international politics. Pyongyang. If I was there, I'd spit on it. I don't care if they did anything. I'd rather shoot myself than live near a hideous monument to man's barbarity and stupidity. What, like war memorials? Like, do you go around spitting on all war memorials? Or just like ones like this? If you were there, hypothetically. I don't know. People would frown upon that, I'd say. Spitting on war memorials. When's our trip to North Korea? Good question. Really good question. And we get that crowdfunded somehow. Go over to North Korea and stream from there. Yeah, as long as you spit on all of them, and not just like North Korean, Russian ones. I'm down. Let's go. Fuck yeah, let's do this. Most of the casualties from the North Korean contingent were from internet corn-related injuries. Oh my god. Very good.
It's vary, and the real number may well be higher, but it cannot be verified independently. Foreign intelligence agencies estimate that roughly 15,000 North Korean troops participated in the campaign overall.
Now here you can see the central sculptural composition. It's showing soldiers that fought for both countries, who fight together on the same front for the international justice. and peace, for international justice and peace. There you go.
While entering the museum itself, visitors face a wall writing in Russian and Korean languages. This is what Vladimir Putin once said: "The Russian people will never forget the heroism of the Korean Special Forces soldiers. We will always honor the Korean heroes who gave their lives for Russia and for our shared freedom, alongside their Russian brothers in arms."
International peace. Sorry, I read peace again. I keep doing that.
Funnily enough, initially Kremlin did not confirm participation of North Koreans. Only in April 2025, when Russia announced that Ukrainian forces had been pushed out of most of the Kursk region, their deployment was confirmed. Well, go figure.
The photographs and documents showing true camaraderie and revolutionary spirituality of our soldiers.
Настоящем товариществе, о революционном духовности наших солдат, которые привели
who, as a result of each battle, achieved miraculous combat success.
каждый бой был самым чудесным боевым успехом. Они всегда носили
They always carried the flag and our country and small bundles containing a handful of their native soil. Dude, that is hardcore, man.
с собой саморучно нарисованные и сделанные госфлаги нашей страны и узелки с горстью родной земли. А на перерывах после боя они...
In between battles, they wrote letters to their family and beloved, mentally talking to them. Wow, letters. I wonder if that still happens.
писали письма своим родным и любимым. Мысли...
Look at this guy trying to get rid of a wasp nest. Hey, douchebag. Hey, he's not allowed to do that. Not in this communist dystopia. Banzo Banner, let's all go down to Hyde Park, Sydney, South Sydney, spit on the memorial, name a date. Who would seriously even consider that, for fuck's sake? I don't know. It just depends. What the comment was, I think what point Jingle Jangle Jam was trying to make. Just depends, I guess.
Unfortunately, photography inside the museum was prohibited, and it took me too much time to figure out how to actually capture something, so I can only describe what I saw. The exhibition was surprisingly extensive. It included military equipment and personal belongings of soldiers, and photographs documenting the employment of North Korean forces in the Kursk region. In the museum, there is an open-air display of military equipment that North Korea and Russia describe as captured during the fighting in the Kursk region. The exhibition includes several well-known Western vehicles supplied to Ukraine by NATO countries. One of the exhibits is a British Mastiff protected patrol vehicle, widely used by British forces in Afghanistan before being supplied to Ukraine. Another British vehicle on display is the Husky Tactical Support Vehicle. The Husky is designed mainly for logistics, patrol and support missions. At the center of the exhibition stands is what the museum
identifies. Is wild. Like, this display is mental. And it's still like, it's got, look, original damage. I wonder if it's got anything else original in there as well. No spitting outside the bedroom. Bushmaster there too. We liberated Europe from fascism, but they will never forgive us for it. The flag, so you know who to hate. Yeah, and the NATO flag as well. The British flag. What else was there? Was there Finland there? Best kids playground ever. Yeah. Yeah, I think Finland. That's interesting.
Identifies as the American Abrams main battle tank. The Abrams is considered one of the world's most capable main battle tanks. As far as we know, this is the first major North Korean state memorial dedicated to an overseas military operation, while the conflict that gave rise to it is still going on.
How's that game commie architecture as well? So brutal. Hardly any variation, straight up and down. Imagine how far they would have to transport those vehicles if they were really used in Ukraine. Yeah, actually. But like, they want trophies, right? It's worth it, man. It's worth it. It's delicious. Now, you like that style of architecture? It's interesting, isn't it? They have made Ukraine up before all recognition, and the Ukrainians never wanted them there to liberate them in the first place. Mate.
After dinner, we returned to our hotel. I had a spacious twin room all to myself, while my travel buddy stayed in the room across the hall. We were on the 37th floor, which offered an excellent view over Pyongyang. The interior looked a bit old-fashioned, I would say late 1980s or 90s, so the interior totally matched the time when the hotel was built. One of the strangest objects in the room was what looked like an old radio. At first, I honestly wondered whether it might be some kind of spy device, especially considering the number of wires disappearing into the wall behind it. Who knows? After a bit of experimenting, we discovered that turning its controls simply switched the room lights on and off, but we couldn't play the radio itself. The room also had a TV with 8 channels, 4 Chinese channels, 2 Russian ones, and 2 North Korean state channels. At night, the city looked completely different. Until around 10 p.m., many buildings were illuminated with lights, giving parts of Pyongyang a surprisingly decent appearance. But by around midnight, almost all of that lighting had been switched off. In fact, upon arrival to the hotel from the busy day in Pyongyang, I didn't go to sleep right away. To wrap up the first day in Pyongyang, following my special request, our guides took me to the Pyongyang railway station to let me listen to the famous North Korean melody called "Where Are You, Dear General?"
What a crazy thing to take tourists to do, hey? Let's go to the train station and listen to a song called "Where Are You, Dear General?" What a crazy thing to do. Is that what you do when you go out overseas at night? Yeah, let's go to the train station, bro. I hear they're going to play that North Korean banger. Broadcast that shit over public square. Oh, yeah. Whoa, man. Wow. This could be us if we go commie. Are you people not entertained yet? The general stole my heart. Man. Mental.
The tune is played over the station loudspeakers almost every day, or perhaps actually every day, we don't know, beginning at 6 a.m. and ending with its final broadcast at 10 p.m., playing once in 2 hours during the day. This haunting melody is simultaneously the alarm clock and the lullaby, which can be heard by
I go away for mystery streams from the coal mine. Looking forward to them. And you think that in the commie utopia we're going to build, Han, I'll be in a coal mine? I think not. I think not. I'll be in the Central Committee, bro. Assigning you to the gulag, Han. If you survive the revolution.
Young citizens who live close to the train station.
I'm the children supposed to be in line. Savage, man. Seriously. I already called gay corn star, so I'm safe from the coal mines. Yeah, you and Saint Chi, bro. Together, forever. Transferable skills, hard. I can be used as the canary. Okay, well, that's the first installment on our North Korean glaze. And it's done. So this is a Russian tourist perspective of North Korea because they're allowed in. And maybe they get some special treatment. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Let's be honest. Note to self, don't trip on acid on NK field trip. Note to self. Could you imagine as well? It's pretty eerie, the music. My God. Can't wait to go to that train station. Yeah. What's this? Clarice. Is this actual North Korea propaganda? It better be. Citizens of the DPRK doing their morning workout. Let's check it out.
For one distance, like once a month. And like here, it would take like 1 hour to go the other place. In order to take a month at least to go because there's no electricity. And sometimes people have to push the train.
They have to push the train.
Yeah. Traveling in North.
How much does a train car weigh? Oh God.
For one distance, like once a month.
Oh my God. It's too many smart asses in this stream. The propaganda is so good. All right. Everyone, relax. We are going to have a quick break. If you haven't already and you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. You know what to do. If you're on Twitch, follow for more, etc., etc. Here's an invitation to our Discord. Come and join us over there. This is where we drop our propaganda. Don't be shy. We'll also use it for general comms, just in case you're getting censored or something like that. Which does happen. Occasionally. It's not our fault though, we swear. And here is a link to Patreon. Go to Patreon and become a free member. No strings attached. I get you on an email list. Do yourself a goddamn favor. If you really want to financially support, I will love you forever, etc., etc. Blah, 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 blah. Go and do it. Go and do it. You got time. We're having a break. We'll be back soon. Oh, yeah.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why.
All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. So we've watched a Russian take on North Korea. He was surprising. He wasn't as, I don't know, positive about the experience as I thought the Russian guy, to be honest. I thought he would be more or less like less Western propaganda-y about Pyongyang. But maybe the Russians have the same perceptions as the rest of Westerners about North Korea. But like he doubled down a lot on the whole mystification of their society and how they're all, I guess, trapped in some ideological fantasy world. Kind of doubled down on a bit of that stuff. Or like was questioning the integrity of the tour guide and the whole tour culture. But I guess, you know, if that's the way it is over there, that there's fully curated existence for tourists, that would be a rather surreal experience. Got to be honest. A very surreal experience, I must say. What's that? I feel like I know that. All right. We're now going to go to a Chinese tourists' take of North Korea and see if the Chinese have a different perspective on all this. North Korea in 2026. And it's got like, yeah, IKEA and shit. Let's all speedrun NK. They can't stop us all. I saw that Sargon video already. This is for Far Right Friday. What's the Sargon episode that you guys are talking about? What Sargon episode? Uh-oh. Is this what's in the chat? Here? Black YouTubers have discovered Iranian. Interesting. I'm back in black. Ooh, Mr. Abbott. How you going? Yes. All right. Is that one for Far Right Fridays, is it? I might put that on the list now. For Far Right Fridays. Give me a second. Sargon. All right, let's do this. Let's see what the Chinese say about visiting North Korea. And then we'll get somebody else's perspective on it. Dick Cord. Got it. Thanks.
In one of my previous videos, I talked about North Korea's new 5-star beach resort. It officially opened last summer. It has a
5-star beach resort. Take that, haters. Hey, who said that communism doesn't deliver? I think that was Zohran. They have a 5-star resort. And they're not starving. In a recent In recent viral clips from Pyongyang, people claim they saw an IKEA-style store, Starbucks, Häagen-Dazs, Pop Mart, and even Uber-like taxi app, clean streets, fancy malls, trendy restaurants, gaming cafes, smartphones, brand name vibes. But is any of that real, or is it propaganda made for outsiders? In this video, I break down what these videos actually show, what looks suspicious, and what North Korea's modern life might really mean. We'll also talk about North Korea's closed internet, knockoff apps, black markets, and how the regime uses curated images to shape what the world sees. Very interesting. I wonder what this channel actually is. The Untold by Tony. Come on, Tony. If you're curious about North Korea, the secrets, the politics, the real stories behind the headlines, you're in the right place. I break down what happens inside the world's most closed regime with research, storytelling, and things that most people never hear. Who am I? I'm Tony Liu, a data consultant manager, especially in AI, data analytics, and cloud solutions. All right. Thanks, Tony. Let's check it out.
Actually, in one of my previous videos, I talked about North Korea's new
He looks like someone we can trust. Oh, yeah, of course. Is not real. So good. I ain't ever coming back here. And yes, getting reported. Don't do that again. There it is. What happened in the chat? What happened? What did you guys do? Poor Saint-Chi. Never coming back again. Poor Saint-Chi.
Star beach resort. It officially opened last summer. It has a luxury 5-star hotel, modern water attractions, and the full resort facilities. On opening day, Kim Jong-un got splashed with water. At that moment, everyone thought the guy who did it was screwed. But Kim just kept smiling. He looked genuinely happy and proud. You see this 5-star resort, and you can't help wondering, has North Korea really modernized this much? But when I dug deeper, I found something surprising. This resort is actually nothing special, at least not in today's North Korea. Today's Pyongyang looks very different from what we imagine. There are modern shopping districts, high-end marketplaces, bars, Korean barbecue restaurants. There's even a car dealership. Recently, many videos from inside North Korea have appeared online. And look at the streets of Pyongyang. They look clean and modern, just like any major city. Look at the restaurants and look at the food. They
look clean and modern, just like any city. Now, outrageous. Outrageous. Blame me. I wasn't chatting. Is what happened. Ah. Wow. How dare you?
Drinks imported from Japan and China. They even have pizzas and chicken wings.
Even pizza and chicken wings. The Americans would love this. I timed him out, you guys. You can do what you like. It's not cool. Being a twat, period. If he reports the channel for BS after being booted and banned, he isn't taken seriously. Fair enough. Hey, I'm always a twat, though. You know it's on a spectrum, though, huh?
The most American foods you can imagine. One Chinese influencer found something totally unexpected. He looked at his North Korean tour guide's phone. The guide was playing Clash of Clans. But that is not the most surprising part. The most surprising part is the leaked footage where people in North Korea using WhatsApp. This is not North Korea we thought we knew. This is not a place where people starve to death. Instead,
Han, take that. Do you have any proof that people are starving to death? This guy wants to call you out on your bullshit, Han.
Leaked footage where people in North Korea using WhatsApp. This is not North Korea we thought we knew. This is not a place where people starve to death. Instead, it looks like a place where people thrive in a modern society. So are these videos real? And if they are real, what do they really mean? Hi everybody, I'm Tony. Today we're going to talk about whether North Korea has really become a modern socialist paradise. In June 2025, a video appeared on TikTok. It claimed that Pyongyang had opened an IKEA store. From the interior design to the product displays, it looks exactly like IKEA. And the store was not just selling furniture. They were selling Starbucks coffee, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, Pop Mart figures, and even Dyson products. So, did IKEA really enter North Korea market? But then the video
This is some hard-hitting truth. Take that, capitalist pigs. Oh man, so good. Or are they a modern socialist utopia? See, like, this is the thing, right? You can struggle through communism and people starve as you try to industrialize and modernize. But then once you make it out the other side, then you're like a modern socialist success story. Like, the communism part is that evil era where you're like, it's you versus the world, trying to industrialize, struggling against all odds, trying to find yourself economically while bringing on modernity. And then once you've reached modernity, it's just like, oh no, but like now this is actually the socialist, the nice socialist modernization part. All that other stuff was evil communism when people were struggling collectively to modernize. But now we're here. This is the nice modern socialism stuff, like what China does. It's nice. Yeah, they actually have lights in North Korea. Who would have thunk it? Now you can buy what you make in the labor camp.
More. It turned out this was part of a shopping center, and the mall looks pretty awesome to me. The interior looked modern, and the product looked completely global. Now you might say,
Adidas? IKEA in Pyongyang? Never. Who would have thought?
This cannot be North Korea. Someone must filmed it in China or South Korea and claimed it was Pyongyang. Fine, let's take a closer look. In another video, you can see an information kiosk. The browser is Google Chrome, but you cannot open Google on it. And look at the Starbucks logo. The mermaid's face is completely covered up. In the final scene of the video, you can clearly see the North Korean flag on top of the building. You might say Google does not work in China either. So here's a stronger proof. I found another video under the uploads profile. The video was a vlog touring a mall. And this time there was a clear close-up of the IKEA store. And you can see on one of the walls there was a poster. A child was holding a North Korean flag. And then things got even crazier. Adidas, Chanel, Dior, SK2, all kinds of global brands are available in this shopping center.
Dude,
so what
happened? Mad. Like the market, you know that the famous quote from Jurassic Park, life will always find a way. Like, this is capital. Market forces, the force of capital will always find a way. It don't matter if you're an evil communist dystopia, baby. If you have room for a shopping center, you have room for Chanel and like, how do we say it? Adidas? Let's go with Adidas. You have room for IKEA and all the mod cons. Once it gets in, it finds a little entry point, then it starts to take over. It's all over, man. It's all over.
What happened to all those sanctions? How did these products enter North Korea? And how can they be sold openly in Pyongyang? This time, the internet exploded. Even the Sun quickly picked up the story. The Sun took a clear position.
IKEA? Niche shopping.
Exploded. Even the Sun quickly picked up the story. The Sun took a clear position. They said North Korea was copying these brands and not even trying to hide it. IKEA responded in the report. They said they have never opened a store in North Korea and they have never given any authorization either. A Swedish scholar offered another explanation. He said the mall vlog was clearly propaganda. Nothing in North Korea happens without the state. He also argued that if the video could be posted on TikTok, then it must have been approved by the government, because ordinary North Koreans do not have access to the internet. And the uploader's account was called the DPRK
More
Times.
proof. And this is actually funny. This is not what I thought it was going to be. This guy's just like debunking people making claims about videos that apparently come out of North Korea. debunking claims, but supporting the videos themselves. This is surely come out of North Korea. And what would these stupid Europeans know? These European intellectuals, they wouldn't understand.
The account posted many similar videos. In one video, North Korean students spoke fluent English. In another video, North Korean women use smartphones. So what is this really? North Korean propaganda or real life inside North Korea? Before we answer that, let's look at something else. Something even more interesting.
South Korea is losing. Losing what? XNF. Losing to North Korea. Losing something else? I would like to know more.
An article published by North Korean media back in April 2025. The article says the general visited a newly built internet cafe with his daughter. The cafe is in Pyongyang. It is described as North Korea's first internet cafe, but officially it is called a computer entertainment center, and it is classified as a public internet facility. My Western viewers
So
may
good.
not...
Could you imagine if like Chairman Albo or something went to Sydney or Melbourne to check out a new internet cafe that was just opened, or Trump and the regime rocking up to an internet cafe that is just opened in New York. Hey, check out this stuff. Crazy. Look at this shit. We're on the map now.
And it is classified as a public internet facility. My Western viewers may not know what an internet cafe really is. So an internet cafe is very common in Asian countries. It is a place where people pay by the hour.
Western viewers don't know what an internet cafe is? Wow, that's mental. I didn't see that one coming. Do we not have internet cafes in the West? Wow.
An internet cafe is very common in Asian countries. It is a place where people pay by the hour. They use high-end computers to go online and play games. Usually, friends go together to surf the internet and play games together. This entertainment center has 300 seats. The lighting is blue and white. Sharp lines, very futuristic. But there is one thing I want to ask the general.
Losing its civilization. They've got a corrupt government, miserable work lives, dwindling population, shining lights into space at night doesn't actually make up for all of that. Savage assessment there. Savage. Don't listen to XNF, he's an asshole. Look, it's hard, Han, when you give feedback like this, honestly. You know, pot calling the kettle black kind of stuff.
Where are the computers? Why are there no computers in this internet cafe? Do you only provide gaming chairs and desks, and the people need to bring their own computers? If that's the case, this place feels like a buffet where you have to bring your own food. According to this article, the general seems very pleased after he was told that the cafe would become very popular among young people. But look carefully. There are no computers, but every row of tables has exactly 5 gaming chairs. That is a standard esports formation. So clearly, the general understands esports very well. Why does he know so much about esports? Because he plays himself. A few years ago, people discovered a Steam IP address coming from Pyongyang. That IP probably belonged to either Kim Jong-un or his brother Kim Jong-chul. Kim Jong-il's personal chef Kenji Fujimoto also wrote in his memoir that Kim Jong-un loved video games since childhood. He used to play the Nintendo Entertainment System a lot. And yes, he's probably a very experienced gamer. And according to some younger defectors, video games in North Korea are actually quite common in these days. They can play games like FIFA FC, some even play the GTA 5. If we look at mobile games, we can even see Clash of Clans as I mentioned at the beginning. But when I studied that video closely, I noticed something strange. This version of Clash of Clans does not look very official. It looks more like a North Korean knockoff version. The archers became North Korean-style female soldiers.
The most capitalist games too. Yeah, FIFA and GTA. My God. Bro, what I would give to play GTA with Kim. Oh yeah, I'm down to game with Kim. Fuck yeah. Out of all of the people in North Korea. Where are you coming from, man? Oh, I'm coming from North Korea. No way. There's only one person I know that plays in North Korea, bro. No way. Is that you, Kim? Ah, you got me. You got me. Holy shit, we're playing with Kim. fucking mental.
The Western fantasy elements are gone. No undead kings, no magic kingdoms. Everything looks like ancient Korea instead. For mobile games, changing the graphics is not that hard. But the real question is this: where did the source code coming from? Did the North Korean hackers get their hands on it? Besides stealing Bitcoins and reporting my channel, are they also stealing the source code of popular games? Actually, my channel has been getting very low views lately. I sometimes wonder if it has anything to do with North Korean cyber teams. So please, like and subscribe. Your likes and comments are the best weapon against North Korean cyber army, and I really appreciate it. But here's
this guy's getting attacked by North Korea. What is going on here? Kim v. Elon, Path of Exile showdown. They're both just whipping a little Asian boy to play for them. Savage. Hey, maybe Elon, but definitely not Kim, bro. He's a gamer all the way.
Another question. Are these apps downloaded from the App Store? Can North Koreans even access our App Store? Well, the answer is no, they cannot. But North Korea has its own App Store, and it is very North Korean. Why? Because their App Store is literally a store. If you want a new app, you have to go there in person.
Yeah. North Korea's greatest ally is attacked by the evil commie army.
You walk in and look at the wall covered with app posters. You pick the app that you want to download. And finally, a staff member installs the apps onto your phone. So you might ask, after all this talk about app stores and mobile games, do North Koreans even have smartphones? They're supposed to be poor. How can they afford mobile phones? On June 18, 2025, North Korean state TV introduced a new phone. The brand was called Matesan. And this was not an ordinary phone. It was a foldable phone. Kim Jong-un himself seems to love foldable phones. During a missile launch inspection, he was once photographed with Huawei foldable phones on his desk. And in this report, state media said mobile phones are essential devices in modern communication and an indispensable part of everyday life. North Korea's official carrier Korealink was founded in 2008. According to North Korea, within just a few years, the company already had over 2.5 million users. Today, that number has roughly tripled. According to factor Cho Woo-sung, he said mobile phones became widespread after 2009. At that time,
you gotta admit, it takes boldness to turn liking and subscribing into a mission to defeat the North Korean government. That was pretty good. I've heard some pleas for liking and subscribing to a channel. But like, that was the best. I'm getting attacked by North Korean hackers and they bring down my views. This, meanwhile, like, this has had 200,000 views and he's got 78,000 subscribers. He's doing pretty well on this video by the numbers. And he's like, please subscribe to me to get rid of this, the war, to help me beat the war against North Korean hackers. Solar Bear in the house. Hope you are well. Welcome. We're doing some North Korean glazing at the moment. And I'm still trying to figure out, does anyone actually know where this guy sits? Is he trying to support North Korea or people that claim that North Korea is not developed? Or is he like trying to, I guess maybe he's just doing a bit of both.
He was studying electrical engineering.
Sounds like he's calling BS on North Korea. But like before, he was kind of calling BS on people that were criticizing North Korea. He was like, look, they have an IKEA. And here it is. You can see there's a little North Korean flag on the kids' stickers. So it must be North Korea. Why can't they have fancy restaurants and neat cities? And now he's calling BS on it. Maybe he's doing a bit of both for balance.
The North Korean University. He said the government issued the phone was called the Ariran. To own an Ariran phone and the phone number cost about $2,000 US. And the usage was limited. Each month, you could only talk for 200 minutes and send 50 text messages. If you used them up, you had to pay another $8.4 for 200 more minutes. Many students could not even afford the monthly plan, but they still spent a huge amount of money to buy a phone. Not for practical reasons, because owning a phone was a status symbol. Normal phone numbers started with 191 or 193, but special numbers started with 195. And those numbers came with 100 extra minutes. So students with 195 numbers often agreed to lend their phones to others, because a special number meant connections. Connection to the government, to the military, or to the party. When people saw a 195 number, they treated you with more respect. And this is what Cho Woo-sung told us about mobile phones in North Korea 10 years ago. Today, we don't know exactly how much has changed, but one thing is certain. North Korean phones still use the domestic network called Kwangmyeong. And on their domestic network, there seems to be more surprises. Beside Clash of Clans, another image has surfaced on the internet. It looks like a chat record from Line. And you have to know, Line is a messaging app from South Korea. And the Line advertisement can even be seen openly displayed in North Korean malls. So is this the real Line or
Yeah, I
North
know how crazy is that. Status comes from what are your first 3 digits on your mobile number. You're a 191 or a 193? No, I'm a 195, baby. I'm connected all the way up to the top. Me and Kim, we're both 195. Oh, yeah.
copy? If it is a copy, I have to say it is done very faithfully. Even the Line Rabbit is copied exactly. They didn't even change the mascot. At least change a little bit, right? Like a Line uses rabbit, you could use a squirrel or maybe a bear. But no, these North Korean guys are only hardworking when it comes to reporting my channel. For everything else, they seem pretty lazy. Along with that post, more images surfaced. Luxury cars with North Korean plates, coffee shops, bars, barbecue restaurant, and even a ride-sharing app. Basically a North Korean version of Uber. And then at the end, there was this photo. It looks like a library or maybe a school. A teenager playing Elden Ring on a Chinese laptop. You think I'm down talking about the good life in North Korea? Not even close. You probably know Ri Chung-hee. She is North Korea's most famous TV announcer, a national treasure and the Kim family's trusted voice. She has worked as TV announcer since 1971, that is more than 50 years. Whenever she appeared on television, people in North Korea know something big has happened. In 1994, when Kim Il-sung died, she delivered the news. In 2011, when Kim Jong-il died, she delivered the news again. In 2016, when North Korea successfully tested a nuclear weapon, she was still the one making the announcement. Then in 2022, when Future Scientist Street was completed, she appeared again. But this time, she wasn't announcing the news. She stood beside Kim Jong-un at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. During the ceremony, she was moved to tears.
She's wearing a mask. Who said that in the other video that we're watching? Like, look, everybody in this train, they're not wearing masks. What's going on there? Maybe it's only if you're sick you wear a mask. Like how it used to be in the old days.
Several times. And afterward, Kim Jong-un took her to the residential area. They entered one of the apartments. At the time, the 79-year-old Ri Chung-hee held Kim Jong-un's arm. Her eyes were full of admiration. It turned out the apartment was a gift for her. Her whole family stayed awake all night because they were deeply moved. The apartment is nearly 200 square meters, a true luxury home. And this is exactly the kind of reward the general gives to national talents like her.
200 square meters? That's a huge apartment, man. God damn. I get myself some and get myself into North Korea somehow. I was so moved. I didn't sleep. What a benevolent leader. God damn, 200 square meter apartment. That's huge. 500 square feet, I guess. I don't know. But that's a big apartment. I'd take that. Fuck yeah. Here they are, living in the future. 200 square meters is all he needs to be North Korean lucky. What a cheap whore. That's 2,100 square feet. That is huge. LOE in North Korea. How long do we bet on him staying out of jail? Come on. I could stream for Kim Jong-un. I'll run propaganda. Why not? Surely not per apartment. Nah, man, you gotta be a mouthpiece for at least 50 years apparently. That's gonna be total ground floor space of the building, right? Hey, savage, bro, savage. Isn't that huge? Americans, 2,100 square feet. 2,100 square feet is a tiny house in America. Yeah, but this is an apartment, not a house. An apartment. That's huge. Yeah, that's a fucking house. Okay, you just have to dedicate your life to being a mouthpiece. That's why I said you are a cheap whore. Oh, cheap? That's offensive.
Home. And this is exactly the kind of reward the general gives to national talents like her. Future Scientist Street is said to be home to top experts from many fields. Applied chemistry, nuclear physics, computer science, biotechnology, even hackers, spies, and the intelligence officers. They are the people helping Kim Jong-un transform North Korea. But honestly, transform is an understatement.
See, like in this communist dystopia, the people that produce value for the nation state get high status. Not because they have control over the means of production, but like computer scientists, hackers, nuclear scientists, propagandists, people that are most important for the development of the nation state. Scientists and propagandists, basically. They are given prime or pole position in society. They live in the most affluent areas and have the highest social status. This is your communist dystopia. If you have the skills required to advance the interests of the nation state, then you will live in a 2,100 square foot apartment. Cheap whore or not. That's who are given access to the luxuries of the nation state. And that is a true technocracy right there. I wonder if they have DEI in North Korea, or it's pure meritocracy, baby. You are the best nuclear scientists the Democratic Republic of Korea has to offer. You get a 2,100 square foot apartment. Thank you. Thank you. I worked hard for this. Yeah, it's only for elites and bureaucrats. But this is what I'm saying. The elites are the people with the skill set. Kiss the ring. Kiss it. Yeah, kiss it. But the elites aren't just like randoms. They are people that have, I guess, some type of value to society. Instead of just being people that own stuff. Potentially. Yeah, the movers and the shakers. That's the people, as opposed to people who've just claimed land at the right time. It takes skill to kiss ass convincingly. Businessmen, scientists, plenty of people. But they didn't say businessmen. They didn't. He didn't say that. He said scientists, hackers, propagandists.
These are the people who help Kim stay in power. The name Future Scientist Street sounds futuristic, and according to reports, Kim Jong-un himself chose the name.
Sounds pretty light.
And the architecture of those buildings looks even more futuristic. The blue and white tower is called a Galaxy Tower. It is 53 stories tall, about 150 meters high. It is the main building on the street. You can also see atomic sculptures in many places. They symbolize North Korea's nuclear achievements. Future Scientist Street sits along the Taedong River in central Pyongyang. There are more than 500 apartments. Each one is fully furnished. From kindergarten to university, the area has a full education system. Ri Chong-hee earned her apartment through decades of loyalty to the Kim family. And about 10 years ago, a story leaked out about this neighborhood. And it was deeply embarrassing for the regime. In 2015, when about 500 families moved in, they faced serious problems. Many apartments were unfinished. There was no water, no electricity, heating was very weak. Without electricity, elevators did not work. Residents on higher floors suffered through daily involuntary cardio exercises. But recent footage from Future Scientist Street shows something completely different. The streets are full of private cars. When I saw those private cars, I was wondering if the North Korean government giving out cars along with apartments now. And there are also nighttime videos. Bright lights everywhere. Does that mean power shortage are no longer a thing? And then there is another video from January this year. It claimed these homes are part of 50,000 free apartments built in the past 5 years. At this point, I'm honestly confused, especially when I saw this giant LED screen. In my memory, North Korea's display were made out of people, but now they have real LED billboards. This is a K-pop group.
North Korea. Displays are made out of people. Now they have LED. I can't pick this guy. Is he critiquing them or not? I can't get it. They used to use people for signage. Now they have LED lights like the rest of us.
Performing a dance routine. But then the camera turns, and you see something surprising. They are performing for a North Korean audience. That's right, this is not Seoul, this is Pyongyang. I don't know if you find this shocking, but for North Korean audiences, this must have been incredible. Look at them, vacant expression, mechanical applause. You can almost sense the shockwaves running through their heads. This is actually a South Korean concert personally approved by Kim Jong-un. It took place at the Pyongyang Grand Theater. After the performance, Kim Jong-un shook hands with every member of the group. He told them, "I was deeply moved by your songs." And in the end, he even took photos with all South Korean artists. I know it feels surreal, doesn't it? This is not the North and South relationship we usually imagine.
This is how they compliment in Asia. Oh, like respectful decorum. Look at them, eh? Don't they look excited? They're not melting and going into a frenzy when they see pop artists. They're just treating them like they were regular people. Not cult-like figures. I can't pin this video, honestly. I'm confused watching this.
But this footage is already 8 years old. Back in 2018, relations between North and South Korea suddenly warmed. In 2017, South Korean President Moon Jae-in said he was willing to meet Kim Jong-un at any time. And soon after, Kim Jong-un agreed to improve relations. North Korea sent a delegation to the Pyeongchang Olympics. During the opening ceremony, the two Koreas marched together under one flag. That flag showed the entire Korean peninsula. During the games, the two countries even formed a joint women's hockey team. Out of 35 players, 23 were from the south and 12 were from the north. Head coach Murray took a farewell photo with the North Korean coach. She later said the locker room felt awkward at first, but after a birthday party, the players slowly became friends. South Korean players taught K-pop dances, and the North Korean players already knew the songs by heart. But just when things seemed to be improving, something strange happened. In June 2020, during the global pandemic, North Korea blew up a building. The building was the Inter-Korean Liaison Office, and the building had only completed 2 years earlier. South Korea has funded the project, about 17 billion won. North Korea said the demolition was because South Korea had betrayed them again. The building had shared facilities, an information center, meeting rooms, and separate offices for both sides. It opened in September 2018. Both sides worked there together without any issues. Until late January 2020, when the pandemic began, both sides withdrew. They agreed to return later, but suddenly North Korea blew up the building. The real reason is still unclear, but some people believe it was caused by balloon campaigns run by North Korean defectors. The balloons carried 500,000 leaflets, 50 booklets, and $2,001 bills. Balloon launches had happened before, but this time, the content went a little too far. It directly targeted Kim Jong-un and his wife. Kim was furious, and the building was then destroyed. By the way, I just covered those contents in my last video, and it was very spicy. So if you're interested...
Very spicy. Very spicy. Balloon drops. Breaking up international relations.
Interested, please go check it out after watching this one. So everything we just saw, the modern internet cafe, the luxury shopping malls, all of it is most likely North Korean propaganda. In simple terms, North Korea wants the outside world to believe that life in North Korea is pretty good. And even
so he's not denying that this is what North Korea looks like at night, or Pyongyang looks like this at night. But then he's also saying, but it's coming through to people outside of North Korea because it's official propaganda. So that's how you get to see it, because they let out what they want you to see. Like, is that really unusual? I thought that's how most stuff we're led to believe gets out. Like, we just saw that Russian guy get to visit North Korea. And like, he has a fully curated tourist experience the entire time he's there. So why wouldn't they drop state propaganda about Pyongyang looking all 21st century? But he's not denying that this is real footage, though. This isn't coming from the people. It's coming from the state.
Though things are real, they are only available to a very small privileged class. But since Kim Jong-un came to power, he has introduced some reforms. And those reforms were part of an effort to modernize North Korea. Back when Kim Jong-il was alive, North Koreans often seemed very rigid. One major reason was clothing. Fashion choices were extremely regulated. Kim Jong-il regulated not only clothing, but even hairstyles. For example, men and women could only choose from very few approved styles. But the strangest rule was this: women were only allowed to wear skirts, but not pants. So where did that rule come from? Apparently, Kim Jong-il once said, pants are for men, skirts are for women. And I have no idea how he came up with that logic. But because of that, North Korean women could not wear pants. And today, Kim Jong-un mostly looks the other way when it comes down to clothing. So how far does that go? Around 2013, North Korea allowed the clothing black market in Chongqing to operate more openly. Every day, large quantities of Japanese fashion flowed in. There is even footage from a 2023 women's fashion show. According to reports, the clothes, the shoes, and the bags were all made inside North Korea. But then comes the real question: how are those goods actually traded? In 2013, Kim Jong-un introduced a policy. He allowed people to run their own businesses. But what does that mean? Doesn't the state assign...
Whoa, there it is. Hey? They're opening up to free market tactics. Maybe you were right before Spandong. Maybe the entrepreneurial types do rise to the top and get given a 200 square meter apartment by the supreme leader for their entrepreneurial skills of flogging off clothing. It's not true communism yet again. So good. See, real communism has never been tried. Even in the communist dystopia, they still let people have small businesses. I knew it. I knew it.
All jobs actually traded. In 2013, Kim Jong-un introduced a policy. He allowed people to run their own businesses. But what does that mean? Doesn't the state assign all jobs in North Korea? So in reality, North Korea's economy collapsed after the famine years. By the time Kim Jong-un came to power, the system had already been broken for more than a decade. Here's the map provided by researchers. It shows the distribution of black markets across North Korea. Especially in Pyongyang, black markets are everywhere.
Where did they get this information? Where?
Without exaggeration, North Korea's economy has been stagnant for 30 years. But those black markets are the real economic lifeline of the country. One researcher who studied this closely is Daniel Tudor. He graduated from Oxford. He's a writer, a journalist, and a businessman. In 2015, through his business, he met many North Korean traders. He later published a book called North Korean Confidential. The book explains in details how ordinary people in North Korea survived through black markets. After the famine, North Korean won collapsed in value. State salaries could no longer support a family. The official exchange rate was about 96 won to $1. Factory workers earned between 1,000 and 6,000 won per month. But the real exchange rate was closer to 8,000 won per dollar. That means a factory worker could work for an entire month and still earn less than $1. So people had to find...
I've read about similar stuff, like as in what, black markets everywhere. That's how people get shit. Like, where do they get the information from? Where does the Oxford scholar get said information from? Where? Must be like, he's just made the assumption, like literally 2 minutes ago, that the only information that gets out is state propaganda. And then now we're straight onto the, hey, look, we're getting the real inside scoop from North Korea. Don't you forget about it. The book I read was a collection of stories from defectors. Wow.
And other ways to survive. Home workshops worked non-stop. New goods kept appearing in the black market across the country. Meanwhile, state factories were barely operating. I mean, who would work a full month for less than $1, right? So what can you buy on the black market? So there's a saying in North Korea, everything except cat horns can be bought. If something exists, it can be found on the black market. The markets remained unofficial through the years, but in reality, they became the mainstream economy. When Kim Jong-un came to power, he realized leaving the black markets behind was impossible. So he took another approach. He didn't shut down the black markets.
Damn capitalists spoiling the Workers' Party efforts once again. No, it's like, it's even better than that. Like, even when you do communism, capital finds a way. The market will come to life, and then the communist dystopia itself cannot exist without the support of the free market, which is effectively what is being said here. These people can't survive without a serious, interconnected black market that runs throughout society, actually supporting life. So this communist dystopia is really only supported by grassroots free market activity or black market activity. Again, lending to the theory that there is no true communism. It's just varying levels of authoritarian capitalism. But that's a mental stretch too far for most people.
He chose to regulate them. Markets were organized, locations were planned, rent was collected. And the state still made money while people fed themselves. But this period of openness didn't last long. By 2014, Kim Jong-un realized many people had become self-sufficient.
Yeah, communism only works if there are capitalists around to pay for it. And feed the people at the same time. Capitalists pay and feed the masses. Outrageous.
Through the markets, and they no longer depended on the government. And that made him very nervous. So he decided to tighten control. But he also knew that if the economy relied only on inefficient state factories, people's life would fall back to the famine years. So he tried another policy. Many state factories were contracted out to individuals, something like a fixed payment deal. You pay the state a fixed amount, anything extra, yours to keep. After this policy, a new business class emerged in Pyongyang. And those are the people who own the luxury cars we saw at the beginning. So yes,
they have a capitalist class. There it is, Bandonk, you're right. They have a capitalist class. And so maybe they are the ones that live in the luxury apartments in Future Scientist Street or whatever it's called.
Did introduce some reforms, but under international sanctions and isolations, these policies could only do so much. They kept the economy from collapsing. They kept the people from starving to death. But that is all.
Kid with a toy gun. You'd only ever see that in some evil totalitarian regime, that's for sure.
As for the modern socialist paradise we saw at the beginning, you should think of it as the show directed by Kim Jong-un, a real-life version of The Truman Show. If you like this video, please don't forget to like, comment,
Who called it before? Someone called it The Truman Show. Hey, who would have thought? Nation state shows off its premiere capital city for the world to see. Definitely first time in human history anything like that's happened. Definitely. This wouldn't happen in any other normal free society. Surely not. Surely. Like, I'm all for the criticism. Don't get me wrong. As long as we apply the same standards everywhere. All right, so here's one last one for you. And there's enough North Korean glazing. For one day. I will not promise that I'm not going to make you do this again. Oh man, it's 57 minutes. I don't know if we're going to get through all of this. I don't know. Truman was an insurance salesman, not a god emperor. All right, North Koreans we never see. Everyday life in the world's strangest country. Now, I don't know who these guys are. Endeavor? What type of channel this is? Are they going to be running Western propaganda here or North Korean propaganda? I'm not sure. Let's just read. North Korea is often portrayed as a land of missiles, military parades, and totalitarian control. But beyond the propaganda lies a society of 26 million people living ordinary lives. This documentary offers a rare glimpse into the daily reality of North Koreans, far from the stereotypes that dominate international headlines. Following people at work, at home, and in their communities, it reveals a world that is at times surprising, humorous, and deeply human. And this was first aired in 2019, apparently. So it's a bit old now, this one. And why the, you know what I mean? Surely you can't be serious. I'm serious. And stop calling me Shirley. The visitors are the Trumans. That was my inference. Ooh, that's some Inception shit. That's nice. I like that. Can we just do the boy video from 15 years ago when they went to North Korea to get a haircut? Oh, that really happened? 15 years ago? That's crazy. That's mental, that is. Mental, yeah. Oh, this one's from, what, 7 years ago? I wonder if life's changed in 7 years.
The passing of time has not made it any easier. It has always been complicated to talk about North Korea. Somehow, judgment has been passed. The country is beyond repair. Everyone camps on their preconception of what the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is. Orwell, paranoia, schizophrenia, gulags, a red dynasty, the tubby leader who loved watching movies and hated being so short, and his chubby son with his weird haircut. On top of that comes the terrible threat of the country and its nuclear weapons. Weapons that will make all the other frightened, disarmed, and innocent nations tremble with fear.
Why is it so? Can someone just explain this to me? For this simple man here, I am just a pleb and a commoner. Why is it more frightening that North Korea has nuclear weapons than any other country that has nuclear weapons? Can someone explain that to me? Is it because they have some crazed leader that has access or has a finger on the button? Is that why it's more scary? Like, hello? There is crazed maniacs across the world right now who have potentially their finger on the button. Why is this crazed maniac any scarier than any other crazed maniacs that might have access to nuclear weapons? I really got to know. Why are these people more terrifying? Because they got nukes. Yes. And? Hello? I don't get it. Yeah, his chubby son with the weird haircut. My God.
But why? Why is any kind of exaggeration acceptable to describe what is already a difficult and often tragic situation, even by those who only seek to damn the country? People are constantly reminding us that it's impossible to go there, which makes us suspicious. And if we do actually get there, we're told we won't see anything. And if we do see something, in any case, it's fake, because they hide the truth. Somebody once tried to convince us that there were no skyscrapers in Pyongyang. But at that time, one
Did
of
anyone
those
see that door closed by itself? Because that Russian guy was telling us there's no automatic doors in the trains. It's all done by hand. Somebody's lying.
Living on Kwanbok Avenue in a 24th floor flat. He was taken aback. Had he been levitating the whole time? This film was shot over a period of 8 years by 3 people, one of whom is a Korean translator.
4AS in the house. We are North Korea glazing, and we're glazing pretty hard today. We've just watched a couple of pieces. We watched a Russian tourist who went to North Korea in 2026 and was trapped in Pyongyang. We watched I don't know, maybe a Chinese YouTuber of some sort. I couldn't tell from the accent exactly. Could have been Singaporean, maybe. Who is kind of showing North Korea to be modern, or Pyongyang, but then being like, oh, but we only get to see this because the state allows it. And now we're watching a documentary on North Korea about like everyday life in North Korea, it would seem. Escalators are hand cranked over there. I'm also hand cranked. Oh God.
Later. Between us, we have made over 40 trips to North Korea. And yet this film will show no prison camps and no missile ramps, totally off limits. And don't forget that in North Korea, you are also forbidden to film soldiers, building sites, supermarkets, gambling, people without enough food to eat, and sometimes even people eating, which is difficult to avoid. But while getting to North Korea is complicated, it's not true that you can't travel there, as long as you accept being escorted almost all the time. It's not true that visitors are asked to swear allegiance. It's not true that they only show what they want to. And it's untrue to say you never hear laughter in North Korea.
This is a French production, so now we're gonna get this like kind of weird art house style European cinema over a North Korean society and backdrop. Right? Two worlds collide: European cinematography and storyboarding over North Korean life. That's interesting. They put people behind ATMs in North Korea because they don't have the tech. Imagine your job in North Korea is bowling when foreign journalists are being shepherded around. Yeah, I wonder if they even laughed or they were faking it. Could you imagine finding out that those guys were faking it the whole time? They weren't even really laughing. Man, it's the worst.
In North Korea, the motorways are a bumpy ride. As soon as you leave the city, the concrete slabs are riddled with cracks and potholes. Enough to disintegrate backbones and axles. Thus, broken trucks and buses litter the hard shoulders. Depending on the season, wheat, rice, and potatoes are harvested.
Dude, I want to hear him say wheat again. Does anyone else speak like that here in the stream? Just do it now. Say to yourself, wheat. Do you say it like that? Wheat.
Depending on the season, wheat, rice, and potatoes are harvested in the fields. For beyond its countless mountains, North Korea is above all a land of farming. a land that
Nine.
dreams of
Well, you don't speak like that. Wheat. What about saying other words? No. 9.
self-sufficiency. One day, maybe. So each viable square metre must be put to use, even up the sides of the mountains. Barely 20% of the land is arable. This factory was not filmed by Eisenstein in 1920, but in 2016 with a small amateur camera on a location scout in Hamhung, in the northeastern part of the country. Pictures of North Korea are
But how do they get the camera in here? What's going on? Wonder how these people got permission to do this.
often misleading. This is the largest fertilizer factory in the country, once honored by over 30 visits from Kim Il-sung, and recently modernized to boost the productivity of the cooperative farms. Typical farms like this one, with ox carts, geese and ducks, and multiple red flags. Another farm, a year later. It's raining. Everyone has gone off to seek shelter. Only the production chart remains, proudly displaying the farm's results. We found shelter.
It sounds like a wildlife narrator. Yes, look at these people, hiding from the rain, with only the production chart to show that there is some life on this barren landscape.
In the living room of this farm worker, she talks about her tough work, freezing in winter, scorching in summer, breaking her back in the rice fields.
We are animals. And this is just made for aliens. We are the aliens, though. Because we are all alien to the nation state of North Korea. We are the aliens watching.
She tells us her son is 14 and adds, I know he's small. We've been through hard years. He was born before the famine had ended. Behind her, on TV, one of the countless historical melodramas relating the tragic past of Korea, which led to the revolution. And then she broke into a passionate description of her trips to Pyongyang.
Beside the what?
Pyongyang.
Beside the Great Leaders Mausoleum, I visited the Museum of the Revolution, the amusement park, near the leader's birthplace, the Three Revolutions exhibition on the People's Cultural Palace. In fact, I went everywhere. Everywhere.
Anyone from the provinces visiting the capital is first obliged to pass through this place. The house where Kim Il-sung was born, the birthplace of the Republic. This is where it all started, they say. The great leaders' revolutionary training, the resistance against the Japanese, the struggle against the evil landowners who collaborated, and so on and so forth. And as Kim Il-sung was himself son of an ordinary peasant, he is both venerated and a role model.
Peasant stock. Look how heavily it's snowing there. Must be absolutely freezing. Fuck that.
As the seasons pass, the decoration of the birthplace changes. White and sober in winter, it frames a dignified parade. Here in 2011, we see the first coloured anoraks imported from China. In 2015, intimidated school children wear red name-brand sweatpants, though the sneakers don't quite make the grade. In September, come autumn hues and a pumpkin on the thatched roof. In Pyongyang, everything is bigger.
Anyone quite the Green thumb in here. How relatable. Yeah, why do you put pumpkins on the roof? Is it easier to sort out instead of them spreading across the ground? Sun. Ah, all right. Thank you. So they don't get caught in the shade somewhere. Thank you very much.
The lady from the farm would say to herself, more modern and more beautiful. Here you can find more of everything. More light, more shops, more food, more housing, more work, more education, more culture. How could anyone not want to live here? The capital is more than the heart of the state. It's the template. She will be taught that these exemplary model buildings are the homes of exemplary citizens, scientists. So
I have raised beds for energy-intensive food at home. Yeah, right. And so, like, that's so they don't cop any shade. They just get, they get all the sunshine, all of it. I want all of it. Thank you.
Civil servants. Some of the most honored ones live on the new and highly publicized Future Scientist Street. When you come from a village without even one paved road, you stand in awe.
Dude, there's the view again of the traffic. There's no one on the road.
People who live here even seem
Traffic's great in Pyongyang, if you're wondering. I grow pumpkins every season. I still have one. The frost will help harden them, and yes, they want all the sun. Cool.
Have loads of free time. The lady from the farm is dazzled by these skyscrapers, the most famous of which is in the shape of an atom, and by the new neighborhoods springing up all over the city, erected by the sheer force of the country's soldiers and workers. There is little chance that you will ever set foot in one of these flats, reserved for the worthiest citizens, even if the inhabitants have fled the camera. Everything is neat and tidy.
Dude, look at that old school sewing machine. That's mental. Foot operated. Just how nature intended. Completely sustainable technology. Sustained by human labor. God damn. I am a novice gardener, but I have planted a few fruit trees. My tomatoes are a foot tall now. Gotta start somewhere. In the shape of an atom? Damn, I want my building to be 99.9% non-matter. Savage.
From the balcony, the horizon opens, revealing the real estate boom in the capital. Note the colors which contrast with the gray that prevailed 20 years ago. The lady may never understand the semi-legal real estate market that has developed in the big cities in the past few years.
Semi-legal?
When the state gives its faithful followers a new flat, they hurry to sell off the right to inhabit their old one. The prices can reach over $100,000 for the best locations, with the state pocketing a mere fraction in tax. Marx might have called that the primitive accumulation of capital.
Really? Is that what he would have called that? That's interesting. Anyone fancy themselves a Marxist? Just catch that. Bit of dialogue there. Primitive accumulation. It's where you sell your property or your land rights in something because you've just been given a new piece of accommodation by the state, and so you have to change houses. So you pocket the money. So beautiful. Okay, one person always has to be here, otherwise our home won't exist, guys.
Her trip will end with a visit to an amusement park or a water park. Playgrounds for the people are one of Kim Jong-un's priorities. The entrance is pricey, €2, but everybody mingles. Everybody has fun, just like children. People slide, people laugh.
Quantum building. It should be less in taxes and energy since it only it only exists as a potential. Guy behind camera holds a sign. Cue laugh. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Were they paying everybody to laugh at the right time and look like they're having fun? €2. What's that? A month's wages on a ticket? You know, I'm noticing a lot of very fit people in North Korea. And a lot of very fit people here. Very healthy. I came with my group, but I lost my colleagues in the pool. How careless. I'm a miner at a large complex an hour away from Pyongyang. I can come often because of my work. I'm making the most of my visit. Wait. I'm making the most of my visit to the Great Leaders Mausoleum. I come to Pyongyang to relax. After having fun like this, we work better. Everyone is looking at me. Go play. Stupid kids. We have never been abroad. But now we have lots of water parks. Even at home. In our county, in our province, north of Pyongyang, we will become the best in the world because of our own strength. Do you have any other questions? We are the best. Like, yeah. What a positive man.
The provincials sometimes seem a little lost in the crowd. The provincials sometimes seem a little lost in the crowd. But since lots of visitors don't know how to swim, nobody really knows.
I wonder if NK is as bad as the mainstream media make out. Storm Crow. I don't know, that's a good question. That's what we're trying to figure out. We've spent a bit of time looking at what North Korea is like on camera. Outside of just the propaganda, I guess. From within and from without. Look at these people at a water park, swimming around, enjoying life. Strange humans. We're still not across it yet. But like we have seen a lot of stuff today from 2026, like footage from this year. And it shows like hyper modern Pyongyang. I think this footage is like potentially 10 years old now. Is not real. It's just propaganda.
Notices. In fact,
I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. Yeah. Well, I guess it's just like most things, like two things can be true at once. I'm sure we get heaps of state propaganda that comes out of North Korea, and I'm sure there's heaps of anti-North Korea propaganda that exists outside of that. And so you just have to find your way halfway between that stuff, I'd say. But at least we know from the footage that the water park exists. Whether it's exclusively for use by people that are granted access by the party or something like that, or if it's just open to everybody and this is what life is like in North Korea. Guess we'll never know. But the water park exists. That's what we do know.
the national TV channel has started broadcasting swimming lessons. A giant screen plays concerts by the group Moranbong, part pop-rock girls band, part military orchestra, but most importantly, extremely popular.
I don't know, to be honest. Like, what has North Korea ever done for them to be considered so terrifying? I asked that before. No one answered my question. I was just like, why is it more terrifying that North Korea have a nuclear weapon than anyone else? Like, everybody with a nuclear weapon is terrifying. And like anyone with a crazed leader currently at the helm that has the ability to decide whether to launch nukes, they all sound pretty fucking scary to me. If any country should be fenced off and condemned, it should be the USA. Uh-oh, here it comes. Oh no, where's Saint-Chi when you need him? Actually, I think Saint-Chi's gone now. I think he's been banned. Stormcrow, what country are you from? Here's a little view of exactly where North Korea's wealth is centralized. Skyscrapers in Pyongyang are not even electricity anywhere else. How old is this image? I've seen this image heaps before. Like, look at even the border with China and stuff like that. Doesn't even look that crazy. Like, look at Seoul, though. I wonder how old this is. I'm from New Zealand. Ooh. Oh, whoa. Welcome. I'm going to try to say this, but I'll butcher it. Kia ora. I'm trying to culturify myself, but Hiroshima alone is enough to condemn the USA. Well, it's enough to think like they're the scary ones with nuclear weapons, right? Because they use them. But everybody else who just has them as a deterrence, why are they any more scary? For what? Winning a war? Yeah, take that. There is starvation and inequality everywhere. Governments just wear different suits of the same cloth. Interesting. Winning war is fine, but they dropped it on nothing but civilians. Commies. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in New Zealand, me lord. What's the point of Grave of the Fireflies, right? That's the point, sorry. Alright, back to North Korean pop. This is interesting. Their pop music stars, their girl band, is also in the military band. Military, I should say. It's from 2026. Sorry, 2016. And this one's from this year. Dude, where do you get this from? It's crazy. Wow. Han's trying to scare people away. Bad Han. You'll have to speak to your New Zealand brethren then. Reassure them. Military. Get fucked. I'm so conscious of that word now. You have no idea. Dude, this is a banger. Oh, did the world just blow up then? It's weird because they got the missiles and stuff, or the rockets on the side, and then the world just blew up. Oh, America blew up. Oh, that's crazy. Look at that. Take that, America. Jesus Christ. Check it out. Wow.
Sunset is the moment for the last stop. The Central Amusement Park behind the Arc of Triumph.
Yeah,
Like
brings
everywhere.
new meaning to the term banger. Yeah, I spoke too soon, apparently. Fucking hell. Whoopsie.
In Korea, filming soldiers is banned, but difficult to avoid. They are everywhere.
The swing boat that Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un came to try. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? That's mental. Banger, hardly know her. Am I right? That's mental.
Bread and circuses, some might say. But it's more than that. Every Korean dreams of having the right to live in Pyongyang and enjoy all this opulence. Every inhabitant of the capital has one fear: being expelled for some grave error or stupid mistake, leading to them and their family being exiled by the authorities for years or their whole life to a place where they will have less of everything. Pyongyang, with its lights and sights, inspires loyalty. So people really have fun in the parks and pools of the most beautiful city in the country. And even for them, the world, since theirs stops at North Korea's borders.
What was the thing that we saw last week with someone was criticizing Cuba and their evil socialized healthcare system? Then they just showed pictures of like hot nurses looking after babies. Look at that evil communism with healthcare and hot nurses. They're doing it again. Look at these evil communists with nurses, 2 nurses to 1 baby. That's evil communism. Why was that background music like Carl Pilkington style trombone before, LOL? And Cuba has no power. They used it all on Hassan's visit, and they saved the last drop for Hassan's visit. Let's not talk about why they don't have power. Let's just talk about what they used the last of it on. Okay? Let's not get into that. It's not funny when you think about it. Huge hats.
불안하다. 조금 때려요. 다시 조금 떼고. 나좀 불어요. 이렇게. 여거 사진 찍고 웃으면서.
So
Look at me
far, we
smile a
haven't
little
witnessed
bit,
a birth in North Korea, but many weddings, or rather their preparation. Here, a wedding video shot by a professional who is getting the happy couple to pose in all the iconic sites of their city. It's
He needed to use the collar despite being out of the country. One country is not allowed to trade with Cuba. The rest of the world is free to trade with them. Too bad they're too poor to buy any fuel. Dude, that is so not the case at all. You know that. Mexico was giving them fuel and they were told that they wouldn't, or they'd meet the aggression of American tariffs. And so they cut the oil to them. You know that. But I guess you can just play ignorant. Or just go silent like you usually do.
monsoon season, 38 degrees Celsius and extremely humid.
수령 씨보다는 먼저 이렇게 새 가정을 이룰 때면 우리 수령님과 장군님 우리 동상을 먼저 찾습니다.
All right. I should read this out to you lurkers out there, I guess. The bride and groom first went to the statues of the great leaders. Then they went to the flower park that you can see near the water fountains. Military people usually like to pose in front of military monuments, like monuments to the Victoria's Fatherland Liberation War.
The tour always starts with the leaders' statues, even if they're shrouded in fog. After that, it's à la carte. Art studio, Juche Tower, the mausoleum, local viewpoints. It ends in special banquet rooms, hired and decked out for the occasion. The size depends on the family's wealth. 80 to 120 guests, rocket-shaped bottles of alcohol, speeches and music.
I think you got a typo in that response there, Han. You wrote Ukraine when you should have wrote CIA and American and the Americans. Or you could have just wrote American proxy, sorry. I think Russia should sell them oil for some warm bodies for their army, but the American proxy state or the CIA blew up their oil production. And the Chinese won't sell it because, well, they are Chinese. Giving anything away is not in their nature. My wedding dress was florals. LOL. I didn't want to wear white. I admire how Asian countries preserve their way of life and culture. I guess some more forcibly than others. It would seem.
But what the video doesn't show are all the other people who made this happy event possible.
Take her hand. Where is your gallantry, comrade? Draw the water, and the bride will receive the falling drops. Hey. Japan, Korea, China look like they're doing a lot better than the rest of the world. Well, definitely China. But I guess you could, extend that to the other. It depends on what your metric is for doing better. They have immigration controls.
In North Korea, matchmakers are a common intermediary in charge of introducing you to the ideal partner, for you and your family, almost as much as in the South. Arranged marriages are the norm, rather than love matches, with the result that people marry within their social class. For decades, society's summit was filled by the revolutionary comrades of Kim Il-sung and their descendants. At the bottom, of course, the families of Japanese collaborators and their heirs. Between the two, 40-odd subclasses with little hope of marrying outside their rank. But the sclerotic end of Kim Il-sung's regime, the famine under Kim Jong-il, and the partial disintegration of both state and party that followed not only shook the country, but also the social order. The outcome was more freedom of choice concerning marriage. Today, the most desirable professions are scientist, diplomat, military officer, and businessman, of course.
So many hectic statuses. There it is. They said it again. Businessman. Businessman. Those are the top sought after positions. Scientist, diplomat, military officer, and businessman. Sounds like they're liberalizing their economy, opening it up to the invisible hand of the free market. Very interesting.
For years, the pretty police women who directed the traffic were in high demand on the wedding market. But they are gradually being replaced by traffic lights. Our couple will then have children.
Statues. I read that wrong. Talking about the art statues. Got it. But yeah, that too. You're not an influencer? What? Out of all the things you could possibly want to do with your life, an influencer is not up there. They want to be scientists. What a backwards society that is, where people aspire to be a scientist. Outrageous. The 195s for sure. That's going to be code now. Hey, bro. You 195? Oh, yeah. The election in New Zealand is going to fire this year. Oh, man. Get my popcorn ready. Dude, I want to cover the New Zealand election. I'm going to get lessons of my New Zealand correspondent so I can get across it.
Education will be taken care of by the state from an early age on. The country is 100% literate, a success attributed with pride to the revolution. The main subjects are maths, physics, music, singing, Korean, and the lives of the great leaders. The strict selection process starts from kindergarten. The best pupils spend their holidays doing sports in the pioneer camps, which have always been a typical perk in all socialist countries.
At least they can sing in tune. I guess they practice enough. An activist group just beheaded an effigy of our deputy PM in a guillotine. It's going to be so entertaining. Dude, link that. Do you have a link for that? Can you please provide this? I'd like to say. Who's the deputy? It's not Winston, is it? Is it Mr. Peters?
When we arrived at the stadium,
No
the competition...
way. They made an effigy of him. Jesus Christ. And cut it. No way. They are wild. Alright. Like on YouTube. Oh, man, this guy. Untold by Tony. Oh, yeah, this is the one. Oh, my God. No way.
The group that staged a mock execution of Winston Peters with a puppet and a guillotine say it was meant to be satire and they have no regrets. The New Zealand First Leader says they should be arrested for Saturday's stunt, which was organised by the Migrant Workers Association. The police have yet to receive any formal... which was organised by the Migrant Workers Association.
The Migrant Workers Association. Uh-oh. Migrants and workers? Watch out.
The police have yet to receive any formal complaints. Adam Hollingworth reports.
2, 1, chop!
It makes for graphic viewing, but the
New Zealanders, bro. Oh, that is hilarious. No more racist slop. Love, hate. Migrants' lives matter. That's so good. I gotta love you, New Zealand.
2, 1, chop!
It makes for graphic viewing, but the migrant group behind this protest have no regrets.
The idea was satire, political theatre, to shine a light on an issue that has been ignored and just shoved under the carpet, so to speak.
No more racist slop. Winston Peters gets the chop. Oh, they sent the message. I don't even vote? What? Outrageous. You should. And donkey vote. Draw a dick on the ballot. Get involved. Hey, what do you got to say for yourself, lady? Hey, better be good.
I mean, some people might think that you're actually asking for the execution.
Do you think that'll make a difference? No, absolutely not. But like, it's just about getting used to political participation. So just go and draw a dick on the ballot, but participate. But like, follow Volta Turd's advice though. Bro, vote. Vote anyone left. Create the demand. Lead by example. But like, I just like people participating. Because soon enough, they will chop away the political participation. And like, we won't have any of those freedoms anymore. So might as well enjoy it while you can.
Of a politician.
It's not asking a literal execution of the politician. It, like I said, was
It's not
satire
literal, it's art, douchebag.
and symbolic. It was an effigy of Winston Peters, and the guillotine was fake, a symbolic guillotine. It wasn't a weapon.
Winston Peters.
It wasn't a real guillotine? Ah. It's a bit of a letdown, that is. The refusal to participate in my duty as an anarchist. But the refusal is going up and drawing a dick on the ballot paper. Saying, no, I will not vote for these puppets, but I will exercise my rights for political participation. These right-wing parties are writing laws at scale, and they're planning to do more to settle New Zealand out. Nice to be able to have always had the right to vote. Yeah, it's getting wild, the things they're trying to pass.
He's angry at this depiction.
Well, when the left disagree, they get violent.
Do you think that the police need to be involved?
Dude, it's like 4 people. So good. I am a migrant. Smash fascism. Refugees not welcome here. Yeah, look at that. A thirsty leftist mob. So violent. Really. If I was to walk out there, they may yell at me.
Do you think this is effectively criminal?
It is criminal, and the police should be involved now.
Have you reported it? Do you know? Have they been in touch?
I haven't, but a whole lot of people, including the media, have brought it to my attention. Perhaps they should have reported to them.
Peter's staff told us.
Yeah, somebody better do it. So much for the tolerant left. So good. I love that line. So good. Oh, man. So much for the tolerant left. Fucking hell.
Was in full swing, each side supporting its team.
This actually made the news. Come on.
Note the absence of great leaders' badges. It's the holidays and under-16s are not obliged to wear them. Then it's time for the tug of war. The evil American soldier in the middle is tough. He's made it through several tournaments.
Dude, check out the middle. The American soldier with the rope around the neck. Crazy.
밧줄 당기기 경기에서는 금강산침이 승리했습니다.
Savage girl there. I reckon they're chanting win-win or we don't eat. Savage. Can't just be a nice tug of war with the kids. Got to be tearing the American soldier to pieces. Savage. Look at those cute little kids building character, tearing American soldiers apart. Han, this better be really good. This got nothing to do with Pauline Hanson, does it? Does it, Han? It's not. What the fuck? What is this?
think we better pull over because we need some gas soon.
Keep fucking drive.
Okay.
Didn't I tell you to watch your fucking language? What are you doing? Where are you going? Get your hands off me, you goon! Don't fuck with me!
Actual footage of Pauline Hanson's demise. Dude, what the hell is this? What movie is this? 8 heads in a duffel bag? Okay. Radio. Thanks, Han. As always. Okay.
Some pupils, students and young couples will be given the chance to climb Mount Pektu. A few years ago, we were able to go there by bus. This extinct volcano is up in the north on the Chinese border. It is a sacred site. Dangun, the mythical first Korean, is said to have been born here from the union between a god and a bear turned into a woman. Kim Jong-il is said to have been born here too, although he was actually born in Khabarovsk in the Soviet Union. In short, it's still a site of pilgrimage. Many youngsters walk several days to reach the summit.
How's it looking in Oz? Who's looking likely to take it out? If we're talking about like what, politics, it's still like at the federal level, we're still a couple of years away. There's heaps of excitement around Pauline Hanson and One Nation at the moment. Dominates political discourse. Oh my God. That's how the platypus was made. Night, kids. So good. The gods and a bear came together to make the first woman. Very interesting mythology, that is.
At the top, high school students from the capital in their khaki uniforms queue whilst waiting to descend to the central lake in the egg-like pots of a ski lift from an old mountain resort.
Dude, would you get in the ski lift? Would ya? Would ya? Asking for a friend.
Pots of a ski lift from an old mountain resort.
Yeah, I like how they added the creaking noises. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Would you get in it? Would you? The lift in Rotorua looks better. Good. But doesn't take you to this, the cradle of civilization, the cradle of Korea, where the first woman was forged with a bear and the gods. Benaberry? Yeah, let's go with that. Hey, what's going on? Hey! We're watching North Korea. We're learning about North Korea. Does it exist? Is it as a figment of our imagination? Is North Korea even real? That's the question of the day. Go One Nation. Hey! That's so good. Hilarious. What did you think about One Nation's candidate launch party in Victoria? Did you see it? Do you think they should have banned the media? The ABC, that is, specifically. What was the name of the ABC? The Australian Bureau of Communism. That was the one. The Australian Bureau of Communism. Yep. You watched it? All right. Well, that's what we watched today. LOL ABC. Ban 'em. Yeah. Oh, Paul Ramirez is back. No way. North Korea is not real. Just like kangaroos. That's not true. I've seen plenty of kangaroos. North Korea, though, I'm not sure. Look at that. I don't know, man. I don't think that's much better than the North Korean one. Seems like New Zealand propaganda to me. The 7-branch sword. What's this? Can repel 100 enemy soldiers, according to myth. Avi, yeah, enough said. Avi was allowed to be there, but not the ABC. I don't know how I feel about that. Give me the ABC any day. This is the sacred mountain of the revolution.
Later, some of them will go off to do their military service, which can last 1, 2, or 7 years, and is known for being no picnic. Young and tall foreign language-speaking officers will be sent to guard Panmunjom, the armistice village so often seen on TV. Caps or fur hats signal that the tensions between the North and the South are at their normal level. Latent war. Kevlar helmets signal a maximum state of alert, which is not that rare. Who is a good husband? How to have a good career? The people of Pyongyang are much more interested in these topics than in the long litanies of propaganda. Getting married is important, and this is what the sitcoms broadcasted on a giant screen near the central station are about. Locals are ready to watch them in the middle of December, tolerating minus 15 degrees Celsius.
Minus 15 degrees. Watching a sitcom outside. That. You take this downhill. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. Going to the revolutionary volcano. I'm going with the toboggan run here. Can I change my mind? Dude, minus 15 degrees. For the Americans, minus 15 degrees is a lot. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know how to convert it, and I'm not doing it.
A country lass is hesitating between several suitors. She's plucky, making fun of the army and patriarchal authority. Her tone is cheeky, full of sexual allusions, apparently far from accidental.
Is Kim Jong God? Kind of. Kim, like the original, Sung, is supposedly like a godlike figure. Yes. So like, yeah. And so like they all emanate from this figure. It's like a state religion, let's say.
This ad is for the
Wow, that sounds false. What, you don't believe in gods? Everybody's got their own gods that they pray to and worship. Come on.
Pyongyang, which means peace in Korean. Produced in cooperation with a South Korean firm close to the Moon sect. They are copies of Fiat's. The sitcoms portray a politically correct world.
My gods had blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the gods. In Satanism, we believe we are our own God. Hail me. Wow. That's outrageous. outrageous.
The individual only counts as part of a whole. You have to be a good worker in your collective team. And in winter, every single person is responsible for cleaning a stretch of road that has to be shoveled and swept day and night, regardless of the amount of snowfall. Hence these images of female employees in high heels, busy scraping ice off their patch of road before heading to the office in the biting cold.
My opinion is that North Korea is one of the few places on Earth that the global empire doesn't control. Yeah, why not? Like, it seems to be because it was ejected from that global system because of evil communism. It's had to be relatively self-sufficient and self-reliant. And as a result of that, it's outside of the auspices of that global empire. It's definitely the case. It's definitely the case. Peace talks are going great with US/Iran. Iran just struck another tanker. Great progress, guys. Yeah, and people were calling what Trump was saying BS. Poor Trump. Poor Trump. I don't think North Korea had COVID, did they? I don't know. I think they did. They probably just experienced it differently. I'm pretty sure we've seen something about that on stream before. Trump was asking for ideas on how to manage Iran. Looks like they missed the window on that one. Because 50 years of sanctions have been helpful. Does teach you how to stick up for yourself, apparently. And how to do your own, like get everyone to collectively look after the roads in winter. They already had mind control chips, so they didn't need the vax. So good. So good. The dear leader cured COVID. I'm pretty sure they said they were making... We saw propaganda from them about COVID, and they were implying that it was... They were able to actually handle COVID better because they're collectivists, and they were like kind of pointing to Western society who was shutting itself down and scrambling around, not being able to handle the situation very well because they're all kind of, I guess, yeah, individualistic and consumerist. But like they were able to effectively shut down the negative effects of COVID on their population, and they were talking themselves up about their COVID response. Because they are collectivists. As opposed to all those freedom-loving countries with their political uncertainty and their culture wars. Trump causes a problem that expects people to praise him for barely even fixing it, if at all. Oh, man. Just block the strait, then have Iran to cap the oil. NK already has full control of their people. So no need for mandates.
The endless war films on North Korean TV contrast with this peace of mind. The Korean resistance against the Japanese colonizers, starring one of the many Kim Il-sung lookalikes. The Korean War. The combat against spies. Movies and television always portray the country on a war footing. For some unknown reason, we had to wait for years before our guides allowed us to film in parks. Moranbong Park is the local Central Park, everyone's favorite place for Sunday outings. Are these Sunday painters a state secret? Beyond fans of still life, what else can we see? Shooting ranges, dancers, lots of
years. They said that they filmed this documentary over a period of 8 years, and like they slowly get to film more and more stuff, and so it took them years to get access to filming in parks. I don't know why.
picnics. On bank holidays, the state sometimes hands out meat and beer. These pensioners are having a great time, freed from family and professional obligations.
They're not allowed to have fun. They're outrageous. They should be depressed and sitting in front of a television somewhere. Wait, free meat and beer? I'm defective. Wait, only on national holidays. All right, it's not all year round buffet on the state, bro. Go pensioners. Look at them go. They're loving it. So active. So fit. There's no extra meat on any of these guys. Yeah, it's still more than we get. Where's my free meat and beer from the state? Eh? Eh?
Everyone dances in a style rather hard to define. Bizarre, almost shamanic. It's strange. In 1956, the filmmaker Chris Marker, who was part of the first French delegation to visit the North after the Korean War, had filmed almost identical scenes danced by workers in a train factory.
Cult like, you might say. Yeah, wow. People doing the same dance that they used to do when they were kids. Absolute cult-like behavior. Who would have thought, eh? Oldies dancing the way they used to in the 50s. God, what a horrible, horrible place. The North Koreans had to build a nuke because they seen what happened in Libya. Yes, and Syria, and Iraq, and Afghanistan, and Vietnam. Actually, they saw what happened in Korea, actually. Let's be honest. Mandated dancing, almost as bad as mandated voting. Yeah, that's the real communism. When they make you vote. The not Bush is propaganda. That's Australian propaganda right there. Every kid learns how to do the nut bush. So good. My partner, Ravi, as a foreigner, is fascinated by the nut bush. Absolutely fascinated. Like when it comes on and everybody knows how to dance it and stuff like that. And she's like, what is this? Like, you wouldn't understand. You're not Australian. We learned this in primary school. And like when it goes on at a wedding or something like that and everybody starts dancing, she's like, wow, this is fucking incredible. She's fascinated by the nut bush. Pavlovian response. It's so true. Oh man. Stormcrow subscribed with Prime. God damn. Fuck yeah. Shout out to you, Stormcrow. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew. You know, you're going to be like indoctrinated now. There's a hazing ritual, etc., etc. I need a video stat of the nut bush. I don't know, man. Ravy will show you how she dances it. We'll film that, and I'll play it tomorrow on stream. We had our Scottish friend come over for a visit, and we taught her the nutbush. Yes. I had to teach my ex's in-laws family the nutbush. They too were fascinated. Had to teach a group of boomers. Been looking for someone to use it on, and seems like a decent crew here. Thank you. Welcome to the crew. One of us. ID Wank Enobi. Okay. China. Welcome to the stream. If only Indoctrinathan were here to do his job. Ha. Indoctrinathan, I don't think comes around these parts anymore, man. It's a long time ago. Long time ago. He's too racist. Oh, man. Not a sex thing. I swear. It's normal. It's normal. $5 USD just because. Paul, you've done it again. You fucking legend, yeah? And the conversion rate. So good. Thank you for the USD. Straight to the stream. Straight to the stream. Fucking legend, yeah? Fucking legend.
여서 연료좀 받고 놀던 동무들이 여기 나와서 거기서 매일 이렇게 일요일마다 나와 춥니다.
Yeah, I know that's like $500 euros. Alright. Whatever.
같이 좀 놉시다 우리하고.
A spontaneous singing competition has sparked amongst these strollers.
Do you reckon they're doing it for the camera, or it's an actual spontaneous singing competition? A spontaneous singing competition? You'd never see that in a park where I'm from. No fucking way. It's none of this collectivism. Collective singing competitions with people clapping along. Nope. Hell no. My freaking ears. As a greenie, I know organic when I see it. And? Is it? Or is this staged for the camera?
저는 우리 중학교부터 시작해서 군대에 나가서 당구 운동에서 마음껏.
I started singing when I was in kindergarten and continued during the army.
내 목청을 터뜨렸습니다.
자주 매일.
Do you come here often? Do you come here often?
예, 매일.
주말마다.
Yes, every day.
In Korea, everyone knows all the songs. Singing is communicating. To not sing is to be alone. Unthinkable. Who would be that antisocial?
Everyone knows all the songs is wild. Yeah, but like there are certain songs that are like, we were just talking about the Nutbush. Gonna say, just saying. But like, yes, I hear you. If everybody knows all of the songs together. They all hang out at the train station and listen to that one song every Saturday night. Yeah. But all, yeah, I know. I get it. I get the implication. All right, I get it. That's the way it's gotta be. Everybody must learn all the songs. All of the 5 songs in North Korea. Just in case you ever come along a singing competition in a public park, you can integrate. All right? It's important. It's very important.
The The neighborhood next to the park is nicknamed Dubai. At first sight, it looks like a dormitory town. Think again. So many things can be found behind these tinted windows. Electronics stores, chemists, banqueting rooms, supermarkets, and a huge selection of bars and restaurants.
It should be a human right, like water. Surprise park karaoke. And everyone has to partake. Everyone. Or else. Or else what exactly?
This TV ad is singing the praises of a luxury supermarket. So heavily air-conditioned, the staff wear puffer jackets. Everything is for sale. Swiss chocolate, olive oil, French and Italian wines, imported fruit. The restaurants upstairs target the donjou, the money masters, as the nouveau riches are called here. Serving up sushi cappuccino, a $20 steak. North Korea is no longer an anti-consumerist state. Quite the opposite, for those who can afford it.
Fake. Fake. We saw what the other guy said. This stuff doesn't exist. It's just state propaganda. Fake. Calling bullshit on that one.
There aren't any culinary critics in the North Korean press as yet. But given the number of restaurants, barbecue joints and snack bars around the country, it shouldn't take long. Is it because everyone has an all too vivid memory of the arduous march? The famine that caused 500,000 to 1 million deaths and ravaged the country from 1994 to 2000. That they're looking to make up for it now. Back then, even the word restaurant became obscene.
Why wouldn't you want to live it up if you got out the other side of a fucking famine? Like, seriously. Don't know the words? Right to jail right away? Oh, man, that's my favorite. Anytime, any chance to use this one straight away. You better believe that's a paddler. That's a paddler. That's a paddler. For those who can afford it, he's critical, but choosing his words carefully. I don't know, man. When I can afford to take the family out to go to a restaurant, I celebrate it. I celebrate it. We don't go out often, but when we do, goddamn, do we have a good time. I kind of feel like North Korea is the Cuba of the Western Hemisphere. Or not. Well, like, I guess so. Yes. Yes, it is, actually. It helps being further away from the lion's den, I guess. Mystery karaoke session when? What do you want me to do? Do I do Nutbush? That'll be good. Sing. Sing what? Sing Nutbush? I'll do that. Alright. I've got to bounce. I got to leave it there. Farmer. You better hope you're not a peasant farmer. But yeah, we've done a lot of North Korea glazing today. This one, interesting, actually shows a bit of a difference between city and the country, which we didn't get from the other ones. But like, so far, all we can establish is, yes, Pyongyang has advanced much greater than like this idea that North Korea is trapped in, I don't know, the 60s or something like that, and it hasn't advanced since that point, or past the 1980s. Completely thrashed. That propaganda and that stereotypical version of North Korea is thrown out the window. But like, it only seems to be in Pyongyang, and everywhere else is living an existence that doesn't match that expectation or that level or standard at all. Bouncy, bouncy. Such a good time. But yeah, okay. North Korea is modernizing. North Korea is sending troops to assist Russia in the war in Ukraine. Their economy is on the up, let's just say. Whether that's state propaganda or not, it seems to be evident in the footage that we've seen. Without the commentary, without the sound design, it's evident in the footage. And it doesn't seem to be AI generated either. It seems to be legitimate footage. It's not trapped in the 60s or the 80s anymore. It has come into the 21st century. And is it potentially only up from here? We will find out after this next couple of decades, I guess. They developed enough to have disposable citizens. Yes. Yes. The true leisure class that gets to sit around and just be good consumers, as opposed to everyone directing their force and energy towards production. Interesting. Very interesting. And they're into crypto and hacking. Fascinating journey today. Thanks, everyone. Spandog, thank you very much. Voltateur, Heidi the Sausage. Ravy Baby. Han, hanging out a lot today. Must like the North Koreans. Paul Ramirez, thank you very much. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. You fucking legend. Yeah. Who else we got here? Have some randoms coming in out today. Quite a bit, actually. Quite a few. Ben was one of them. Who else do we have here? 4S was in the house earlier. Woozle was in the house earlier too. Banzo Bandit coming in and out today. Hobo Joe hanging out. I said Voltaire already, I'm sure. Stormcrow, thanks for the prime. You legend. You fucking legend. Who else we got here? Who else we got? Ah, damn, I can't go back that far. Oh, well. You know who you are. If you've been interacting today, I do appreciate it. Clarice was in earlier. Oh, yeah. Dilemmas. Blaz was in earlier too. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button on the way out. Mr. Abbott was in here too. Lap Jeff, always lurking. Still lurking, Woozle. Good. Thank you. You're awesome. You're very talented. Appreciate it. And somebody even said today that I need to stop talking and relax a little bit. Someone from Texas, I think. They're like, shut up. Stop talking so much. Give yourself a break. But yes, thank you everyone for hanging out today and interacting. If you're watching this after the fact or you've been lurking, do appreciate it. It's been fun. And we're going to be back tomorrow with some more. It's fucking, yeah, put your brain in calm. Made my day. Stormcrow. See you later. But yeah, tomorrow is hump day. We've hit Wednesday tomorrow. Can't believe it already. And we're going to be doing like Worker Wednesday. We'll do something in the afternoon to celebrate Worker Wednesday. And then we're like, you know, it's in and it's off onto a downward trajectory towards the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, come join us for Hump Day tomorrow. Same time, same place. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe or follow on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, activate the like button, etc., etc. I will see you all on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.